What this heralds really is a new era in spaceflight, a new era in space exploration. We're gonna go to the moon, we're gonna have a base on the moon, we're gonna send people to Mars and make life multiplanetary. And I think this day heralds a new age of space exploration. That's what it's all about.
He's doing so many different things at the same time. It's almost impossible.
In fact, he measures pretty much every major decision by whether or not it brings the day when we have a self-sustainable colony on Mars sooner or later. Wouldn't you want to be a part of that?
Being willing to fail and then fix and then fly, test, fail, fix. It's what enables SpaceX to rapidly iterate and improve.
Three, two, one.
Three, two, one.
Dragon, SpaceX, trajectory nominal.
Thanks for flying SpaceX.
This is amazing! Look at it! It's horizontal! It is going down! This is it! Oh my god, this is amazing! There's the pad! Come on! Oh!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
What about it? Go for launch.
We're go for launch. Looks like it's handled.
Ignition sequence start.
Hello, everyone. There are plenty people here waiting for the serial number 9 launch. I am hyped as much as you are, and I did not expect so many people to show up again. Thank you all for arriving. I've been reading the stream for the last, I don't know, 2 hours or so, probably, since I started since I set up the stream, and more people came in, and it's absolutely amazing that you all showed up again, and we're gonna have a blast. I do not know. I mean, the question that has been on the chat the most, I guess, is it gonna fly today? And I can't give you an answer to that until we have an ignition, of course. Right now, I'm on my second monitor here. I'm watching the LabPadre stream, which I'm going to switch to in a second. Hype! There's a few people here who still remember the serial number 8. I have the t-shirt on, by the way, so I'm prepared as much as you are. So I don't know if it's gonna launch today. The weather is borderline. Right now the LabPadre camera is shaking like crazy, and then there's the hype train. Everybody, thank you so much for coming in. You know, we're gonna have a blast anyway, though. No matter if it's gonna launch today, everybody who has been here for serial number 8 knows that it took 2 streams, and we had fun on both streams. So we're just gonna wait it out and see what happens. We're gonna get all the information we can and speculate a little bit and see how it goes today. Theoretically, it can launch today. Everything's set up, everything's in place, and it can launch today. That doesn't mean it will launch today, but we'll keep a watch out, basically. That chat is racing, everybody. Thank you so much for showing up. It's a blast that you're all here. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet. I say that on every stream because the algorithm needs to be fed. So if you haven't pushed the like button yet, do so. Subscribe to the channel, of course, if you haven't done so yet, because I do episodes twice a week, and I've heard from people that it's worth watching. So it's hard to read the chat right now. It's amazing. It's amazing that SpaceX has in such a short time, they've put the next Starship on the test pad, and they're gonna try to improve on serial number 8, of course, which is pretty hard, because serial number 8 basically did everything it could, besides the landing. And the reason for the landing failure, for the RUD, the rapid unscheduled disassembly at the end that we all saw, the big boom, was that the header tanks were, or specifically the methane header tank in the middle of the 2 main tanks, had low pressure. And that was not able to keep a stable combustion on the Raptor engines, and so they had an oxygen-rich combustion, and that means they get very, very hot. The more oxygen you put into the mixture, the hotter the flame gets, and they destroyed themselves basically and didn't provide the necessary thrust, and so it hit the pad. For today, serial number 9, I saw the question earlier in the chat that what's the big difference between serial number 8 and serial number 9 on the other hand. The biggest differences are that there are, of course, different engines again, and the engines have serial numbers as much as the Starships do, and so that means they are more advanced. And secondly, they have implemented a different pressurization system into the methane header tank, and that means that hopefully it'll have enough thrust for the landing. So, well, that's what we're sitting here for, and that's what we're in a second even going to look at. Give me a second. There we go. And the first, oh, I've got a problem with that. I'll have to shift that because the live tag is in the way. Give me a second. I have a new stream layout, and of course we'll have to do, where do I put this? Probably right there. No, that's not gonna be good. I can put it here, but then it covers the, I've got a problem. Give me a second. I'll try to just make it a bit smaller so it is not covered by the live tag. That should be okay if you can still read it. So this is, for those who haven't been here for serial number 8, as you can see up there in the corner is a hashtag, Launch Eileen. Eileen stems from, that's the nickname of serial number 9, because it fell over in the high bay, and that's why the community called it Eileen, which I find very, very funny. So I changed the tag from last time we had Launch the Penguin. Now we have Launch Eileen. If you go on Twitter and you tweet something with that hashtag, it's going to be picked up by our moderators, and it is curated as last time, so don't say anything nasty. And then we'll be able to show it to you on the live stream. So that's your chance to show it to, right now, an incredible amount of 8,400 people. So if you want 8,400 people to see your tweet, go right ahead, tweet it, and we'll show it. Okay, so as you can see in the LabPadre feed up here, it's shaky. And that is due to the camera being on a pole. And it shakes more if it's windy. And right now it's windy, as you can see. So the vision is very blurry right now. But there are man lifts up working on the Starship right now, and that is actually a good sign, because we've had exactly the same thing with serial number 8 in preparation. Launch abort system, launch termination system is already live, as I've heard. So we're go for launch. It's the same thing as with serial number 8, but there are no promises that it is actually going to launch today. So we'll have to wait and see, basically. The question I always have is, where are you all from? I've already seen a few who posted it on the chat, and I always love to see that the whole world is watching. So if you want to post where you're from, I'd love to read it right now. So go right ahead. And other than that, I can actually put up a clock here. Give me a second. Let's see if I can do this. Oh, there we go already. Lots of Germans, nice. Austria. How do you guys manage to stay up? What time is it over there right now? It must be like in the middle of the night. America! Oh yeah, I have a very nice announcement later on. Actually, I have 2 announcements, or actually 1 unpacking and 1 announcement. South Africa, Texas, Norway, woohoo! Aloha from Hawaii. Nice. All right. That is absolutely amazing. It's so nice to have you all with us today. The moderators are right now wildly going to shake their head because they can't moderate a chat that goes that fast. It might be that later on I have to put in a slow mode, but right now I think we're still good. We can stress the moderators just a little bit. Amazing. Thank you so much for showing up. It's absolutely amazing. You guys rock so much. Thank you. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay. Same thing as last time. I am multitasking like crazy here. Something nasty. There you go. That's how you can do it. Definitely. Very nice. And it's, of course, is it J? It's J. Is it J? I can't. It's so small here. I can barely read it. Give me a second. I have to put this to full screen and put this down a little bit. There we go. No, it's Jan Ziegler. Thank you very much. Aren't you a patron? I think you are. I think I've heard that name before. All right. Yeah, thank you for telling me where you're all from. It's absolutely amazing that you're all here and you're still telling me where you're from, and I appreciate it. It's absolutely amazing. Team Space rocks so much. It's really hard to believe that that something like spaceflight can bring such a huge community together to watch and hype and appreciate what SpaceX is doing there for us, because it's absolutely amazing. Thank you for the super chats. By the way, like I said, I've been reading the chat. To anybody who's already done a super chat, thank you so much. Today we're going to do something a little bit different, because normally the super chats directly go into funding the studio. Today, the super chats are going to go into moving the studio. That is actually my first announcement, because we're in the process of moving to Florida. The whole What About It family in this house is going to move to Florida. This year. I can't exactly say when yet. We're in preparations, because right now it's actually really, really difficult to get any firm dates because of COVID. But we're in the process, and anything you give today is going to go directly into that, into moving the What About It studios from Germany to Florida, to right next to Cape Canaveral, actually. And then in the future, you will be able to see rocket launches in the back of my camera, because I'll be living right next to where the action is happening. And I'll be also very, very much closer to Boca Chica, which is right now almost impossible for me to reach because of COVID. But even if there wasn't any COVID, flights are really expensive, and it takes a long time to go there. And so that's going to move me and move us much closer to where the action is happening. And we've been anticipating this for a long time, and we can't wait anymore. And so yeah, that's our big project right now. The second thing is an unboxing, which I'm going to do later on, because I got a little present from YouTube finally, and I'm going to show you what it is. Yeah, and other than that, we're going to keep waiting for the Starship to do anything. For everybody who's just joined, we're going to watch, hopefully going to watch the serial number 9 Starship flight today. It is going to go to 12.5 kilometers, no matter if you've heard 10 kilometers a lot. The official notice is 12.5 still. It might be lower, but I think it was just a speculation as to high winds. And the official statement is still 12.5. That's why the title of the stream is 12.5. So, yeah, and hopefully it's going to launch today, but it's the same thing as last time, and the chat is going a little bit slower now. Thank you very much. Oh, that name is really hard to read. Gyoko a lot. Thank you very much for the super chat. Andreas Nextad, thank you very, very much. I was the one to start the hype train on serial number 8 stream. Can all of you write hype in chat? Write hype for him. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you for your support. Where in Florida? Luca is asking. Right next to Cape Canaveral, as close as possible, basically. We're not settled yet on a place, but we're hopefully going to fly there in April to set everything up. So it's getting there. Elliot, you're crazy. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much, and it'll help. Definitely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's been, I have family in the States, so it's not, the States are nothing new for me, and that's the reason why my German accent is there, but it's very little, because I've been to the States many times, and I actually love the United States very much, and we've been looking forward to this for a long time, and now we finally do it, and I can't wait. I will probably have to skip my schedule for about a month or something while we are moving, but I'm thinking about doing a vlog on how it is to move to the United States, and what we're gonna experience while doing so. So that should be interesting. From Michigan, thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. Babenhausen, I know Babenhausen. Very nice. Yeah, I know a lot of Americans who in their army time have been stationed in Germany. One of my best friends who lives in Alaska now, he's a pilot in Alaska. He was stationed down in southern Germany. And the funny thing is, I got to know him way before that. And then he got stationed in Germany, and that was really, really cool because I was able to see him a lot. And now he's in Alaska again. I mean, I've visited him there, but Alaska is very far away from Germany. So that's another good thing. I've got lots of friends in America that I'll be able to visit more. From the Maryland area, for example. I'm very much looking forward to it, and it's going to be a grand adventure. The Retro Gamer, thank you very much. Hellfire Orbital, thank you very much. Felix, will wind play a factor in a go for today's launch? Yes. And as I said, the camera, the LabPadre cam is shaking. I've been studying the weather reports, but it's kind of inconclusive. But what I can say, as I'm a pilot, I had to learn all this stuff, meteorology. When you're close to the coast, winds are stronger in the morning and in the evening because of temperature differences between the land and the sea. And the wind is being sucked towards where it's warmer. So because there it goes up, the air wants to go up when it's warm, and so it's being sucked to that. And and at the sea you have this even stronger, this phenomenon, and so. There are chances that the wind is going to calm down. We'll have to wait and see, though. It is unclear right now. But yeah, we'll keep watching, of course. SpaceX UK, thank you very, very much. Launch hype, absolutely. Hopefully we're going to see a launch today. If not, I'm going to stream tomorrow. And if not, I'm going to stream on Wednesday because we don't want to miss this. This is amazing. Crouching Hamster, nice nickname. Will be so incredible to have you in the States. Would love to watch the vlog. Okay, yeah, I was actually thinking about doing that, and I might very well do it because it's going to be low quality edit, so don't expect too much. But we'll do what we can, and I'll be filming our experience and of course the interesting stuff that's happening. Thank you very much for the super chats, guys. You rock. That is amazing. Fishb84U, thank you very much. America will be glad to have you, and being a NASA neighbor will be awesome for the show. Yeah, it's definitely also going to be really, really great for the American What About It community, because then I can easily do meetups over there, which I've already done 2 in the United States, and then came COVID, which made it a lot more difficult, but that's the way it is. Florida Man floats. Cocoa Beach is a great place. Good luck, Felix. Thank you very much. I was thinking about Vieira, maybe, but that is very close to Cocoa Beach. We'll have to wait and see. We like I said, first 2 weeks of April, we're going to fly there, hopefully, and then we're going to see. No, I am not. My moderators on that monitor are trying to communicate with me. Give me a second. Okay. Okay, we already have a few questions in. Give me a second. Let me try to get this sorted here, because even 3 monitors are not enough for a Starship launch stream, apparently. All right, there we go. Okay, Juni Kozonen. You've grown, you're grown up, so grown up. Now I must say more than ever, come on, Eileen. Thank you very much. Ryan. Hit the like button, guys. Hype. Exactly. If you haven't done so yet, it is actually really important for us content creators to hit that like button. So I'm not begging you. I'm just trying to fulfill the system, because the YouTube algorithm promotes content that has a lot of interaction. That is what that's called in the back end, basically. And the more you like the stream, the more you like my episodes, the more the algorithm actually has something to judge by that you actually like it, because just watching it apparently isn't enough. So if you can, hit the like buttons. Thank you very much for the super chat. That is amazing. Ares Draguna. Hi, a big fan. A big thank you to all the WAI family for everything. You rock. Question: if there was a fly today, wouldn't we have a stream from SpaceX also? We will most likely get a stream from SpaceX, but that arrives late normally. Last time as well, on the serial number 8 flight, I think actually it appeared on YouTube an hour before flight. So we're still go. Don't listen to any of the rumors. It can launch today. We'll just have to wait and see. There are as last time, lots of unknowns, and best speculation won't get you anywhere. It's just waiting right now and seeing what SpaceX does. Even if the camera is shaky right now, I wouldn't disregard a launch today. So we'll stay tuned and see what happens. Thank you very much. We've had that one. I read that from the chat. Root de Roy. Tim Dodd mentioned multiple times that there is no way he wants to be launched into space. What about you, Felix? Would you do it given the... yes. I have to strongly disagree with Tim, even though I love the guy and I've met him and there is no beef. I would love to. I wouldn't go to Mars because that's too far away, because I have kids and I would be separated from my family for at least, 2.5 years. That would be too much, but anything else, low Earth orbit, the moon, that would be absolutely amazing. So I'm still speculating on the point-to-point travel with starships. I would actually save up for that because that is going to be an amazing ride once it happens. But for that, they'll of course have to prove over and over again that the thing is secure, which it isn't right now because it's a prototype. But yeah, I would love to go to space. Absolutely, first chance I get. I don't know if any of you, I saw the Jeff Who comments earlier on, but I'm still, even though Jeff Bezos is not nearly as relatable as Elon Musk is, I'm still a big fan of what Blue Origin does. besides Jeff Bezos. The engineers that built New Shepard and that are working on New Glenn right now, I think they're doing a fantastic job. Even though they are not on par with SpaceX, they are pretty good. And I watched the New Shepard 14 launch, and seeing that capsule go up, that is something. I would definitely love to do anything like that. Yes, absolutely. We've had you, thank you. Florida Man, we've had you. Thank you very much for the super chats. The Retro Gamer, thank you very much for the super chat. It's amazing. It all goes into our moving funds, and it costs a lot of money to move to Florida. So thank you very much. Hellfire Orbit, thank you very much for the super chat. Felix, will wind play a factor? Okay, yeah, we had that. It will. It definitely will. If it doesn't calm down, but there's a chance it does because of the weather phenomenon near the coast. Devon Page, thank you very much for the super chat. Congratulations to you and your family on the exciting move. Also, thank you for the amazing videos and keeping the West Virginia man entertained during COVID. You rock. Yeah, being entertained during COVID is a special thing. And trust me, even though I'm a YouTuber, I have the same problems. It's really strange for me to have all that social separation stuff, and I can't wait for it to be over. So enjoy the stream. Thank you very, very much. We have Amon San. Will you become a U.S. citizen? As soon as I can. It's really hard in the States to become a citizen, though. Jeff who. There we go. Yeah, I know, you guys. It's all good. I get it, too. I mean, he said a few things that weren't exactly nice. But when you look at Blue Origin, don't look at Jeff Bezos. Look at the awesome engineers. Jeff Bezos is just giving the money. The guys behind it are actually doing a really good job. So yeah, U.S. citizen. As soon as I can, I'll have to have a green card, and after the green card, I'll have to have the green card for a certain time, and then I can become so that's probably at least 10 years away, because getting the green card in the United States is insanely hard, even though I have family, so I can apply for a so-called F4 green card, which I am in the process of doing right now. But the time for that to get processed is 8 to 11 years. There you go. So it'll take some time, but we're on it, of course. If we move there, we want the whole deal, of course. Jake M. Meetup. I would love to give you an echo tour of the area. I grew up around there and have always loved biology. I would love to. I'm a huge nature fan. Last time we stayed at Cape Canaveral, we spent a lot of time in nature. So yeah, please do so. Once I announce any meetups in Florida, come by and we'll get it sorted. Thank you very much. Stefan Koch, what will happen if it lands again? Will it be relaunched, or are they progressing with serial number 10? Serial number 10 is already almost ready for the pad. It's absolutely amazing. The progress that SpaceX is doing is boom, you know? So my guess is launch, retire, and launch the next prototype, because that's what it's all about right now. It's testing different designs, improving on the designs. It doesn't... At a later point, it will definitely make sense to launch starships more often, like the same starship, launch it twice, 3, 4 times to test how many times it can launch. But right now, it's really still in the design phase, and it needs to be, even though on the serial number 8 launch, there was just technically one problem. That was the landing. There can still be problems sleeping inside the design, if you get what I mean. Stuff that hasn't broken yet, but is likely to break in the future, because it is not perfectly designed yet. So right now, it's all about improving on the design. So it would make a lot of sense to, after serial number 9, even if it sticks the landing, get the next one on the pad, and the next one, and the next one. And they don't have any problem providing the pads with the next prototype right now. So yeah, that's my guess. But it could be different, of course. It's a guess. I have no internal information from SpaceX. It's a good question, though. Darius Vamo, thank you very much. Good luck with moving. Even if nothing happens, your streams are awesome. Chill and interesting. Greetings from Lithuania. Thank you. Aeronautical engineering student which dreams about space. Dream on, do your things, stay at it. Besides being a YouTuber, it's an awesome thing to work to work in the space industry. I know a few people by now. Of course, that's what the job brings with it. And they all say the same thing. So go for it. Go. Try to get hired by SpaceX. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Justini, thank you very much for becoming a member. I'm new as a member here. I like it already. Don't forget to join our Discord. Anybody who becomes a YouTube member or a Patreon can then link their profiles either in YouTube or in the Discord app. The moderators will be glad to help you if you got any problems. And then in Discord, the What About It server will appear magically, and it's a really nice community in there. It actually is. I mean, I'm not trying to overstate anything. They are busy as hell. Oh, sorry for the curse. You can see me produce my episodes in there, discuss things. We watch launches together, like the Transporter 1 mission. We watched that together in the community on the Discord, because I didn't feel like streaming because I was working so much. So then I watched these launches together with the community on the Discord and so on. So don't forget to join the Discord once you're a member. It's really worth it. Thank you. Reto Stauffer, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Felix, looking forward to another 430 hours of awesomeness with you. Keep going, 4 to 30 hours. Keep going, and best wishes from the LBK. Copy. Thank you very much. I hope it's not going to be 30 hours, but I'm already prepared for at least 8 to 10. So that's what prototyping brings with it. And I've got a coffee and water here. I'm going to take a few breaks. I'm sorry, as last time. Because sometimes I gotta go to the bathroom or eat something. But we're gonna stay here and wait together. It's gonna be awesome. Thank you very much. Graham Cowling, thank you very much for the super chat. Marc Cartier, thank you very much for the super chat. Very generous. Welcome to the United States, you rock. Thank you very much, guys. That is absolutely awesome, and it's gonna make it actually a lot easier. I was thinking about announcing this today because I'm not the biggest fan of people giving me money, but it's absolutely amazing to get the support from the community, and so thank you very much. It's very genuine, and it's gonna make it easier. Thank you. WWW Jensen Webb, once again live with Felix. Hype, nice haircut. By the way, was it the wife? She has to give some tips. It's actually still from when I got a haircut 8 weeks ago or so. We're in lockdown in Germany again, so there are you can't get a haircut right now, and you'll see from episode to episode my hair will become a COVID hair again, but that's the way it is. Right now it's still okay. Thank you. Okay, I cannot read the nick because it's smileys. Thank you very much for the super chat from New Zealand. Love your coverage. I watch your videos all the time and appreciate your efforts. By the way, what is the astronaut prop at the back of your videos? That is Starman. I have a sticker here. You mean this guy, right? That is the Starman. I wanted to have a mascot for the channel at one point because nobody else had one, and I thought it was a cool idea. So I asked Morlin. She's a young designer / painter from Germany, from northern Germany, and I asked her if she could come up with anything that would include a SpaceX suit. And then she came up with this guy, and I fell in love with it instantly. And so yeah, that's the Starman, and he's animated. So right now you won't see him in the back, but he's on every show. Thank you. And he's called Starman. Not many people know that. Panga Doklos. I'm moving to Florida. No kidding. Yeah. We wanted to do this. Actually, we wanted to move to Florida for 2 years now. Then came COVID, which didn't make it easier. But it just delayed the decision, basically. So, yeah. We want to move to Florida. And we're going to, this year, it's going to happen this year. If at all possible, before August. That is right now the plan, but a little bit like a Starship test. It's really hard to, because of COVID, it is really, really hard to find find the right dates, and the regulations change every day. We have to pay attention to what the United States say right now about entering the country. I have a little bit of a special situation there because I'm applying for a visa, so I might be allowed to enter right now, but then my family won't, and so on and so forth. So it's a bit difficult, but we're working on it actively, and it's going to happen. And the chances are high it's going to happen this year, which is amazing. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Joris Noij. What is the chance to load up serial number 9 with Corona and blast it into space? That would be a really nice thing to do. Maybe you could send a tweet to Elon about that. Is a good idea. Just send it away. I don't want it anymore. Jackie Stenner, thank you very much for the generous donation. Thank you for your work. You're welcome. It's a blast, and it's the craziest thing I've ever done in my life. And every time I sit down to start the next episode, I have a smile on my face. So thank you very much for being a part of it. Dougal Grant, thank you very much. What time is the launch window? And fingers crossed everything goes great today. If it launches, I reckon it'll land if it flies. Yeah, same here, actually. I think if it flies, there's a good chance that it'll stick the landing today. There can definitely be problems that haven't surfaced yet in the design, and that's what this is all about. But I think chances are good that it can land today. So yeah, fingers crossed. And the launch window. I wanted to actually, give me a second. I wanted to get the clock up here. There we go. There's the clock. So this is the clock towards the road closure. This is not the clock towards any launches, but this is when the road is going to be closed. So that's still a bit away because I couldn't wait anymore, and I started the stream early, and I don't regret it. So that's the time we have to wait until the roads are closed, until then comes pad clearing and so on and so forth. So it is way down the road still. I'd say at least 4 hours from now. So we're in for a waiting game, same as last time, and then in the end they'll say it's scrubbed or not. But then I'll do another stream in the next day because this is just far too exciting to miss. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for the super chat. Jack Loveridge, hi. In the middle of online school right now, great stream. Say hi to the teacher. It's actually a good distraction, so keep it on the side and don't mention it, but you don't want to miss it. Have fun. Have fun at school too. Don't miss everything. Gen 3, thank you very much for the super chat. Greetings from Central Florida. Hopefully a fan meetup is possible in the future. Buy yourself a public sub when you get here. Keep up the great work. I don't even know what that is, but I'll try to get it. And yeah, as soon as we're settled, we're definitely going to do a meetup. In Germany, meetups aren't even possible right now. In the States, we'll just keep a little distance. But yeah, I'm definitely planning to do so. I've done it twice in the United States before. The channel was much smaller back then, 30,000 subscribers, but still people showed up and it was absolutely amazing. I met a lot of nice people that I'm going to meet again that have already said, you're coming over again, let's have dinner together. It's the community surrounding the space industry is absolutely amazing. So yeah, I'll definitely, as soon as I can. Remy 1529, will you still go to events of ESA when you I will, absolutely. As they invite me to everything they're doing, which I'm eternally grateful for. I have very nice contacts, very good contacts to ESA, and as soon as they invite me again, I'll jump on a plane and come over, because there aren't nearly as many projects here in Europe, but what they do is absolutely amazing. Solar Orbiter blew my mind, and it's still the best about that mission is still to come, and I totally wouldn't have wanted to miss that. So yeah, as soon as there's something, I'll be there. It's actually a really nice thing that because I am in the position that I have this YouTube channel, people actually invite me to these kinds of events, and that is, I mean, if you got an invitation, wouldn't you go? There you go. And I get a lot of invitations, and so that is really, really nice. That's one of the coolest things about having this channel, is that I'm actually being invited and considered. It's amazing. Bramdweir, thank you very much for the super chat. Thank you for all your efforts, Felix. You create a great community here. Do you have any recommendations on what resource to use for weather info? Okay, so first of all, the community created itself, and I'm extremely grateful for everybody who surrounds the channel, who pitches in. There are so many people. I mean, if you watch my episodes to the end, you know that the team is huge by now. It's amazing how many people. Alex Jobs, for example, I think he's watching the stream right now. He made the music when the countdown gets big, the last 5 minutes before the stream starts. He gave that to me last week, and I was totally amazed. I didn't even ask him for it, so thank you, Alex Jobs. That is absolutely amazing, and that's the kind of stuff that always startles me every time it happens, that people just approach and say, hey, here, use this, I think you're still missing this, or do you want me to improve this? It's amazing. So yeah, the community built itself. I didn't do anything. I'm amazed. And the second thing is, do you have any recommendations on what resource to use for weather info? Okay, since I am a pilot, I use windy.com. Give me a second. I'll take down this here for a moment. I even have the tab open here. That's the website that I use, but that's just because I'm a pilot, and for pilots this website is really, really nice because you can change the altitude at which you watch different things. So you can change the altitude higher up, and then you can actually see what the wind is at 10,000 feet and stuff like that. That's why I use this. And then you have a nice timeline where you can like drag to see different times, and you can see what I mean here as well, because if you go to, let's say, 1700 hours, which would be still in the launch window, it's 56% cloud coverage, which isn't great, but it's possible to launch to find that hole in the clouds. And the winds at that time are down to 13 with gusts at 24, which is okay-ish. And later on it gets better. As you can see, the winds calm down. But then the next day, on Tuesday, we'll have rain in the morning, then we'll have fog the whole day, basically, ground fog, as we've seen it a few times in the last few days, which is going to be miserable. We have low winds, but we have fog, so it could be that they are not launching because of that. Then next day, on Wednesday, the sun is shining, but we have crazy strong winds again, so it's not, the whole week is not perfect. Thursday would be good, Friday would be good, into Saturday would be also good, but Tuesday and Wednesday with rain and all right, so we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. But that's the source that I use for weather. Okay, and by the way, as you might have noticed, this is LabPadre's stream. He gave me permission to restream it, which I'm eternally grateful for. So if you've got the time, go head on over there, write in the chat that you came from What About It, leave them a like, leave their stream up in a second tab so they get the view. It's absolutely amazing that Lewis lets me do this. He's actually almost a friend of mine. We chat in private, we call, we text, and he's a really great guy, and he deserves everything for letting us restream this. So go over there, say hi, say that you came from What About It, and say that they rock so much, because it's absolutely amazing what he's letting me do here. So there you go, LabPadre, kudos to you guys. You rock. Okay, Gregory Lewis, thank you very, very much for the generous donation. All the best, Felix, to you and yours in your quest to come to America. Yeah, exactly, that's what it is. If you would see the list that we have right now on stuff we still have to do, we have to sell our house here, we have to sell the car, we have to cancel all the insurances, we have to sell a lot of the stuff that we have here in the house, because in the States you use 110 volts, so I can throw away all my stuff basically and get new stuff over there. So it's going to be crazy expensive, and there's a lot of stuff to work. So if I look exhausted in the next few weeks on the episodes, that is why, because it's going to be really, it's going to be a quest, that is for sure. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. That's much appreciated. Gendre Breedenhan, thank you very much for the super chat. That's much appreciated. George Jenkins, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for all you do for us. It's a 50-50 thing. You do as much for me as I do for you. We enjoy this all together, and I'm super happy that you all came again to watch serial number 9 with us. and I feel as much part of the community as you guys do. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. Thank you all for showing up again. I was pumped this morning when I got out of bed and I heard that everything was set and we could actually see a launch today. My first thought actually was, I'm gonna watch it with some awesome people. So thank you for showing up again. Alex Diaz, thank you very much for the super chat. I meant videos. Lol, your voice is good too, though. What? I didn't get it. Please send another message. It doesn't have to be attached to a super chat. I still don't get what you mean. I'll just put it on the side here. Thank you very much for the super chat, though. Simon Gaug, thank you very much for the super chat. Greetings from the UK. Hype! Exactly. Thank you very, very much for showing up. We live view. Is this timer the actual expected launch timer? It isn't. It is. Oh, and it is above the super chat as well. Let me move that here. It is the time until the road closure kicks in. That meaning that at that point, SpaceX can start clearing the pad and preparing for a launch if they intend to do a launch today. So it is not a launch timer. It's just the next timer I can give. Right now, everything is fluent. It's prototyping, so everything can change. And we'll have to wait and see. Right now, there's still tons of cars moving there in and out, and there's work being performed at the pad. I still see at least one lift up, two lifts up. One is left of the Starship in this general direction here, there, and the other one is behind over here. So there's still two lifts up, and we'll have to wait what SpaceX comes up with. But yeah, 2 hours and 19 minutes until the road gets closed, which is one milestone for today. GEO Space, thank you very much for the generous donation. Hey Felix, you should put a label on your clock for those that missed the announcement. Yeah, about it being a road closure. Come on, Eileen. That's actually a great idea, but I think I can't do it on the fly right now. But it's actually a really, really good idea, and I'll keep that in mind for the next time. Thank you. So everybody who has just joined, the clock down there is the road closures. It is not about a Starship launch. It's just the road closures. So we'll have to wait and see what happens after that. As soon as we get a new time frame, I'm gonna update that clock. Also for those who have just joined, there's a hashtag up there in the corner called Launch Eileen. If you tweet something with that hashtag, it'll be displayed above me to 10,000 people who are watching right now. So if you want to play a part in this, send out your tweet. It's going to be picked up by the system and by our moderators. They are going to curate, so don't say anything nasty or something like that. And then we'll display it up here in the stream. Thank you. Okay, that was that. Buddy Gibson, thank you very much for the super chat. Hyped for Starship, Y, and Felix in America. Exactly, yeah. For those who have just joined, today all the super chats that you give to the channel are going to go into our crazy project of moving to Florida, because that's what we're going to do this year. My family and I, we're going to move to the area of Cape Canaveral, Florida, and we're already in the process of getting the visa, and it's going to be a crazy thing to do. But I love crazy things. That was my phone. I love crazy stuff, and so yeah, any donations you give today is going to directly go into funding that crazy project. Thank you very, very much. Tom Boddenston, what's the weather forecast like? We've already had that. It's kind of bad, actually, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Let me put that page up again to give you a general overview of today and tomorrow and the next day. Because after that, as you can see here, it's clearing up just nice. But in the next 2.5 days, it's kind of rough. So this is today, and this is 1700 hours local time, which would be around when SpaceX can launch the Starship, because before that, I think the winds are going to be too crazy. And after that, the clouds are going to be too crazy. So there's a narrow band today, maybe between 1600 hours and 1730 or something like that. But in that time frame, you actually have good enough conditions to attempt a launch today. So it could happen today. And then on Tuesday, we have a lot of rain and fog coming in here, and that is not going to be really good because there's cloud coverage all over, and then in the afternoon you even have fog in the area, as we've seen a few times now, and that is not good for launches. So I wouldn't expect a launch tomorrow if this doesn't change. And then on Wednesday, it clears up nicely. Actually, it doesn't show as being cleared up nicely here, which is kind of strange. Well, it's a thin layer of clouds at least, but the winds are crazy. So Wednesday isn't good either if this doesn't change. But then on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, there will be launch windows that are actually perfect. Thank you very much for the chat, for the tweet. Launch Eileen, always excited to tune into Felix. Keep up the good work from the UK. Hype! I'm so happy to do this again with you today. I was already hyped when I got up this morning. So this is windy.com, and I use this because I am a pilot and I'm used to using windy.com because you can change the altitude and then you can see the winds in higher altitudes, and that is just really, really nice to do. So if you click here on winds, you can change from surface. You can change this up to whatever you want, and this is flight level 180 and so on and so forth, and you can see the wind speed at the higher altitudes, and that's why I'm used to doing this with windy.com. But I like the website. It's actually very accurate, and it's got this nice flow graphic, and it shows you all the important stuff. So windy.com, it's a good page in my opinion. And today is not the perfect weather for a launch, but we'll see. It's still go, and there's nothing. And there we can see a lift being transported away from the pad. That's a good sign, I'd say. But there's another lift up here. If you don't see my mouse arrow, I can make this really, really nice circle pop up, because somebody told me on the last stream and I still have it activated. So there's a lift here. There's still work. They're still doing work on the Starship. But they have time as well, because the 2 hours, 13 minutes that you can see ticking down on the stream is the time until the road closure is going to go in effect. So they still have time. So that's what the weather is like. Sol Citizen, I am very excited to hear your family are moving to Florida. Thank you. USA, beware of the alligators. I don't live in Florida, but it is after USA's version of Australia. Love from a big Y fan. Yeah, I saw actually plenty of alligators when I did my tours at Kennedy Space Center. But I've heard from residents that they aren't that often outside of stuff like the Kennedy Space Center, because there you have lots of nature, and alligators need that. They need water, and they need open areas where there's no roads and stuff. So where we are moving, we hopefully don't have that many alligators. Thank you very much for the warning, though, and thank you for being here today with us. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you. Unordinary Programmer, thank you very much for the super chat. Absolutely enjoying your great content. Best regards from Croatia. Thank you very, very much. Brian Evolved, how big do you reckon could the Starship fly fully fueled? Into orbit, but it wouldn't make any sense. It's the good old argument with the single stage to orbit rocket. Starships in theory should be able to reach orbit without a super heavy, but also without any payload, and in orbit they will arrive without any fuel, meaning they can't land anymore. Meaning that the Starship is wasted, and it didn't even get anything up into orbit while doing so. So it wouldn't make any sense to do so. But in theory, it could go to orbit. With completely being fueled without any payload, as is, without a super heavy. It should be able to go to orbit, but it would be a complete stupid move. So I'm thinking that SpaceX is never going to do it. But yeah, there's your answer. In theory, it should be able to, I mean, probably not serial number 9, because it might have problems before reaching orbit. But yeah, in theory, a working Starship should be able to reach orbit. Tim Hampson, thank you very much for the super chat. Hype, hype, hype. Woo! And we have the next. There you go. And he's even pointing me out. Thank you very much. Corey, thank you very much for the tweet. Amazing. It's absolutely amazing that we're seeing this together. I'm so pumped again. And I really, really hope we're going to see a launch today. Jovin Wong, thank you very, very much for the crazy super chat. Much appreciated. Hi Felix, I come from the automotive industry. I absolutely love the space community. It is so inspiring to see so much collaboration and unity. Exactly, that's what it's about. I have started my own space company, Celestial, to support a future and a home in the space industry. Wow. Amazing. If you can, send me an email about it. You'll find my email address on the YouTube channel. Send me an email about it. Tell me more about it. That is really, really interesting. Thank you. Thank you very much for the generous donation. That is absolutely amazing. Jorian Renan, how big is the change it is really gonna fly? How big is the chance it is? Probably you meant chance. The chance is really, really high that it's gonna fly. Same as serial number 8, and serial number 8 has already proven that the current Starship design can fly. So it is going to fly. That is my belief 100%. When, though, is a different thing. We'll have to wait and see. It's prototyping. It's really hard to predict, and anybody saying it's going to fly tomorrow, or it's not going to fly today, or it's going to fly next week, what do you base that on? Last time with serial number 8, it took 2 tries, and on the second day it flew, and when it took off, I couldn't believe what I saw, because I even though I knew what they're doing, it was a total surprise to me that it actually took off. And it's probably going to be the same thing again for serial number 9, but when it is actually going to fly is impossible to say right now. It is supposedly ready for a launch. The weather is still a bit windy, but you can already see that the LabPadre cam is shaking a little less than before. At least my imagination makes me believe that it is so. Hopefully, the biggest concern right now is weather, in my opinion. If the wind doesn't calm down, it's not gonna launch today. If the wind calms down and SpaceX feels that it is ready, they are going to go for an ignition. And then comes the question if it ignites, as serial number 8 went for an ignition twice, and on the second try, then it worked. On the first time, it didn't. So it's prototyping, and we'll have to wait and see. But there's a good chance. There's a good chance that it's gonna fly, let's say, at least in the next week. But if that's gonna be today, is impossible to say. So we'll have to wait and see. That's a good question, though. Thank you. Connor Keogh. Loving the content so much. Last launch got the whole family together with popcorn. Family weren't interested before. Now they're all SpaceX fans. Yes! And that is exactly why we're doing this at What About It. That is one of the main reasons, to get people excited about what's happening there. Because in my opinion, and in many other people's opinion, what's happening in Boca Chica right now is as important as what happened in the Apollo days. If SpaceX actually has success with this is going to get the price to low Earth orbit down to below $100, maybe even $20 were the craziest estimations I've heard before. And that would revolutionize the way that we access space. Even if we don't get to Mars in the near-term future, maybe it takes another 15 or 20 years to actually go to Mars, but still, even without Mars, Starship is going to change so much because it's going to be extremely inexpensive to send stuff into space. I mean, you just got to look at yourself. How much do you weigh? Multiply that by a maximum of 100, and you have the price for the ticket to low Earth orbit. If you want to go to low Earth orbit right now, I think it's $5 million per seat. When Starship enters service, it's going to be way lower than that, and that just opens up opportunities of all sorts. Build up infrastructure in space, build a base on the moon before going to Mars, harvest asteroids, harvest resources in space, so you don't need to bring stuff out of the Earth's actually extremely strong gravity well. Earth has an extremely strong gravity well for its size, and that is not good, because then you need something like a Starship to go up there. But once we start building infrastructure in space, that is going to be possible with the Starship. So even if it doesn't reach Mars in the near future, it is going to be crazy when it enters service. Yep. So that is going to be something that everybody should be interested in. So kudos to your family. I hope they're with you right now, and I hope you're munching popcorn. Amazing. Thank you. Luke Draywalker, thank you very much for the super chat. I wish you the best of luck for the move. Let's hope for an awesome launch today. Thanks for all of your great work. Thank you very much for the generous donation. And let's hope for a launch. Absolutely. Thank you. Time-lapse art. New member, thank you very much. Why did you want to move to Florida? So first of all, thank you for becoming a member. Do not forget to join us on our Discord. You can bet that there's a huge party going on in there right now. Every time we have a bigger event, there's tons of people in the voice chats. When I am not streaming a launch on YouTube, you bet that I am on our Discord watching it with the community together. We discuss all sorts of stuff. So join the Discord. It's really, really worth it. And you can only do so if you become a member. So that is your big perk there. Go to the Discord. Secondly, why do you want to move to Florida? Okay, there's multiple reasons. There's always reasons for and against something, but in our case, the reasons for moving to Florida are far greater than the reasons for actually staying in Germany. First of all, we'll be right next to the action. I can't wait to be able to see rocket launches every day, basically, to be able to easily go to Boca Chica. Contacts, lots of people who work in the space industry are, of course, in the United States, because that is, let's face it, the United States can be very proud about what they're doing in the space industry. I mean, look at this. Look at this. That is in the United States. So that is one of the reasons. The second reason is I have family over there. One of the reasons why my English is so good is because I have been in the States many times due to family, due to friends that live there. I'll be able to visit my American friends more often. It is actually much easier for entrepreneurs. And I consider myself one, not like Elon Musk, but with the YouTube channel comes the opportunity to grow it. And you can do that in the United States much easier than in Germany. I tried to open a company over here, and to give you a comparison, in Germany, it takes you about half a year, 25,000 euros, and tons of bureaucracy fighting to open up a company. A company that I would need. In the United States... It's 3 days, fill out a form and give them $200 and you've got your company going. That is how much easier it is in the United States. And that is one of the reasons why there's so much innovation in the United States, because they're not standing in your way if you want to start something up. So that is one of the reasons. And there are tons of other reasons, but those are just the most important one, of course, is being right next to Cape Canaveral. I love this very much. And being next to Cape Canaveral has been a dream for a long time. So yeah, there you go. We're moving to Florida. It's amazing, and I can't wait. Every morning I wake up and look at my wife, and we're like, oh, we're going to Florida. It's a great, crazy adventure, and I really can't wait for it to start. George Jenkins, thank you very much for the super chat. Buy you a beer when you get here. Thank you very much. I'll get back to that. Thank you. Karel Krauskopf, thank you. Karel Krauskopf, thank you very much for the super chat. Hi Felix, love your show. Du Stein. Oh, you rock. Thank you very much. That is awesome. Michael Peel. Texas weather is crazy weird this time of year. Lots of fog and rain, all the warm Gulf air colliding with cool air along the Gulf Coast. Yeah, I actually didn't think it was that crazy, but in the last few days, weather in Boca Chica was going wild. We've had fog. I tweeted that on my Twitter. By the way, it's actually worth it to follow me on Twitter, because I'm really, really active there, and anything that doesn't go into an episode goes onto my Twitter account. And so did the foggy weather in Boca Chica. I made a funny joke about the pad not being clear because you couldn't see anything. Yeah, the weather is really going crazy in Boca Chica right now, and I really hope that it's gonna calm down just a little bit. I think that man lift is going down. That would be a good thing. We'll have to wait and see. It's too early to tell, too early to call right now. If there's any people out there saying it's going to be scrubbed or anything, until there is no official information, it's not scrubbed. So we're waiting. We're waiting. Last time, people were already leaving when serial number 9, before serial number 9 actually launched, because everybody said, nah, they're not gonna do it today. And then they did. That's prototyping, so we'll have to wait and see together. Yeah, but the weather is going crazy in Boca Chica right now, yeah. Laden. What part of Florida are you moving to? Cocoa, to be close to NASA Cape Canaveral. You will probably like Florida. I have been here for almost 20 years. I love Florida. I've been there before, and we're going to move as close to Cape Canaveral as possible. Cocoa would be an option. There's a few, Rock Ledge would be an option probably. There are a few options. And we're considering all of them right now. And in April, first 2 weeks of April, I'm going to grab the whole family, including the kids, and they're going to see Florida for the first time then. They haven't even seen it yet, and they're going to like it. I mean, what's not to like about palm trees and beaches and rockets? It's a pretty amazing place to be. I love the nature down there. All the stuff you can do and see. We're the type of family that does a trip every weekend if we can, and there's going to be lots of places where we can do trips to in the United States, in Florida. I know the United States very well. I've traveled a lot of states before, did road trips, thousands and thousands of miles I covered in the United States. So yeah, it's going to be, I can't wait for it. I can't wait for it to happen. Hype, like, share. Yes! Hype train, everybody. Like the stream if you haven't done so yet, because it really, really does help us content creators if you show the algorithm that you push this little like thingy. It's not for us to feel proud or be happy about it. It's just for the algorithm to know that you love the content. So if you do, press the like button, share the stream on Twitter or wherever, send it to your family so they can see these awesome things in Boca Chica. And thank you very, very much for joining today. That is absolutely amazing. Cristiano Lomedico. Hey, terrific work, Felix, on your channel. My GF is starting to get jealous each Friday and Tuesday. Hey, GF, I'm sorry. Well, I mean, if you look at what SpaceX is doing there, I've been asked by people what I think was so crazy about all this, and then I'm just like, always like, do you see that? I mean, who doesn't think that this is crazy, and definitely worth mentioning. And your girlfriend, I mean, it's just 15 minutes twice a week. She can spare you for that time, probably. Ellie Neville, love your channel. Can you talk about the process in the heat shield? Best regards from Israel. The process in the heat shield. Okay, so the reason why Starship has a heat shield is obvious, because it is going to re-enter through the atmosphere. The Falcon boosters, for example, do that with a re-entry burn and with heat shielding inside the engine bay. The Starship, though, the Starship, though, is going to enter the atmosphere like this. And that's why it has a heat shield on one side. This model doesn't, but the Starship will half be covered with a heat shield. And then it goes through the atmosphere, and the heat is not being created by friction. Many people think it is, but it's actually being created because the air in front of the Starship is being compressed, squished together. And every time something is being squished together, it gets hot. And that's why there's tons of heat on re-entry, as we, for example, see on the Crew Dragon capsules and the Cargo Dragon capsules. They glow when they go down, and that's why the Starship has a heat shield. And it has, I mean, I don't know exactly what the Starship heat tiles are made of, and I would love to know, but it is a very similar technology to what the Crew Dragon is using. SpaceX's goal with this is to make the heat shield as resistant as possible in any way, because they will not want to do maintenance on them every time they have landed. For example, the Space Shuttle had a heat shield similar to what the Starship is going to have, but that heat shield was so maintenance intensive that every time a space shuttle landed, they had to check every tile. Before the launch, they had to dehydrate the tiles, and all that kind of stuff was really, really maintenance intensive. And SpaceX's goal here is to make a heat shield similar to what the space shuttle had, but with very low maintenance. So that is talking about the heat shield. I hope that has answered many of your questions. And of course, every Starship right now has a small batch of heat shield tiles on it, and that is because they are testing these heat shield tiles. Of course, the Starship doesn't experience much heat right now, not from any re-entry or something like that, but they can test because the Starship vibrates when it launches, and you also have to test how you attach the heat tiles to the hull, because that vibration makes the heat tiles, it puts stress on the heat tiles. And so that's what they're testing right now. Different attachment methods, different ways of arranging them. That's the stuff they're testing right now. It's a good question. Thank you. Maxine Holmes, my sons and brother, and I love this. It's just amazing. Exactly, that's what it is. Thank you for watching. Thank you very, very much. Aman Kukreti, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Won't an automatic orbiting fueling station be easier? I've had that question before. In theory, it would, but the point is that SpaceX's goal with the Starships is to make them launch 3 times a day and for very, very, very low launch costs. $2 million per launch, which is insanely low. Right now, a Falcon 9 is at $50 million launch cost for the end user, and likely for SpaceX at least 25 to 30 million. And the Starship will be 2 million. That means it's really, really cheap to launch something with a Starship. And as long as it is cheaper than building a fueling station in space, why use the fueling station? If these Starships can actually dock together in space and transfer the fuel from one Starship to the other, you can get rid of the fueling station. And if a Starship can launch 3 times a day, you don't have the problem of waiting 2 weeks until you can finally launch, because it'll be ready whenever you want it to be. You just fuel it up and launch it into space, and then why have the fueling station? It would be a really nice thing to have, but if you don't need it. So that's the reason why SpaceX is not going for the fueling station right now, why they're actually considering docking 2 Starships together in the back. So they're not going to dock like this or in the front or somewhere. There's 2 Starships are going to get closer to each other and dock in the back, and then transfer fuel from one Starship to the other. And it's a pretty genius idea, actually, in my opinion. If they can pull this off, it's going to be better than the fueling station. So there you go. Matic F, how long will a trip to Mars take? 3 to 9 months. It's hard to say. I've tried to analyze this as well, so that's why 3 to 9 months. That's why I always say 6 months. It's really hard to tell. It depends on the constellation. Every 15 years, for example, you have an even better launch window than every 1.5 years. Every 15 years, they're even closer together, and it's the perfect launch window. And then it takes a little less, and then it goes up again. But technically, every 1.5 years, you have the launch window, and it takes roughly 6 months to get to Mars. And then you have to stay, of course, another year another year and 2 months until the next launch window comes, and then you have to fly 6 months back. So it's a long trip. There and back again is a long journey. Preparing for the day. Thank you very much for the tweet. If you are wondering why there are tweets popping up there all the time, it is because there is a hashtag over there in the corner. Launch Eileen. Eileen is the nickname of serial number 9 right now because it fell over in the high bay, and that's why we call it Eileen. And if you tweet with the hashtag Eileen, the system and my moderators are going to pick it up, and it's your chance to be shown to many, many people on our live stream. Please don't post any nasty stuff or rude stuff because it is curated. But yeah, go ahead, tweet, and it'll be seen by everybody. That's my little way, or our little way, of giving at least something back to you guys so you can actually participate in it. And there's a bird watching the live stream. That is amazing. Thank you very much for the tweet. Absolutely amazing. Peter, are you planning to make a German channel, Senkrechtstarter? I know Senkrecht. I know Mo. Mo is a really, really nice guy, and I've done an interview with him, but it was more like a really nice talk between two space content creators. I like the guy so much. If you don't know him yet and you're German, Senkrechtstarter, put that into your search bar and YouTube. The guy is worth it. It's absolutely amazing. I'm planning to do another one with him because it was really, really fun to do this. I'm not planning to do a German channel though, because my English is really, really good. And if you were here from the beginning of the stream, you've seen that there's people here from all around the planet. And if I would start talking in German, Nobody would understand. And since one of my goals, actually one of my main goals, is to show this to the world, because I really, really think that everybody should be watching this. This is going to be crazy. It's going to change humanity and the way we access space. And so that's why I'm doing this in English. Wenn ich auf Deutsch sprechen würde, würde das keiner verstehen. If you get what I mean. There you go. Thank you very much. Yuraj B. The same here. My family did not watch the space flights, and now they want me to get them notified every time because of your channel. Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. It's absolutely amazing to be able to drag so many people into this, because you should definitely watch this. This is amazing. This is crazy. What's happening there is comparable to the last space race, and back then the whole world watched. So make the world watch again, and that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this. So thank you for telling me. Absolutely amazing. Tam Hewitt Baker. Do you think we as a species will ever put a station out Lagrange points, and how cool would that be? That would be absolutely amazing, and why not? The only thing missing for these kinds of projects, because we know how to build space stations, we have one up there and it's pretty amazing. The only thing missing to do all these kinds of things, we know how to build a moon base. We know how to put a telescope on the far side of the moon. We technically know how to build a Mars base. It's all no problem. The problem is getting to space. The problem is getting all the payload up there that is needed to build it. And that's where Starship is going to help. So likely, if this thing is gonna take off, if it actually does what SpaceX and Elon Musk are promising right now, that's a cat there. If it does what SpaceX and Elon Musk promise right now, and it looks really, really good, and there are some very, very talented engineers working on this, it's the company that sends astronauts to the International Space Station, and by the way, they were faster than Boeing, so salt there. They know what they're doing, and if they can do this, if they can pull this off, it's going to be it's going to change a lot of stuff, and then yes, these Lagrange point stations are going to be possible. And how crazy would that be? Matthew Landing, thank you very much for the super chat. It goes directly into the Move to Florida fund. Thank you very much. Hype, I am the hype. I am the hype. Hype train. Have we had hype train? I'm not watching the chat right now because I'm reading. Oh, we got a hype train. Hype is strong. Thank you everybody for joining today. It's absolutely amazing. For anybody who hasn't been here for serial number 8, this is the people going crazy that watched serial number 8 with me, and it is absolutely amazing. It's a lot of fun that everybody is joining and showing up, and thank you very much for doing this together with us. It's amazing. And the moderators need to scream to me as soon as they want the chat to go slower, because I don't even know how they moderate this right now. Thank you so much for showing up, everybody. It's amazing. It's really, really nice, and I'm so looking forward to serial number 9 take flight. It's not known if it's going to be today, but we're working on it, and SpaceX is working on it, and we're watching together, and yeah, amazing. Thank you guys for joining. Absolutely amazing. Hype! There we go. We even had some memes going around in the Discord channel, in the What About It Discord channel, about hype trains and what they can do and stuff. It's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody. It's a joy to do this with you, and I've been smiling the whole day. Since I basically knew that we're going to stream today, I was really, really smiling. So it's a joy for me to do this as much as it is for you to watch it. Absolutely amazing. Hype, hype, hype. I have the hype shirt on, by the way, from serial number 8. I think it even is still on the store. So if you want to buy it, go to Spreadshirt and go to my shop, to the merch store, to the What About It warehouse, and buy the shirt. My editor actually made it without my knowledge. After the serial number 8 stream, he just came and said, I've got a design for a shirt. And I was like, seriously? So this thing is amazing. I love it. I treasure it. And I've got it on today. Thank you very much for joining. Much appreciated. Joe Blow, $4.99. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Felix, stop by Space Camp for a weekend of adult astronaut training and tours. I would love to. Wasn't Space Camp in danger recently? What happened to that? I spread the news that there's donations needed for it because they had trouble because of COVID. because they had to close and they were really on a tight budget anyway, and it would be a pity if they would close. I haven't followed the news though, but yeah, that would be a cool thing to do. High Rise, another thing that I would love to attend. One of the members of Cosmic Perspective, if you know those people, they do these awesome slow-mos of rocket launches at Cape Canaveral, is at High Rise right now. That is a Mars simulation base in Hawaii, on the volcano, and that would be an absolutely amazing thing to do as well. I'm all up for these kinds of crazy things. So, yep, definitely Space Camp would do it, definitely. Miguel Pienero, do you have a kid? I have 3 kids. I have a son 3 years old, I have a daughter 6 years old, and I have another son 8 years old. And they love what I do here on the YouTube channel. They are always painting starships, and actually I can show you something. Give me a second. Where is it? I don't know if I can show you. Give me a second. I'll be right back. It is. You should be able to hear me still. I think it's in repairs right now. They built a starship, actually. I'm back. I'm sorry. They built a starship for me. I don't know where it is, though. I'm kind of confused. I think a flap broke off recently because they were playing with it. And so yeah, they're all for it, and it's absolutely amazing to see that even they already understand what's going on here. It's really, really nice. Absolutely amazing. So yeah, I do have 3 kids, and they're going to move with me to Florida, and right now they're learning English like crazy, and it is amazing to see how these young kids soak this stuff in. It's absolutely amazing. They learn English so fast right now. They can already say a few basic things, even though we just started a few weeks ago, and it's absolutely amazing. And they're going to be dropped into a school in the United States, and they'll have to learn everything. But they'll deal with it. They're smart. So yeah, there we go. I have 3 kids. Jonah Eventual, thank you very, very much for the super chat. It goes directly into Move What About It to Florida, into the crazy project that we're going with right now. You guys are great. Love the Discord, and I can't wait to watch this with you all again today, like we did with serial number 8. Exactly. It's going to be amazing. I seriously can't wait for this thing to take off, and I really, really hope that SpaceX is going to go for a launch today. No matter what you might have heard, anything not official is rumor. So if somebody is saying it's not gonna launch today, it's because of wind or whatever. Right now, the plan from SpaceX is to launch today. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, basically. But it is impossible to tell when actually it's going to happen. No scrubs today, please. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's just hope and wait and see what happens. Thank you very much for the super chat. F1 Fanatic, hey, thanks for joining again. Just ordered my first Raptor engine blueprint shirt. Yes! It's actually the most selling shirt on the store, and I get why. I have like 6 of them in my closet. I love the design. Actually, a friend of mine from Maryland that I'm very much looking forward to seeing again made the design for me for the channel. And yeah, it's a beautiful shirt. A good pick. Thank you very, very much for support. Absolutely amazing. John de Briedenhan, thank you so much for that. I don't even know what currency that is, but it looks like a really large number. So thank you very, very much for the donation. Daniel Hardenberg, will you marry me? What? Should I go on my knees? Daniel Hardenberg, will you marry me? That is what he's asking you. Cape Town, South Africa, your fellow and SpaceX fans. Felix, my surname is German, by the way. Gendre? Gendre doesn't sound German. Oh no, no, but Daniel is the one he proposed to. Did I actually just propose to somebody? That is amazing. I hope she says yes. Thank you very much for sending that in. That is absolutely amazing. You gotta tell me what she said. Amazing. See, that's what happens. Last time on serial number 8, I'll never forget that. There was an old woman, I hope she's watching today again. She said that she can't get out of bed anymore and that everything's terrible. With COVID, it's even more terrible, and that my episodes twice a week are this little light moment for her. So sometimes stuff reaches me that makes you understand how much of a scope this channel already has reached, and it's absolutely amazing, and I thank you all for this. That's amazing. And I'm and that I just proposed for somebody is absolutely crazy. I hope she says yes. Absolutely. Tell me what she said. It's amazing. Thank you very much. Safira Liar. Hey Felix, what a great plan to move to Florida. Wish you all the best. We are a bit jealous. If you need help with installing all your equipment from 230 volt to 110 volt, we would be glad to help you. Yeah, that is a bit of a problem because some of the stuff isn't even compatible with the 110 volts. I would have to change, I would have to use outlet adapters and all kinds of funny stuff, and I actually don't want to do that. For a few things that we have in the house, I already have a few people who want to buy it, so it's not going to be that bad, but it definitely is going to mean that I'll have to buy a lot of new electronic equipment. That is going to be a pity, but that's the way it is, and we're very, very much looking forward to getting this thing started. So we actually have already started, but getting there, you know, moving, and first time arriving in Florida, knowing that we're permanently there is going to be something I'll remember for the rest of my life. So thank you very much for the offer. I'll try to get back to it if I can. It's absolutely amazing. And yeah, every super chat you do today goes into funding that crazy project. So thank you very, very much for everybody who has already given something. It's amazing. Thank you for the support. Absolutely great. Paul D. You think that a German spaceport in the North Sea has a chance? Regulations. That is the big problem in Europe and in Germany. And there are a few companies right now in Germany that are trying to participate in the 10 million euro prize that has been given by the European Union to get a small set launcher going. And that is absolutely amazing. One of them is ISAR Aerospace, and I'm still speculating on visiting them as soon as stupid COVID is gone. So there is stuff happening, but the most things that happen European space flight wise, as most of you will know, is French Guiana, and that is far away. And there is a reason why it's happening over there, because there are lots of different small countries here, and with every country you would need a separate agreement to fly over their airspace with a rocket. Many will refuse, and so on and so forth. So even in the North Sea, it'll at least be difficult, but we'll have to wait and see. And I'm crossing my fingers for Europe, because we have already done great stuff, and I really, really hope that ESA, especially in regards to reusability, is going to try to copy SpaceX. I know there's lots of people out there who say, yeah, it's not allowed to copy somebody. But when the first car was invented and it had 4 wheels and a steering wheel, everybody copied it. And it was a good thing that everybody copied it, because otherwise we'd all be driving a Mercedes-Benz and there would be no Cadillacs or Porsches or whatever else. And so it's a good thing to copy a great invention once it's made. You shouldn't copy the intellectual property. You should try to reach the same thing with your own engineering, but you're allowed to copy it. And so that's what many do right now, of course, because they see, oh my God, SpaceX is running away from us. So Europe is building Themis, and then after that Callisto, and those are going to be reusable rockets. And I really, really hope that it kicks off, because that's the way to go. If you want to reduce launch costs, and we'll have to reduce launch costs not only to compete with SpaceX, but to actually be able to do something meaningful in space, you need to have as low as possible launch costs. So go ESA, and hopefully they can get this ball rolling as much as SpaceX did. But SpaceX, nonetheless, they led. They were the ones who weren't afraid to try something different, and that's why we're watching this today. Kudos to these guys. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, Gernot Fischer. Just a question. Could you use the other LabPadre stream as a background, not so shaky and better quality? I could. I think you mean the launch cam. Let me just see here. LabPadre. Oh, by the way, we are restreaming LabPadre today, so it is your duty to go over there into their chat, leave a like, say you came from What About It, and that these people rock so much, because it is actually absolutely amazing that they let us restream this. And Lewis is a really great guy. I've talked talked to him many times. I've seen him when I visited Boca Chica. He's a fine person and he deserves it. So if you can, just hop on over, say hi, leave their stream open in a separate tab because then they get watch time and so on and so forth. They definitely deserve this. Absolutely amazing. Yep, there you go. But you can still see the palm trees shake, which indicates that there's still wind. It's not too much though. It definitely looks much better here. So let's just hope and cross our fingers that SpaceX is actually going to launch today. If they are not launching today, for anybody who might have just, it's 10,000 people watching right now, by the way. Thank you so much for joining. If SpaceX does not launch today, they will launch tomorrow or the next day, but there is no scrub. There is every rumor you might have heard is wrong. SpaceX is still go for launch for the day, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. Right now, the winds are still a bit strong, but they're already calming down, and we're watching them closely. Even the guy that walks over there with his head down, and if he knew that there were so many people watching it right now, that's what I think every time. If you see these people just walking around, do they know that there's 100,000 people staring at him right now? It's absolutely amazing. What kind of attention SpaceX is drawing is just incredible. And he's just slandering around, you know, like, I don't have anything to do right now. And then there's 100,000 people being like, what is he doing? Is he doing something to prepare the rocket? It's amazing. It's a joy to watch this all together with you guys. Thank you so much for joining. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream because it feeds the algorithm and it is very important for us. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so yet because we release episodes twice a week and I've heard that they are interesting. And if you want your tweet to be shown, there's tweets popping up there constantly. Go to Twitter, tweet something with the hashtag LaunchIrene, which is up there in the corner, and our system will pick it up. Our moderators will curate, so don't say anything nasty or rude. It won't be shown, but if it's fine to be shown, it'll be shown, and that's our little way of paying back that there's so many people watching this right now. I really, really appreciate it, and the whole team does too, and the moderators are working like crazy, and it's amazing. It's amazing to be a part of the space community. Absolutely great. Thank you. Okay. I just got the news that the beach is being cleared right now, and that there are two cops on site clearing the beach. So we're going for clearing out the area. The road should still be open because the clock is still ticking. If anybody has recently joined, you'll know that you won't know that this clock down here is not a launch clock. It is the clock to the road closure. So as soon as this clock hits 0, the road should be closed and the clearing should be proceeding. What is that? Oh, somebody's building Revel models. I love doing that, by the way. I have a huge Titanic about really large. You won't be able to tell what. That's at least that big, and I spent 500 hours building it. So there you go. Thank you for sending it in. Yeah, the clock is ticking down to road closure. The clock is not ticking down to a launch. We don't know yet when or if it's going to launch today. The wind is still a bit strong, and we'll have to wait and see. And the guy is still walking around not knowing that there's 150,000 people watching him. It's amazing. Okay, we'll have to wait and see. And the beach is being closed right now by 2 cops, which is a good sign. What is that? Can't even tell what it is. Trading same time and keep up the good work. Okay, go ahead. Do you have SpaceX Tesla stock? That is definitely something worth buying. I have a few Tesla stocks, and I'm really happy that I have them. It's amazing what Tesla is doing. Okay, thank you very, very much. The spaceport in the North Sea. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Roberto Preatoni. Is it Italian? Roberto Preatoni? Sounds Italian. Felix, do you think they reworked the helium pressurization system in order not to replicate the... Yes. So serial number 8, for everybody who doesn't know, the reason why they didn't stick the landing is because the methane tank between the 2 main tanks, so about here, is a header tank inside the two tanks, and it is used to supply fuel to the Starship while it is swinging around, because it's falling down like this. The fuel in the main tanks is sloshing around on the bottom, and it wouldn't be accessible for the engines because the intake towards the engines is in the middle of the tank. So, and because the fuel is on the bottom, it can't reach the engines, and that's why they have one header tank in the nose and one header tank in the middle, and the header tank in the middle produced too low pressure. That means that the oxygen, that the combustion inside the Raptor engines was oxygen rich, and that wasn't good, because then the flame gets very, very hot and it basically ate up the engines, and that's the reason why serial number 8 crashed. So serial number 9, yes, does have an improved pressurization system. It's a helium pressurization system, same technology that Falcon 9, for example, uses. Normally, starships use an autogenous pressurization system. That means that hot gas from the turbopumps is being diverted and and put back into the main tanks, and that's how they pressurize the tanks normally. And that system didn't work on serial number 8, not properly for the header tanks, and serial number 9 does have an improved helium pressurization system, and that should get rid of that problem. And that's exactly what prototyping is about. You have a problem, you change the design, and you test again, and that's what serial number 9 does. And in theory, it should be able to stick the landing. So fingers crossed. Hype is strong with us, and we'll hopefully see the first Starship landing, which would be absolutely amazing. That would be really, really cool. What the fuel of Starship made of? Methane and oxygen. To be precise, supercooled liquid methane and oxygen. That's the two fuels, or actually the oxidizer and the propellant that Starship uses for its, that the Raptor engines use. They are, I love the name, full flow staged combustion Methalox engines, and they are the first full flow staged combustion Methalox engines that ever flew. So it's another first for SpaceX, and it's absolutely amazing. The reason why they picked methane is because you can make methane on Mars. You cannot make RP1, and methane is easily produced on Mars with a Sabatier process that is a chemical reaction that is rather simple. And so that's the reason why SpaceX chose methane, because then they can produce fuel on Mars for the starships to return back to Earth. It's a genius move. Very, very nice. Launch Eileen. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for the tweet. There we go. Onyoni, thank you very much for becoming a member. Oh no, you've been a member for a month. Thank you very much. What is the difference with the new heat tiles? Why won't they have to check it every time? If I knew. I've tried to research a lot about it, but it's actually intellectual property of SpaceX, and it's definitely perfectly understandable that SpaceX has a few secrets that they don't want anybody to know. If they actually pull it off, if they actually develop heat tiles that don't need maintenance on every flight, everybody will want to know how they are built. So that's why SpaceX hides this. It's unknown, but it would be a major engineering feat if they would actually pull it off, because no one has so far. Every heat shield that we know on spacecrafts needs maintenance every time, or in the worst case is a heat shield that is a one-time use. So it would be a new thing, and it would be incredible if SpaceX can pull it off. But if anybody can pull it off, I mean, SpaceX has a good track record recently in pulling stuff off that nobody has done before. So yeah, fingers crossed. It would definitely be possible that they can pull it off. Dylan Kelly, thank you very much for the super chat. Howdy from Austin, Texas. Watch out for Florida man. For everybody who has just joined, every super chat today is going to go into our crazy project of actually moving to Florida. Right now, I am a German citizen, but I have family in the States, and I was always dreaming of living in the United States. And now having this incredible opportunity with the YouTube channel, and being able to just unplug my camera here and plug it in back in the United States and keep on working, which is incredible. I don't even have to look for a new job. there's tons of stuff we'll have to do, and it's going to be crazy expensive. I hope we're going to be able to reduce the costs somehow, but we're doing it, and we've already had our appointment with the immigrations attorney, and we're actually moving to the United States, and that is absolutely amazing. And that will bring us closer to Boca Chica again, finally, so I can visit more often. I've been there once, and it's a magical place for anybody who's interested in rockets and in SpaceX. If you can, go down to Boca Chica and look at it. Even if they don't do a launch, it doesn't matter. It's a magical place to be, to see, to smell, and to hear the atmosphere down there. It's like an ant's nest. You always hear noise of production going on, hammering, and the lifts moving around and stuff like that. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing to actually be in Boca Chica. So if you can, go to Boca Chica. It's definitely amazing. Did I say amazing? Laden, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Absolutely amazing. Must be fun trying to respond to every chat. I'm in Sarasota, not far from Siesta Key Beach. Yeah, I know that place. Beautiful place, but expensive to live. Try fried alligator. It tastes like better fried chicken. I've actually tried alligator before, and I can concur. It definitely tastes very similar to chicken. And I know Siesta Key Beach, beautiful place, very expensive. Thank you very much for the super chat. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you for the support. We're going to utilize this. That's basically one box moved to the United States. Thank you very, very much. Absolutely amazing. Miguel Pinero, do you think that we could build a Star Destroyer from Star Wars? If we can, we will. I don't know. What are they not 1.4 kilometers long and stuff like that? So if we're still very far away from that, and it would most likely look very, very different. So even if we could build a Star Destroyer from Star Wars, it wouldn't really make any sense, because especially Star Wars is not very realistic, and so spaceships don't need to look fancy. They can look like whatever they want to look like, because there is no atmospheric resistance in space. So a spaceship that actually just is in space, like a Star Destroyer, or do they? Can they? I think they can go into the atmosphere, but even for that, yeah. Well, like I said, even if we could, and it would be insanely crazy to do so, it wouldn't look like a Star Destroyer probably. If we wanted to do something similar, like rule the galaxy with an evil empire, the Star Destroyers would probably look different. It's a good question, though. You never know. Maybe SpaceX at one point builds Star Destroyers. That would be amazing. Hopefully not with an emperor, though. Or maybe if Elon... yeah. Good question. Thank you very much. There we go. Colonel Kong 1 even. Thank you very much for the super chat. Where in Florida are you moving to, and do you get to use that telescope we see on set? Okay, I'm going to move as close to Cape Canaveral as possible. If I can, I'm going to move inside Cape Canaveral, like inside Kennedy Space Center. I won't be able to, but in the general area, Cocoa Beach, Rockledge, Vieira, there's all sorts of different places that we've already looked into. We haven't settled on one yet, but I'm going to be very close. So if you see a black Tesla Model 3 drive around there in the second half of the year, and it has a "What About It" sticker on it, wave. Because that's going to be me, and I'm going to so much enjoy this. It's a great adventure. Thank you very much for supporting it. That's much appreciated. And oh yeah, second part, the telescope. I love using the telescope, but as a content creator, you have very little time. For example, my weekend project was, if you have been here from the beginning of the stream, my weekend project was the intro of the stream. I've reworked the whole thing. I've also reworked the layout of the stream. Everything looks a bit different. We have another live tag that even pulsates sometimes. I'm really proud of that. You got to watch that live tag up there. Sometimes it pulsates. It's amazing. And you wouldn't know how much work goes into these little details. So that was my weekend work. And so I'm always working right now, especially with our plans to move to Florida. So I have very, very little time to actually use it. But sometimes I do. And I hope I will be using it more in Florida. It's definitely going to go with us. That is for sure. I know how to adjust the mirror in a Newtonian telescope. I've done it before, so I can actually move it. Because if you buy a Newtonian and you hit it somewhere, you won't be able to see through it anymore. You need to adjust the mirrors inside, and that's not that easy. You have to it's called collimator. I don't know the English word for it. It's a laser that shoots through the telescope and comes out the other side, and you can adjust the mirrors with it. Is actually, if you know what you're doing, it's super easy. The first time I did it took me 2 hours, but now I can do it in 10 minutes. So the telescope is, yes, it's definitely going to move with us, but right now I don't have that much time to use it, unfortunately. But there's other stuff that is really, really nice as well that I replaced this hobby with, basically. Jared, morning Felix, hope you are doing well. When Hop. Jared is one of the people I got to know when I visited Kennedy Space Center last time. He's a dear friend by now, and I can't wait to see you again, Jared. When Hop, good question. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe today. The clock's ticking down another 1 hour and 20 minutes until road closures. Wind is still kind of strong, but I think it's getting better. Wind gusts 29 miles per hour on the LabPadre widget. It's hard to tell. We'll wait. Same thing as with serial number 8. We'll wait and see when it happens, but it will happen. Serial number 8 happened, so that's a good sign that it'll happen again, and it'll happen soon. It's actually sooner than I thought. If you think about it like this, so quick that they are already going for a launch again. That basically means that we're going to see 8 to 12 launches this year. Can you imagine? That is going to be absolutely amazing. So here's number 2, and hopefully number 2 is going to land. But even if it doesn't, I said that many times on the serial number 8 streams, don't see this thing as a whole thing. It's got different milestones, and every milestone achieved is a different goal for the project, basically. So even if it doesn't stick the landing, again, they are going to test the systems. They are going to get more data. They are going to test the new pressurization system on the header tanks and the new engines. The engines are different. They are further along in the development process, so they'll be able to see if they actually burn better, if they perform better, and so on and so forth. So even if it doesn't land, even if it explodes on the pad after ignition, they will have learned something, and that's what this is all about. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. It's kind of hard to tell. While learning my physics exam. Very nice. That's brave. Thank you very much for sending in the chat the tweet. If you want your tweet to be shown, there's a hashtag up in that corner. If you tweet with that hashtag, our system and our moderators will pick up the tweet. It is curated, so don't send in anything nasty or rude or whatever. We're not going to show that, but if it's about doing your exam and watching Starship at the same time, send it in, and lots of people will see your tweet. So that's our little way of giving something back to you. It's amazing that everybody's watching today. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much all for showing up. That's Jared. Thank you, Jared. Moonman22, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Felix, I believe we met on a NASA social. Can't remember which one, lol. Xander here, wishing you the best. I have never been to a NASA social. I've been to ESA socials, but never to a NASA social. I'm definitely looking forward to it, but it's not even sure if I can, because NASA has very strict restrictions, strict rules as to who they let into Kennedy Space Center into the restricted areas. I think you have to be a U.S. citizen. And I will not be a U.S. citizen for a long time, even if I want to become a U.S. citizen, but I need a green card first. And with the green card, then I can apply for citizenship, but that takes 10, 12 years. And I think NASA is very, very strict and only lets in either accredited media or citizens. And there might be a chance that I become a accredited media, which would be really, really nice. But if not, it's very, very strict. It's one thing we do different here in Europe, but we never had 9/11, so it's kind of understandable. I've been to ESA socials, and you find people from all around the planet there, basically being interested in the mission and wanting to look behind the scenes and see what ESA is doing. But at NASA, it's really difficult to get in if you're not from the country. So we'll have to see, but I'll work hard on it. That's for sure. Thank you for the tweets. Great coverage watching from the UK. There you go. Absolutely amazing. Thank you for sending in the tweet. Absolutely amazing. All right, guys. I have tons of tweets to still read here, but I need a little break, and we have a little time left until the road is closing. So I'll take one of those 10-minute breaks that normally just take 2 minutes, because I can't wait to get back on the stream, but I'll need to go use the bathroom and get another glass of water, so I'll leave you with the pictures for now. Everything's gonna run. The moderators are not gonna run away, hopefully, so ask them your questions. They'll relay them to me, and I'll try to answer all of them. It's really tough, but I'm trying, and I'll be back in roughly 10 minutes. All right, and the guy is gone. The guy is gone. If you only knew. See you soon. It's wrong. I had it prepared. Give me a second. It needs to go here. Now it's dark and you can't see me anymore. All right, we're back. I just got the news that a while ago, actually, 10:33, they had an announcement through the speakers on the pad. Attention on the pad, 30 minutes remain until hands off Starship serial number 9. So we are proceeding. No matter what the rumors are that you might have heard, that it might not launch today, it's the same thing as last time. SpaceX is on track. SpaceX wants to launch today, and it could definitely happen. So here we go, hype train. I just went downstairs to my wife, and we talked about what's going on here right now, and it's absolutely amazing. And I want to say again that it's you can hardly imagine how appreciative we are about all the support we're getting for our move to Florida. So for everybody who has just joined, the clock that is ticking down here on the stream is the clock to road closure. So it is not the clock to a launch. At 12 local time, the roads will be closed. The cops are already clearing the beach though, and the announcement has been made that there's hands off Starship serial number 9. So they are proceeding towards a launch. And we might actually see serial number 9 fly tonight, which would be absolutely amazing. The tweets popping up, like this one up there. Hype, we are ready for launch. These tweets, if you, there's a hashtag up there in the corner, Launch Eileen. That's the nickname of serial number 9 because it fell over in the high bay and we called it Eileen. If you tweet with that hashtag, system will pick it up. Our moderators are curating it, so don't say anything nasty or rude, but then there's your chance for many people to see your tweet, and that's our little way of giving back. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. That's very important for us content creators, even though it might sound a little silly that we say that a lot. If you watch a video on YouTube and you liked it, push the button, because that's the way of telling the algorithm that you actually did like it, and that helps us content creators a lot. So that's why we say that all the time. If you haven't done it yet, subscribe to the channel, because we do updates twice a week. If there's no catastrophe happening or a Starship launching, because tomorrow there's probably not going to be an episode because I'm right now live streaming this and there's no time for production, but you're getting an hour long live stream, so that's a nice compensation in my opinion, and I'm so enjoying this right now. So thank you for joining. And there's the next tweet. Oh wow, and there must be a queue there, 142, and it's showing now. Hype gang, by the way. Yes! Hype. We might actually be seeing a Starship launch tonight, and that's absolutely amazing. So thank you for joining, and I'm going to try to read out a few more of these absolutely amazing questions that you're sending in. So, okay, and if you have questions, I'm actually right now not reading the chat because I can't, because there's so much stuff to do. The moderators are relaying questions to me, so please tag Split Second Mom. That is actually my wife, and she'll forward messages to me. So if you've got a question for me, add Split Second Mom, your question, and I'll receive it and I'll answer it. Or send in super chats. Of course, I'm gonna prioritize those because it's absolutely amazing. What you guys are doing here is absolutely amazing. So thank you very, very much. Okay. Copy Carl Wills. Copy Carl will someday. I'd like to meet you, Felix, when you come down to Florida. I'll definitely do meetups. The only reason I have already done meetups in the United States, one in Florida and actually 2 in Florida, one with Julia Bergeron from NASA Spaceflight. If you know the woman, she's absolutely amazing. And I've done 2 meetups in Florida already, and I've done 1 in Boca Chica. The problem right now, though, is that COVID is going around, and right now it's impossible for me to actually do anything outside of the studio. But once we move to Florida, that's going to change, and you can definitely expect meetups. I love this. I love the community, and I'm a part of the community. And so I want to get together with you people and enjoy the evening, drink a beer, and watch a rocket launch. So that's definitely going to happen. Yeah, absolutely. George Botarini, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Welcome to America. Thank you very, very much. Like I said before, I have family in the States, so I've been there many times, and I wanted to move there many times, and now we're finally doing it, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So thank you for welcoming us And that's how I've always received people from the United States as very welcoming and open and nice, and yeah, absolutely amazing. Thank you. Fails Bulb, wirst du Heimweh bekommen? Will you get homesick? I will, of course, because I grew up in Germany and I spent the better part of my life in Germany, and I'll miss plenty of things. I'm a huge fan of Bratwurst and Brötchen, and you don't get that in the States, but you get similar stuff. But yeah, I'll definitely miss things about Germany. But on the other hand, I really like the United States. I've been there many, many times. I have family over there, friends over there, so it's nothing new for me. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the adventure. I mean, palm trees, beaches, and rocket launches is something many people will like, and so we're definitely going to enjoy that. And yeah, but yeah, I'll definitely miss a few things about Germany, especially the Autobahn. I love driving fast, and my record is at 258 kilometers per hour. And you can't do that in the United States. So I'll definitely miss that. Cross-country trips, if you're from Germany and you do a cross-country trip with a car in the United States, it feels like a snail pace. So I'll definitely miss that. But on the other hand, there's worse. And it's going to be all fine. And I'm looking forward to it, definitely. Daniel Morton, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Absolutely incredible. Thank you. Daniel Zaraulo. Zaraulu. I'm sorry for butchering that. You're moving to Florida. With the quality of all you created, you will reach 1 million subscribers in a couple months after the move. I am European by origin, Romanian, also in Canada since 2003. So you've done it already, and then you know why people do that kind of stuff. I don't know if I'm going to reach 1 million subscribers in a few months, because YouTube doesn't work like that. That's why I always say press the like button and subscribe, because the more feedback you give the algorithm, the more impressions I get. And I only get so many impressions as big as my channel actually is. So it's really, really hard for a smaller channel to grow really, really fast. There are some that go viral, but they don't go viral with rocket content. So it'll take some time, but we're not intending to stop this at any point. And I'm having so much fun doing this channel. So here's to another 10 million subscribers. We're going to continue this. It's absolutely amazing, and SpaceX is definitely going to give us enough stuff to talk about. That's for sure, for the foreseeable future. It's a nice Starship. Greetings from Frankfurt. The Starship was a Christmas present from my girlfriend after we saw it on your stream. Thank you for the awesome stream. You're very, very welcome. It's an absolutely... Oh, and there's the skyline. And that's a funny thing for anybody who's not from Germany. Frankfurt basically is the one city in Germany that has anything comparable to a skyline. You'll find that in Frankfurt, Germany. So if you want to see a German skyline, that's the only city where you can basically get something like that in Germany. There's other places where there's a little bit, but not anywhere near what you get in the United States. And this is the one city, and you can see it in the background. There's a really nice picture. Thank you very much for sending it in. Gendre Briedenhan, we had that before. Thank you very much for the super chat. She said, yes, South African currency. Like the most southern country in Africa. Godspeed to all fans. And you as obviously as a WAI couple, love to all. I'm so happy for you right now, and this makes this thing so unique. Thank you for letting me be a part of this, and enjoy. That's absolutely amazing. It's an honor for me. Thank you very, very much, and say hi to your new wife. It's amazing. Very, very nice. Thank you very much. Johannes Weinkauf, that is the stuff that happens, you know. Johannes Weinkauf, thank you very, very much for the super chat. It's an honor. It's an honor. It's absolutely amazing. Jack NSA, thank you. There's my phone again. Give me a second. I'll read your message, but I have to turn this phone off because there's probably tons of friends sending me messages that are watching my stream right now. There are. All right. Jack. Hello, Felix. Good to be here for another amazing Starship test. Love your content. Thank you very, very much for being here, and apparently for being here again after the serial number 8 marathon. yeah, it's amazing. It's really amazing what SpaceX is doing there for us, and yeah, Starship. That is amazing. I am restreaming this. This is LabPadre content. That's why I'm showing this to you right now. If you can, go to LabPadre's NerdleCam, write in the chat that you come from What About It and that these people rock so much. Keep their stream open in the second tab so they get some view time. It's absolutely amazing that Lewis from LabPadre lets me restream this. I met the guy. He's absolutely decent, a really, really nice man, and he deserves it. So thank you, LabPadre and team. And if you can, go over and show some love. I'm just going to real quick switch to the NerdleCam again. It's another camera. Oh, it's still shaky. Yeah, it's very, very shaky. The reason why this camera is shaking so much right now is because of the wind. That is going to be our biggest enemy today, because too much wind and there's no launch, obviously. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. But and it actually picked up wind gusts to 30 miles per hour. We'll have to wait and see what happens. I showed the weather report before. I have this on windy.com. I use this because I'm a pilot. So if you have any better source for weather, please do not blame me for using windy.com. It's just because I am used to windy.com as a pilot, because you can change the height that you're looking at for the wind data, and as a pilot that is a very nice thing to do, to have. And right now, let me look at this again here. Give me a second. There we go. That's the one. Right now, we're here. And it doesn't look too good. But we'll have to wait and see. This is temperature. Let's go to wind again. It's okay though. It's not too bad. The gusts are the problem. And right now the weather is going to improve a little bit. But then the clouds kick in later in the day. As you can see here right now at 1600 hours, it's still okay. But later then it's getting worse. So we'll have to wait and see what happens actually. But the next days, for those interested, aren't too good either. On Tuesday we have lots of clouds in the afternoon. We have fog in the afternoon. We have really, really nice wind conditions, but in fog, SpaceX is not going to launch. And then on Wednesday, winds are picking up again, so it's not cloudy anymore. This is just a thin cloud layer. That's no problem. But the wind is going to pick up again, and it's going to last into the evening. And then on Thursday, it's starting to get better, but we have lots of cloud cover, and cloud coverage is not good for a rocket launch, and so on and so forth. So the weather in Boca Chica right now is going crazy, and we already had a super chat or a message from somebody who is in the area, and it's because of cold weather from the north and warm air above the Gulf, and that makes these crazy weather phenomenons right now. So it's weather is tough no matter on what day you're in here right now. So we'll have to wait and see what happens basically. It's really hard to tell right now, but we are going to watch, and we are going to see what SpaceX does, and if they actually launch this thing. Again, this is LabPadre, so go over there, say hi, and that you come from What About It, and that you really appreciate that that they let us restream this. Leave them a like. This is very important. As you can see, it's blue because I already clicked it. It's really important for them. Leave them a subscription. As much as it is important for me, it is for them, and it's really nice that they are letting me restream this. So we're going to switch back to the Launchpad cam because that gives the clearer view. And we're going to keep staring. That's all we can do. And right now it's really unpredictable, and we'll have to wait and see what actually happens in the afternoon. But we'll stay tuned. Hellfire Orbital, thank you very much for the super chat. Kevin from SpaceX Centric is commentating on Lab's stream today. That is a fine move of Kevin. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, LabPadre's view is the best you can get, and Kevin definitely isn't the worst choice for a commentator. He knows his stuff. So there you go. Very, very nice. And thank you for the super chat. Absolutely amazing. Team Space is working together, and that is really important. That is the most important thing, actually, in the world. Not only if you're a content creator, is to work together, and everywhere people do that, good stuff comes out of it. So there you go. Nice of Kevin to go there. Nismo Beats, what will happen to serial number 9 if it successfully lands? Will it be reused for a new test, or will it be dismantled? Sorry for spam, there are a lot of messages each second. Yeah, lots of people watching. My guess is not, because right now the Starship project is all about testing, and you want to test different stuff. You don't want to test the same stuff again. So if serial number 9 sticks the landing, serial number 10 is already almost going to the test pad. So it wouldn't really make any sense for SpaceX to test serial number 9 again. So I don't think that they're going to do that. It's a good question though. Somebody else has asked it before, and it's definitely, yeah. But like I said, it's all about testing new stuff. Serial number 9 has differences compared to serial number 8, and serial number 9 has differences compared to serial number 10, and so on and so forth. So that's what they're doing. And I hope so much that they're going to keep one of those starships, one of those early prototypes, because every time, like, Starhopper is still there, but it doesn't nearly look like what it looked like when it did the hop. They ripped off parts and put other stuff on it. It's really nice that it's still there, but I would love if SpaceX would preserve some of those prototypes for the future. But we'll have to wait and see. But serial number 9 would be a candidate. If it sticks the landing, maybe they'll preserve it, actually. That would be really cool. Neil Chidler, what's your thought? Do you think it will go today? Yeah, that's the most asked question before I started the stream even. It popped up everywhere. It's really hard to say. It's prototyping and it's unpredictable, and anybody telling you that it is going to launch today or that it is not going to launch today or whatever it is going to do today, it is, if there is no official information from SpaceX, it's all speculation. So all we can do, there's yep, there it is. There's the Starhopper. Did they listen to us? There you go. Yeah, as much as people are trying to predict it, if there is no official information, the only thing we can go with is official information. And the official information right now is that SpaceX wants to launch today or tomorrow or the next day. Those are the test dates that are set right now. And whatever day they can launch, they are going to launch. We just looked at the weather, and actually the cloud coverage is the best today. It's going to be bad tomorrow and the next day, but the wind is not good today, and it's going to be better the next days. So right now the weather is really unpredictable, and we'll have to wait and see. I think the problem right now is not with the Starship. The problem right now is with the weather. So we'll have to wait what the weather does. Right now the wind gusts are even picking up. It's 31 now in the LabPadre widget, as you can see up here. That's where the wind is being displayed, and that comes from a weather station, I think even right next to the cameras. Or no, I think they're using a service, but it's local, and so we'll have to wait and see. It's really unpredictable. It's the one question I wish I was able to answer, but I really can't, and I don't want to either. There are so many people out there giving answers to that, where it's actually impossible to answer it. So the only thing we can do is wait, and that's what we're doing. Thank you for the question, though. I need more space. Thank you for being here today. That's absolutely amazing. Actually, I can show you something. TJ, I got this from TJ. I have to put a finger here because there's my address on there, and I don't want to show that live to thousands of people. But I got this letter from I Need More Space from TJ, because we are working, or he is working, on this project, and I'm so proud that I have this. This is a patch of I Need More Moon. That is a mission. TJ Cooney, if you don't know him yet, check out his channel. He's absolutely amazing, and he's sending pictures and video and actually an engraved plate to the moon, and he's paying it out of his pocket. It is for free. That's absolutely amazing. I think the thing is already closed, but he heavily advertised it, and it is. It's absolutely amazing what he's doing for the community. So TJ, if you're still watching, this is absolutely amazing. And he sent stickers with it too. And I don't know if he did it by accident or not, but he sent 3 stickers, and each I'll give one of these to my kids. Each kid will get one of these stickers. That's absolutely amazing. I need more space. Absolutely cool. TJ, you rock. Thank you for showing up, and thank you for the super chat. That's absolutely amazing. You rock, seriously. You got so much stuff in here. I got so many presents for Christmas. This is Sammy. He's from Australia, and he's actually the guy that I traveled to Kennedy Space Center and to Boca Chica with. He sent me this Geoff Barrett serial number 8 card for Christmas. I treasure this stuff. This is absolutely amazing. Yeah, this is geek stuff here. You know those? Those are the Delta Flyers. That is Tom Paris and what's the other guy? Kim. From Voyager, Star Trek Voyager. The 2 actors are actually producing a podcast right now, and I am a patron of theirs, and they sent me this, and I'm so proud. I'm a geek. So that's okay. That's a little detour into stuff that I got for Christmas, and yeah, thank you TJ for the super chat. That's amazing. Okay, I have another thing that I want to do today, and I've been holding off on this for a while now because I'm going to show you a funny little story. Give me a second. This is something every YouTuber who has hit 100,000 subscribers has been anticipating for a long time. This is a box that comes from YouTube, and of course, it has the famous play button in it. And I got this play button in, I think, October of last year. And it's not on the studio yet, and I have not done an unpacking event or anything because SpaceX sent me the typo button. That's what this is known amongst the What About It community by now. And this is it. It has a typo in it. It's the amazing thing, because I even told my channel manager, I'm apparently big enough by now that I get a channel manager from YouTube, and she's really, really nice. Pia, if you're watching right now, I told her to watch. There's a truck coming in there. See, that's the Starship fan just talking about something and then... looks like a water truck or something. All right. She told me that she never has seen anything like it because this play button has a typo on it. If you look at this, it's focusing. There you go. See, there's something missing. The exclamation mark. It is an exclamation mark and a question mark, and it is wrong. And I was laughing so hard when I unpacked the thing. I was like, yeah, I got my play button. And then it has a typo on it. So this is the typo button. I still don't know what I'm going to do with this. It's a really shiny and nice play button. Maybe I'm going to make a raffle or something. Sign it and make a raffle or something. So stay tuned for that in the future. This is the typo button. But I have something else that I got... I think 4 days or 5 days ago. Give me a second. Streaming cat, you have to move. It is... Here's the next box. I am the one YouTuber who got 2 of these boxes. This is box number 2. And I have already opened it, but I haven't unpacked it yet. So that's what I'm going to do with you today together while we wait for serial number 9 and while we don't have any other news right now. Besides the beaches being cleared and hands off the Starship, there's nothing new from SpaceX. So this is what it looks like when you open the box for the first time. It has this foam on top, and you can take the foam off. And then comes a really nice letter from Susan Wojcik. She's CEO of YouTube. For me, this letter is in German. So it wouldn't make any sense for me to read it for you, because 90% of you wouldn't be able to understand it. But it's basically the typical stuff. But it's really nice. It's on thick paper, and it's really well printed. It's not signed by her. It's printed. But still, it's really nice. And she couldn't possibly sign all the creator buttons. There are probably plenty of them going out. But it's the typical, you've achieved something special, and I think the same. So YouTube, very much appreciated. Then you get a little card. And that is actually pretty cool, because it shows you the name of the guy who has packed this button. It's Rick. Thank you, Rick. That is the card, and there's his name. And Rick packed my button. That's absolutely cool. All right, and then comes the thing that I haven't done yet, and that is actually taking this thing out of the wrap for the first time. So here's the wrap. It hasn't been unpacked yet, and I don't actually know what I'm going to do. Maybe what I'm going to do with it. Maybe I'll put it in the studio, but I don't know yet. And it's super polished as well. This is the play button without the typo. And this is absolutely amazing. And it's a testament of how much stuff we've done in the last 1.5 years. And I'm absolutely proud of the whole team, of everybody. This is kind of like an Oscar speech for me right now, because there's so many people who have been working on this together. And this is my unpacking of the play button. And this is it. I'm going to hold it into the camera so it focuses. There it is. Absolutely amazing. And there you can see my monitors in front. There's the camera, actually. There's you guys. See the camera in the reflection? That's you. So this is it. This is the play button. We got one. And it's amazing. And if somebody would have told me 1.5 years ago that I actually get something like this, I would have called them crazy straight away. And it's amazing. And this is going to move with us to Florida. And like I said, I don't know what I'm going to do with the other play button. Maybe I'll actually raffle it. Yeah, would be cool. Sign it and raffle it and send it to some very lucky person out there. I don't know yet. I'll figure it out. Okay, so I'm now going to put this away, very carefully put this away again, because I don't want the cat to sit on it or anything, because this is really well polished. This is crazy. I don't know if you can see this, but there's basically spotless. There's nothing. And I mean, come on. There's the Starship. That is the picture of the day. There you go, the Starship on the YouTube play button. I'm going to put this into the plastic wrap again real quick. And then we're going to continue. I just wanted to show you this. I spared it the whole time because I knew that serial number 9 was coming and that we could do this together, and now we did. So thank you for joining me in this. It's amazing. Okay, I have to pack the other one again because it's nicely polished as well. And I want this to be nicely polished wherever it's going to go. I don't know yet, but it's going to be cool. All right, here we go. 2 play buttons. I've got 2 play buttons. One with a typo. There you go. Amazing. That's the stuff that happens to you. You know, you've probably had one of these moments before as well, right? I mean, this typical, and it's me that's happening to, right? So in September, I got the play button. I was like, yes! And I opened the box and I was like, no! And now it's finally here. It just took him a few months to correct the mistake, and now we got one without the typo. So, yeah. Thank you, TJ. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's absolutely amazing. All right. We've had that. I'm going through the list here. Oh no, not SpaceX sent this to me. One of my moderators is informing me that I said SpaceX sent it to me. It did not SpaceX. YouTube sent it to me. I'm just a little excited about this. All right, David. I live in the east coast of Florida and plan to watch launches in my boat named Finship 7. That is really nice, like Friendship 7. If you want to come along when you move here, I will. Like I said, as soon as we're there and as soon as it's possible, I'm going to do meetups. Watch out for that. Come to the meetup and tell me again, and we can definitely do that. I would love to. Absolutely amazing. I'm more the pilot guy, so I'm probably not going to get a boat, and you can't fly a plane when the rocket launches, but I'll take the offer with the boat. That's amazing. Thank you. That's a funny nickname. Vollkorn Vollpfosten. For those in German, you're probably going to laugh now. Really nice. Could SpaceX be able to do an orbital launch before the end of 2022? Yeah. Optimistic would be 2021. I know it's hard to believe, but SpaceX has been making a lot of milestones lately, and I wouldn't be surprised if they could get a Starship to orbit before the end of the year. That doesn't mean it's going to re-enter or without any trouble or whatever, but I think it would be possible. It would be hard to do, but it would be still in the range of the possibilities. And then 2022, definitely, yeah, not later than that. I'm absolutely confident that SpaceX, if the streaming cat is opening the door again, she's smart. If SpaceX succeeds with the Starships, and it's more and more likely that they do, they will have them orbital at least in 2022. Yeah, absolutely. Good question. Gary Mulhall, how difficult and how long will it take to develop the technology to make fuel for Starship on Mars? The technology is there. It's called the Sabatier process, and it's completely developed. The only thing you need to do is develop a system that works on Mars to make it resistant against the Martian environment and so on and so forth. But basically, the technology is there and is completely and fully developed. So they can just go ahead, build the refinery that will sit on Mars and be powered on Mars and be running on Mars, and that's basically it. So the technology is there. Leandro Piccione, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Absolutely appreciate it. And it goes into our crazy Florida moving fund, because for those who have just joined, I am actually with my family going to move to Florida within, hopefully until August. And it's going to be a crazy thing to do, and it also means that probably for a month I won't be releasing regular episodes, but I'm planning, and I hope I can do that, to make something vlog-like about our move to Florida, so stay tuned for that. And any super chats you do today go directly into the fund to make it happen. So thank you very, very much. Chris Brown, thank you very much for the super chat. Hey Felix, hype, do you have the serial number of the Raptors? If so, which Raptor is going to have fame by SpaceX stream today? Remember serial number 8? Yes, I do remember serial number 8, and hype 42 is on my chest. So I think it's 45. 45 is definitely on it, but I from the top of my head, I don't know the other serial numbers. But it's all engines that are, I had it on an episode even, I can't remember from the top of my head. I think I had it on the last episode. So if you watch my last episode, it should be in there. I could open the script now, but that would probably be boring for you. But I had it on the episode. I don't remember the numbers from the top of my head though. But what's interesting about this is that all the engines on serial number 9 are further along in the design process compared to the engines on serial number 8. So we have more advanced engines today. And that is one of the bigger differences between serial number 8 and 9. Keep up the superb stream and updates. I will. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Absolutely amazing. Thank you. Maslin Yi, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Did you put anything on the moon through Mr. Beast hard disk? No, I didn't, because I went with TJ, and I think TJ is much cooler. Nothing against Mr. Beast, but Mr. Beast is $10 as well. I don't know what I mean, there must have been some sort of Twitter stream going on since Mr. Beast announced his... The cats are fighting. Let me close the door real quick. I'll be right back. There was this Twitter storm going from people telling Mr. Beast that TJ is doing it as well. TJ started this thing, I think, in September last year, and he's paying it out of his own pocket, which is absolutely amazing. And he's sending stuff to the moon, so I'm on that mission. But he's already closed, so if you want to give Mr. Beast $10, you can go with that. Absolutely. And I didn't want to say anything bad about Mr. Beast. I think some of the stuff he does is actually pretty cool. Thank you very much for the super chat. C.E. Newton, congratulations, Felix. We welcome you and your family, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to it. It's absolutely amazing. It's going to be the grand adventure of 2021 for us, besides SpaceX and Starship, to actually move the whole household to Florida. You wouldn't know how big that list right now is. We have a to-do list, and it's getting bigger and bigger every day, and it's not getting smaller. So there's incredible amounts of work ahead. And if in the next 2 or 3 months I look a little exhausted on my episodes, it's probably because I've been packing boxes and filing forms and all sorts of stuff. So there we go. But we're on track, and it's Felix, you rock. Oh, it's an awesome picture. If you want your tweet to be shown, there's a hashtag in the upper left corner here, launch Eileen. Eileen is the nickname of serial number 9 because it fell over in the high bay and we called it Eileen, if you get what I mean. And if you send a tweet on Twitter with the hashtag Eileen, the system will pick it up and our moderators will curate the thing. So don't send anything nasty, but that's our way of paying back the love for you actually switching on the What About It stream. And you can show your tweets to the rest of the world. So there you go. And if you have a funny Martian with Felix you rock next to it, that's much appreciated. Thank you very much. Rohan Sagar. So in order to go to Mars, we need many starships, at least 2 in the Mars orbit, 2 in Earth's orbit, 2 on Mars. What do you say? Is this the plan? Okay, so the plan, the official plan right now is to send 2 cargo starships. Those are going to be refueled in low Earth orbit, of course, and that takes 5 tanker starships, I think, is the official message right now. And these 2 cargo starships are going to, when they're refueled in low Earth orbit, they're going to go to Mars, they're going to land, and they're going to sit there, not doing anything, because they have cargo on board that the first colonists, or explorers, I'd actually call them in the beginning, would be using to build up a base to be able to stay. Because if you go to Mars, you can't, on the moon, you land, and a few days later you can leave again. On Mars, that's not the case, because the Starship is empty when it lands, so you have to produce fuel, and your next launch window is 1.5 years away. So you have to have a base, and that's what those 2 starships are for. So the initial plan, I think, is to send 2 cargo starships in the first launch window, and then 1.5 years later to send another cargo starship and a first crew starship. I think that is the plan, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, the chat will be racing, but that's okay. And then with that cargo, they are going to build that first base. That is the plan. I don't know what you're talking about starships being in an orbit, because you wouldn't need two starships in a Martian orbit. You would need them on the ground, because they either carry cargo or they carry astronauts that want to work with the cargo. So they will all need to land on Mars, otherwise they're pretty much useless. And then the first tasks on Mars are to build a habitat, to build a power supply, to build a fuel farm, or a fuel production actually, because you need to fill up that starship if you want to go back, and to get some sort of greenhouses going, and life support for the habitat, of course. And then that's going to be the work for those 1.5 years. I'm pretty sure that fills up the plan already. And that's going to be the first step. And from there on, Elon is not intending, or SpaceX is not intending, for them to leave after 1.5 years. Actually, they want them to stay. After 1.5 years, there's supposed to be more people and more cargo ships and so on and so forth to actually make that self-sustaining. That's the whole plan. It's a good question, though. Thank you very much. I think SpaceX has something about it on their website, too. I'm not sure about the timeline, though. If there's nothing on the website, the 2018 Starship presentation, I think, had that timeline that I was just reciting, and that's the most official news right now. And as I love speculating, but I only speculate about systems and how SpaceX might do something. And in this case, I would go with the official information, because my knowledge on how to build a Mars colony, you know, that's a topic to tackle. I would let the experts do that. Although I might be releasing an episode about that, but that would more be about what's needed to actually. Well, how much cargo do you need? What kind of systems will you need? Not on how to build those systems, because that is. There are others, Nexus, for example, that do an absolutely awesome job in researching that, but that is stuff that goes into details that I don't know much about, and then it's getting really difficult. That's a really nice tweet, by the way. Greets from Bonn. Very nice. I lived in Bonn for 15 years. There you go. Very much. Greetings back to Bonn. Very nice. Darnell Arford, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks for your awesome pre-launch shows. It helps a lot to know you're keeping on top of developments and launch estimates for those of us at work. You're very, very welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you all here today. I still remember serial number 8 and how baffled I was how many people watched this together with me, with us, with the What About It family. So that's absolutely appreciated. Would be nice to see if there's any waves clashing or something. That's another indicator for heavy wind. Oh, the excavators are still working as well over there. We'll have to see. Yeah, we'll have to see. It's really hard to tell without any official information what SpaceX is actually going to do today, but it still does look like they are going for the launch, and we still have 26 minutes until the roads are supposed to be closed, and if the activators are still working by then, I would start scratching my head. But we will keep waiting, and we'll watch what SpaceX does. Basically, it is so. Sometimes I wish I had us, the spider on the wall at SpaceX when they plan these kinds of things, because sometimes you're sitting there. There's still lots of stuff going on. Sometimes you're sitting there scratching your head as to SpaceX saying something and then doing something completely different that makes it even harder. So the pad is definitely not clear yet, and the road is still open, and we're waiting. But SpaceX is still go for launch. So if you had Jeff who if you've seen any news, any rumors, it is just rumors. It could be right, it could be wrong, and SpaceX hasn't said anything official right now. So the latest news is beach is being cleared by cops, and SpaceX said hands off Starship. Actually 30 minutes ago, nobody's supposed to touch the Starship anymore, and that wouldn't be the case if SpaceX didn't want to do anything with it today. So they're still progressing, and we still have to wait and see what happens, and that's what we're here for. Mike, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Did you wear the hype hat yet on the stream? We must wear the hat before launch. All right, I'll do it. So for those who haven't been with us for the serial number 8 launch and who don't know what this is, first of all, these are all the tickets I got at Kennedy Space Center for all the different tours. We did all the tours, and it was amazing. And then when I was in Boca Chica, I got this hat. And it was given to me by Gene and Rachel from South Padre. These two are awesome. You might know them from Everyday Astronaut. They provide his picture. They are on a boat somewhere close by for static fires. And they provide picture feed to him, and he gave me this hat, and it's slightly damaged because I had to ship it to Germany because it wouldn't fit in my suitcase. Guess why? But I got it over, and last time on serial number 8 stream I wore it to symbolize how awesome the community in Boca Chica is, because I met so many there. I met Mary, I met Maria Pointer, I met LabPadre and Jean and Rachel, and the only guy I wasn't able to meet, and I regret it until today, is Austin Barnard, and we'll see if I can meet him as well in the future. But I was there. They were so open-hearted, and they welcomed me with open arms, and that's why I wore this thing on the last stream, and I'll be wearing it this time as well. So howdy everybody. This is not Texas, but this is a hat from Texas, and it's from Gene from South Padre. So there you go, there's my hat. Are you happy now, Mike? Thank you for the super chat. All right, Buffalo Pilot, thank you very much for the super chat. Awesome channel, thank you. I thank you very much for joining. Thank you for putting a little bit into our Florida moving fund, and it's much appreciated. Thank you very much. Enjoy the show. Seeker of Knowledge, thank you very much for the super chat. Best of luck on the move. Thank you. We'll need it. It's crazy, and it's going to, yeah. The list is long, and we're working on getting it longer. So there you go. Thank you very much. Nico, can you tell us something about the oil rigs? I've had them on the last episode. There's not much to tell yet. What's known is that SpaceX bought them in August of last year, I think, and they bought them for $3.5 million each, which is actually very, very cheap, because the production cost of these ENSCO oil rigs is $310 million each. So they are very expensive. The company that owned them got bankrupt, and so these two oil rigs were out for offer, and normally it's really insanely hard to sell an old oil rig for obvious reasons. That's why I speculated in September of last year, when the first knowledge came, hit the street, that SpaceX would be building floating offshore sea launch platforms. My first guess initially was oil rigs, because you can buy an used oil rig and refurbish it and use it for your purpose for cheap money. And that's exactly what they did. And they're called Deimos and Phobos. Those are the two Martian moons. Which is a really fitting name in my opinion. I love it. And one of them is already on the move to Brownsville, I think, and the other one is already in Brownsville, Texas, and they are refurbishing them. There's not more known right now. There's some speculation that they might connect the two platforms, which I think is unlikely, because there's something else that has surfaced recently and that I'll be using on my next episode, so stay tuned for that. I don't want to spoil it yet, but it has to do with fuel production. And so they could produce O2 on the rig easily, and they would have to move methane to the rig. They would need some sort of shelter for bad weather, and they would need the launch tower itself. And I think it would fit onto one rig. So that's why I think they won't connect the two rigs. That is speculation, of course, but it is also speculation to say that they're going to connect them in the first place. But there's really not much more to say about it right now. It's the problem with the official information again. We'll have to watch, and I'm pretty sure that plenty of people will be taking boat tours in Brownsville Harbor from now on to take pictures. RGV aerial photography, Mauricio, he's definitely going to fly over the harbor and take pictures. I'm pretty sure about that. They're already building the connection road from the harbor to Boca Chica. I had that on an episode as well. So everything's being set up for starships that are built to be moved to Brownsville Harbor, put on a barge, and be shipped to the oil rigs that are actually going to be moved out to the sea. Of course, you can drag them with a ship, or there are even ships that you can put them onto and then ferry them out to the ocean. And that's what they're going to do. And the reasons for them in the first place to use sea launch platform, which is an undertaking. It's always better to launch from the land, but you can't launch starships and super heavies from land with people around, because it's 75 meganewtons of thrust coming out of a super heavy when it launches. And to give you a comparison, mighty Saturn V, and that thing is the biggest rocket ever built so far, and it brought us to the moon, has 35 meganewtons of thrust. So it's more than double than that. And that produces shock waves and is really nasty for your ears and for glass windows and for all sorts of stuff. And when it explodes, it's even crazier. And so you can't launch it anywhere near to people. So the exclusion zone around Boca Chica would actually include South Padre Island and parts of Brownsville, Texas. And you cannot evacuate that for a launch. Not 3 times a day. There's no chance. And it's also, Boca Chica, Texas is really remote. So if you can't even do it there, you can't do it at Kennedy Space Center. You can't do it in Houston. You can't do it anywhere at the coast, because you have population everywhere. So the only possible place to actually do 3 launches per day, which is what they want to do, and I believe them, I think they will do that, is from sea. And that's why they're building the sea launch platforms. So against our wildest dreams that Boca Chica, Texas would at one point become the spaceport for Mars, actually a small spot off the coast is going to become the spaceport where we leave towards Mars, because you can't launch so many starships from land that easily. So the better move for SpaceX is to invest the extra money, and it's not going to be cheap to refurbish these platforms. Even though they bought them for cheap money, they'll have to put a lot of money in, because you have to get all the oil-related equipment out and put new stuff in. It's going to be very expensive for SpaceX to do that, but it's in the long run, it's going to be the perfect solution, because then you have a stable, large platform that you can leave out there in bad weather. It doesn't matter, and it's always there to have a spot, for you to have a spot where you can launch and where you can land. It's the perfect solution. So that's, in my opinion, there is not going to be many launches from Boca Chica, Texas, unfortunately, because that'll make it difficult for us to watch them. The reason why there's so many people going to Kennedy Space Center to watch rocket launches is because you can get very close. But the closest viewing gallery is 3.5 miles away from the launch pad. with Starships, you would have to take a boat to get that close. And that's going to be far more difficult for people to actually attend. So it's while it might be really, really nice for SpaceX, it'll actually be really bad for the fans because we won't be able to stand next to it and be like, yay, there it goes again. We'll see launches from Boca Chica, of course, test launches, but the 28 Raptors, it's unlikely that they'll ever light 28 Raptors in Boca Chica, Texas, because of the stated reasons. So that's basically all I can say right now about the rigs, about the sea launch platforms. But stay tuned. I'm working on more. Nick Henning, if you know what about it, you know the guy, and you know that he does an awesome job. And we're right now working on concept work for a sea launch platform right now, and it's going to be really, really awesome when it hits the show. But it might happen on Friday, but I don't want to promise anything, because if that thing doesn't launch today, I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. And if it doesn't launch tomorrow, I'm going to be streaming the next day. And that could actually cut into the Friday episode if SpaceX is crazy enough to not launch it until then. So we'll have to wait and see. I don't want to promise a date, but we're working on it. And the next episode, it's probably going to be in. And I'm already looking forward to it. So that is, for me, a very interesting topic as well. I've talked about it many times before. So thank you. Good question. Now say Gwynny. Okay, the old joke again. When I started the channel, I was the stupid German and I didn't know how to pronounce Gwyn Shotwell. I said Gwynny Shotwell. And everybody thought that was really cute and funny. And so now every time I do a stream, they're harassing me to say Gwynny. So here you go, Gwynny. Stop it. Thank you very much. Stefan S., thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Absolutely awesome. Okay, give me a second. I'm supposed to check something, but I don't know. But give me a second. There you go. Okay. Ares Draguna. Thank you very much for your question. Since SpaceX acquired 2 oil rigs and are expected to start working on converting them, what is your opinion on what will happen with the orbital launch mount? Yeah, the orbital launch mount does not have a flame diverter, which I found funny from the beginning on. That's the reason why I was Team Water Tower, if you remember that time. Because I found it to be very, very unlikely, even though there was a sign next to it saying orbital launch mount, that this actually would become an orbital launch mount. Because without a flame diverter, you cannot launch 28 Raptor engines. It'll vaporize the concrete under it. And I think that is one of the reasons they are not going to launch 28 Raptor. They are not going to ignite 28 Raptor engines on that orbital launch mount. That would be a possible reason, at least. And it's going to launch super heavy prototypes. But the real deal most likely will launch from the sea launch platforms. At least that is my thought right now. Hyped for a SpaceX Starship launch today. Jawohl. Very nice. Thank you. Absolutely amazing. If you want to have your tweet seen by everybody else, tweet it with the hashtag LaunchEileen, and it'll be shown up there. That's our little way of giving something back to you for watching and to be able to participate on the stream. So there you go. Very nice. Thank you very much. Okay, that was Aras Draguna. Giorgio Maria Santini, thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think that something like Starship could be ever developed in the way they are using to develop SLS? Yeah, it would take 70 to 80 years. I'm a huge fan of NASA, and I'm a big fan of all the companies connected to NASA, but I think, well, first of all, I would have to say that I'm not a big fan of talking politics on a channel that is related to space. I don't think that is the reason for the channel, and that's why I always say what about it is not a political place. But SLS, as amazing as it might be, and I'm actually looking forward to its first launch because it's going to be incredible from the rocket perspective. But from the construction and from the project and the program perspective, in my opinion, it is a dead end because obviously stuff like what SpaceX does with the Starships works better, obviously. I mean, you just have to look at how quick they develop and how much more 21st century is what they actually want to create. SLS basically is using legacy technology. That's what they always call it. It has RS-25 engines. It has a core stage that is derived from the shuttle main tank. It has boosters that are derived from the shuttle solid boosters. The capsule itself is a new development, but on an old concept that brought us to the moon. That is decades old, and it's just that. It is technology that is already old when it is going to fly. It's way over budget, and it took them a long time to develop it. And that's all the stuff that comes into that you have to consider when you're talking about SLS. Even though the launch, the Artemis program, I'm going to be cheering if they actually get people to the moon, because that's what we need to do. We need to go beyond low Earth orbit. But on the other hand, I don't think that it'll Bridenstine, who just resigned actually from being the NASA administrator, always said that they want to get to the moon, stay there, sustainable. And I don't think that SLS and the Artemis program are the way to go and stay sustainable. They might be the way to go and visit again, but for sustainability, you need to lower the cost to low Earth orbit per kilogram, and SLS certainly doesn't do that. So that's my thought about SLS, and I don't think that Starship could be constructed in that old way. Cost plus contracts and the old companies, I don't think that they have enough of the ability to look outside the box and try something new. There are different reasons why, and I think that there are very, very good engineers in there. I think that comes more from the leadership than from the people under it, actually. So kudos to the people building SLS, and maybe the people who ordered them to build it shouldn't think a little bit more about how to do it in the 21st century. That would be my thought, without wanting to get political. Because again, I'm not a big fan of talking political stuff on a rocket-based channel, because we're watching rockets being built, we're watching science missions, we're getting the details on the latest Mars rover. Politics are far away from Mars, and I'd like to leave it like that. That's what I always say. But it's a good question. Thank you. TMC3D, thank you for the super chat. Enjoy Florida, Felix and family. Best wishes on your new journey. Come on, Eileen, launch Eileen. Thank you. Thank you very much for the super chat. It goes into the fund of moving to Florida. For anybody who has just joined, we are doing a little fundraiser today because I and my family, we're moving to Florida this year, hopefully until August, and it costs a lot of money, but we really, really want to do it. And so thank you for your support. It's absolutely incredible how much support we're getting here. And if you haven't done so yet, like the stream, subscribe to the channel. It is really important that it actually is also a help in moving us to Florida, because the more the YouTube algorithm knows that you appreciate the content, the more people will be able to see it, and so on and so forth. You know, the yada yada that we content creators always say, but it actually is, we're working with that system. So that's why we're always saying that. It is actually really important for us that you subscribe and press the like button if you do like the content. If you don't like it, give it a thumbs down. It's your right to do so. But if you like it, you have to show the algorithm. That is really, really important for us. For not only for me, if you watch a video from another content creator like TJ, who's watching right now, if you watch his next video and you like it, just don't go to the next video. Leave that like button there and subscribe if you liked it a lot. It's actually very, very important for us. So there you go. Said it once more, and thank you very much for the super chat. It's absolutely appreciated, and I'm so looking forward to get that adventure started. It's amazing. Andrew, thank you for the generous donation. Some dollars for your family's taco fund in Florida. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the tacos. Actually, my wife is a huge taco fan as well, and it's really hard to get tacos over here. And so yeah, that is actually going to go into the taco fund. Thank you. When we get our first tacos in Florida, we're going to think of Andrew, actually. Thank you very, very much. That's much appreciated. Frank being Frank, thank you very much. What is the maximum wind Starship is allowed to launch safely? Electron launched in high winds and was power sliding after clearing the tower. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I saw that. Hard to say. It depends on wind resistance of the rocket itself. It depends on the ability of the rocket to hold course even in the stronger winds. And I would say that a Starship has a rather high ability to hold course in stronger winds. And on top of that, SpaceX is always curious to extend the envelope. And if launching in stronger winds is a test that SpaceX still wants to do, it might actually, I've been thinking that for a while now, while watching serial number 9 there on the pad. It could actually be that SpaceX does the launch even though the wind is that high, to test if it can do it. So necessarily, it doesn't even have to be a bad thing that there's, but the wind is calming down. It's 28 miles per hour wind gusts. We already were at 31. So it right now is going down. But we'll have to wait and see. And exact numbers on Starship are impossible for me to give. I can just guesstimate. But I would say it's at least as good as a Falcon 9. I wouldn't say it's worse. But it's hard to say. It really is hard to say. But we'll have to wait and see. I watched CRS-20 at Kennedy Space Center, and we were standing at the dock at Port Canaveral waiting for the ship. We took a ship out to the sea to actually watch the launch from a boat, which was absolutely amazing. And we were standing at the dock. And the wind was so crazy that the palm trees at the dock were bending, literally bending. It wasn't just the leaves, it was the stems bending. And we all agreed that we would go on the boat, and then at one point we would scroll through Twitter and see that it was a scrub, and we would go back to the harbor with the boat, and that's it. And then what we found on Twitter was Elon Musk tweeting, and you can still find that tweet from March 2020, if you look it up on Elon's Twitter, he tweeted that he is that he's going for a launch today because he wants to expand the envelope on the Falcon 9 booster to see if it can land in strong ground winds. And there you go. SpaceX does these kinds of things. So it could actually be that with serial number 9, they are thinking right now, so we're going to test a Starship, and we're going to launch it. And launching it isn't actually that difficult to do with the Starship because it just needs to go up. It doesn't need to fulfill a mission, reach an orbit or whatever. And then we're going to test if it can actually land in the strong winds. So it would be typical SpaceX actually to do that. So everything's open, no matter what kind of rumors you might have heard. We have 4 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock until the road is being closed, and we'll keep waiting. There's still 2 people there. Walking. Oh my god, it's Elon. No, it isn't. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But it's go for flight. Exactly what LabPadre's widget is saying here on this in this little widget. That's exactly what it is right now. It's go for launch, and we'll see if they dare to launch today. If they don't dare to launch today. But the wind definitely is calming down. If you see that palm tree here over here, it's definitely calming down right now. So, and that's to be expected as well. I've said that before. Boca Chica is at the coast, and you have this phenomenon with at the coast even stronger. Wind always blows towards where it's warm, because the air where it's warm is rising up, and it sucks in air from the surroundings, and that's why the wind is always going towards the thermics. And on the beach, on the coast, you have this phenomenon even crazier because the water and the land have different temperatures. Because water can store energy for longer, but it takes longer to heat up. And with the land, it's the opposite. And so the difference between land and ocean is bigger. And so you always have stronger winds in the morning and in the evening. So now we're going for noon, and the winds are calming down a little bit, at least, I hope. Yeah. Excavator is standing still, but there's tons of cars still there. So we'll have to see what happens. SpaceX is now about to close the road, and then if the cars leave, that's a definite sign that they're still proceeding, and they don't want to do another static fire with serial number 9. They want to launch it now. Musk has already said that, so we'll have to wait and see. There you go. Oh god, that is cute. Oh my god. Future astronaut saying hi from Ohio is the maze Rachel, Travis, and Evangeline. Oh my god. Thank you for sending that in. That is the cutest ever. I mean, I'm a dad of 3 kids, and so I know what how precious these is, of how precious this is. It's amazing. Thank you for sending this in. If you are wondering why you're seeing a baby up there, there's a hashtag up in the corner. And if you want the world to see the cutest baby in the world, you tweet something with hashtag launch Eileen, and we'll all together go, oh, that is amazing. Thank you very much for sending it in. Amazing. Okay, Frank being Frank, I hope that answered your question. 101. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. It goes straight into our Moving to Florida fund. As a roller coaster fanatic, Florida is heaven on earth, though I am jealous of all the great parks you have in Germany. Exactly. Best of luck on the move. I am a huge roller coaster fan, and I've been touring all sorts of... I've been to Carowinds between South and North Carolina, by the way. That's a really, really nice place as well for roller coasters. And we have some very nice roller coasters in Germany too. Phantasialand. Very nice place to be. And Heide Park, for example, is a good one too for roller coasters. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the theme parks in Florida, of course. I mean, Orlando is crazy about theme parks, and it's going to be right next to us. And our kids are already flipping that they're going to be right next to Disneyland. So, yeah, we're going to see a lot of roller coasters. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Havy, what chance do you think, do you give serial number 9 that it lands? Actually, after serial number 8 has done everything else but a landing, and there is not much difference between serial number 8 and 9, only improvements. On serial number 8, I remember saying 30% for the landing. There's a Model 3 driving by. Sorry. 30% I said on serial number 8. Now I'm going to raise it to 50. And the reason for me not saying 90 or 100 or they're going to ace it is because it is prototyping. And there's lots of problems in that construction that are problems that are sleeping, so to say. So stuff that's in there, and we have no liftoff, I'm sorry. That was just now the road closure is starting. The clock is just set to say liftoff when it hits 0. What was I saying? That there are tons of problems in the design still is to expect it. And those are sleeping until the moment comes when they can awaken. And that's why they do the testing. And so there's a good chance that on serial number 9, we're going to see a different problem. Like it loses a flap or the legs don't extend. The legs didn't extend on serial number 8, and we still don't know why. Have they fixed this problem? We don't know. So maybe the speed is okay this time, but it doesn't have any legs and it dings the ground with its engine belts. It's unknown. It's prototyping, but anyone who's watched serial number 8 fly knows that it doesn't matter if it sticks the landing. It's going to be absolutely amazing anyway. So I'm very much looking forward to it, and I'm crossing my fingers for SpaceX, and I'm really, really hoping that they are going to meet as many milestones as they can, because that's what these test flights are about. You have to see it separately. It's not about meeting the milestone of landing. It's about meeting all sorts of milestones. First you have the preparation, then you have fueling, then you have everything that leads up to the ignition, then you have the ignition itself. It's a milestone. Do all 3 engines light up? Then you have the burn. Does it go? Does it climb? Do the engines shut off properly again? We've seen that with serial number 8. First they turn off one engine, then the second, then all of them. And does it do the flip? Does it go down again? All those are separate milestones, and each milestone they reach, they validate that the system that is running on serial number 9 is capable of doing it, and they get tons of data. So even if they don't stick the landing, it still is a success. That's why I gave so much salt, or at least a little bit of salt, on my serial number 8 analysis episode to the official traditional media, because they all, the next day, I even said it on the stream and I knew it, and sadly I was right. The next day, the newspapers were full. and the websites of people, of news agencies stating that this Mars rocket exploded. And that's all they said. They did, but actually they should have titled, "Huge success, it did everything but the landing on the first try." That would have been the right headline. So even if it doesn't stick the landing, it's going to be a huge success if it does anything. We're in early prototyping here, and it's amazing that serial number 8 did everything except for the landing. So if serial number 9 does the landing, wow, that is a strong signal that SpaceX is on the right track. That at least is absolutely for sure. If the second fully built prototype already does the full thing, there you go. That would be absolutely amazing. So no matter what happens, it's going to be valuable for SpaceX, that's for sure. There you go. That's your answer. Night Fox, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for joining us again. He's somebody who's been here since day one, basically, I think. So thank you for watching with us again. Thank you for the super chat. Hello, Felix. Can't wait to see serial number 9 stick the landing. By the way, I don't see a SpaceX stream. Are they not live broadcasting this one? They will. It's the same as serial number 8. It took until I think for serial number 8 it was even half an hour before launch that the stream was published on YouTube. So stay tuned for that. They will definitely live stream that. I'm absolutely sure, because that is publicity for them, the best publicity they can get. So they will live stream it, but the stream can appear very close to the launch. There we go. Thank you, Night Fox. Absolutely appreciate that you're here today. Chaz Dog, what test is after the 12.5-kilometer, a low orbit flight test? SpaceX has, there goes the blank Tesla again. SpaceX has divided the test phase, the tests into 3 phases. We are right now in test phase number 2, I think. Number 1 was small hops. That's what we've seen with Starhopper and serial number 5 and 6. And now we're in the medium size hops. But it's a test phase. It's not done after serial number 9. I'm pretty sure that they will keep doing this. Because even if it doesn't reach orbit, it tests everything except for the entry heat, basically. So as soon as they want to start testing the heat shield, they will have to go higher. But everything else they can test with these flights. So they'll keep doing that. They are perfecting the system. That is what this is about. So to find these sleepers, to find these malfunctions that are still in the design, even though serial number 8 didn't show the malfunctions, it still has it. And at some point it'll show. And that's why they do these tests. To not have these malfunctions show when there's people sitting on top. So you test and test and test and test. And I'm pretty sure that there will be more than 2 12.5-kilometer flights, maybe 15, maybe up to 20, but not to orbit. First they need to test all sorts of other stuff that they don't need the orbital flights for. And if you want to test orbital, you need a super heavy, and the super heavies are in progress of being built, but they'll go through the same things as the Starships. So the first super heavy flight is not going to go to 20 kilometers, it's going to be a 150-meter hop. Static fires, and then boing, boing, that's it. So yeah, we'll have to wait, but the progress SpaceX is making on this unprecedented project is absolutely amazing. Hands down, it's crazy. This is a test window of 6 hours. One of my moderators actually wanted me to state that today we have a test window of 6 hours, so we might be sitting here for a while. Now is road closure, and now you will see more and more cars and people leave until everything's clean and clear, and then a test window begins. That doesn't mean that at the beginning, that as soon as the pad is empty, they'll launch the rocket. It can take some time, and everybody who's watched the serial number 8 streams, one was almost 9 hours and the other one was 6.5, I think. So we might be in for some time here, but that's prototyping, and I said it. You're welcome, Fremrick. It's a test window, 6 hours. Pyro, thank you very much for the super chat. For weather, please see GOES East satellite telemetry data, www.starnestisnoa.gov goes. I'm not a meteorologist, but fun to watch. Okay, I will do. I won't do live here on the stream because I'm answering hundreds thousands of questions, and you people have all the rights to get your answers. It's absolutely amazing that you're all here. But I'll definitely bookmark that. I'll put that into a different category. I'll actually put it in here and leave it there, and then I'll check it out later. Thank you very much. Marco S, thank you for the super chat. I just want to thank you for everything you do. I know it's not much, but I hope it helps a little. But a little bit for moving to the US. It does. Thank you very, very much. Even $1, it's the tip jar, and it's getting fuller and fuller over time. And the support is absolutely incredible. So thank you. It's absolutely appreciated. We already have a taco fund. We have a beer we can get in the United States, and we have lots of other people who packed boxes, so to speak. It's actually, you can think of it like this: every $5 or so packs a box. So thank you very, very much for doing this for us, and it's amazing. It's another testimony as to how awesome Team Space actually is. It's amazing. Thank you very, very much. It does help. Rob Noble, what do you think to the space plane engines? Space plane engines? The space plane engines. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. If you could, I know it's a pity because now that was your turn, but I don't know what you mean with the spaceplane engines. If you could elaborate, and maybe we can get to that. But there's tons of people waiting, so I'm very, very sorry that I can't answer this right now. But I don't really know what you mean with the spaceplane engines. So if you can elaborate, and maybe with a little luck you'll make it in again. I'm very, very sorry. Thank you for sending in your question. There's even a trailer coming by. That's probably people from the beach. Shoo, everybody. Leave. All right. Thank you very much, even though you didn't get an answer. Thank you. Mike. Oh, we have something here. Nice. Amazing. Those are the same pearls, these little plastic pearls that you can stick onto this pin board. My kids are doing that too. That's very, very nice. Thank you very much for sending it in. If you're wondering why we are seeing a starship up there with some awesome art next to it, it's because somebody tweeted Launch Eileen, hashtag Launch Eileen on Twitter. And I get this, like Fred Astaire here. Give me a second. Hashtag Launch Eileen, tweet it on Twitter. The system will pick it up and the moderators will curate it. So don't send anything nasty or rude. We won't show it, but if it's okay, and then it'll be displayed up there. So send in your tweets. It's our little way of saying thank you for watching and participating. Thank you very, very much for sending in. And the baby, do you remember the baby? That was awesome. So thank you very, very much. The hat is on my head. I already wear it. Stop shouting, Mike. You were still in the list. I don't know why. Siddharth Sharma. 35 miles per hour wind gusts might not be suitable for the test flight. Thoughts? Yeah. 35 would be too high, but we're at 28 again, already. You probably sent in your question earlier. So it's going down. And as I said before, SpaceX is known for wanting to test stuff. And so it could actually be that SpaceX wants to test if the Starships can do this. So stay tuned. We're still go, and there is no official news, at least not by now, that SpaceX is not on track for the launch. So we might, and that's a cute dog. So we might, I'm sorry. So we might see the launch today. Stay tuned. Absolutely. So it's already down, since the question came in, it's already gone down 7 miles per hour. So that's a good sign. Dragon Master, love your live stream. Keep it going. Thank you very much for joining us tonight. Brandon Lee, thank you very much for the super chat. What kind of launch is expected from Serial number 9? Is it a hover or full launch with belly flop landing? The same thing as with Serial number 8. The whole program, the whole thing. It'll go up, flip over, skydive down, do the belly flop, and attempt the landing. Same thing. Thank you for the super chat. Son Goku, awesome nickname. Got a question. Congrats, by the way, on moving. What is the most advanced Raptor engine? Is it 45 or did the 2 other engines get replaced when damaged by the... Yeah, they got replaced. And I don't have the numbers from the top of my head. I had it on an episode, and I think it's higher than 45. Can't give you the numbers. Probably the chat is racing right now with people telling you what the numbers are. Read that. I had it on the last episode. I don't have the numbers from the top of my head anymore. But it's more and more advanced, and that's the nice thing about these prototyping tests, that every time you see something new, there is not going to be a test that is the same as the last one, which is very, very interesting in my opinion. So yeah, they got replaced, and they should be more advanced. And there's the kitty. Hype. I think Streaming Cat is not around. She's not. I shooed her too much recently. She was getting very annoying when I did episode recordings. And so I shooed her out the studio, and she's very picky, and she does not like to be shooed out, and so she probably thinks this time I'm not gonna be there or something like that. Would be typical for her. So yeah, she's not around. Thank you for sending in your cats. Owen service now. If Elon were to land all-terrain vehicles on the moon or Mars, would they be Teslas or SpaceX branded vehicles? Teslas. Musk has already said that the Cybertruck, there is going to be a Mars edition of the Cybertruck. Moon is a different thing, because you wouldn't be able to drive a Tesla on the moon because it is not heavy enough, funny thing, and it wouldn't be suited for the environment at all, for the low gravity and everything. But for Mars, the Cybertruck actually sounds like a really awesome ride for Mars. So yeah, it's definitely good, and it's going to be Boring Company drilling the tubes into the ground for the habitats. Mark my words. A lot of Elon Musk's companies can be utilized on Mars, and I think that's not a coincidence. Battery production, solar cells, electric motors, electric vehicles, the rockets, all of that is suitable for getting to Mars or for staying on Mars. So there's something behind that. And the Boring Company too. The smartest way, at least in the beginning, to have a habitat on Mars is to go underground. And what do you need for that? You need a drill. So the Boring Company is developing the fastest tunneling machines in the world right now. So of course it's not official, and Musk never said anything about it, but it's kind of obvious to me that this is at least foundation research for this kind of stuff. If it's actually going to be the Boring Company working on Mars is unknown, but it could also be that he's just giving out the patent to the company that wants to go to Mars. So, but for the vehicles, I'm pretty sure you're going to see Teslas on Mars. If it works out, you're going to see Teslas on Mars. So many dogs and cats and everything. It's so nice of you to send these in. Thank you very, very much. Hashtag launch Eileen. Send them in. Thank you very much. Epic Daniel, thank you for watching with us. That's somebody else who's always around, and I respond. I talk to him on Twitter a lot. By the way, that is not decoration here. That at Felix Schlange is my Twitter tag, and if you're not following me on Twitter yet, it's actually worth it, because every time I find something that doesn't make into the episodes, or there's a static fire that happened just recently, I make little videos, I make content for Twitter, even though it's for free and I don't get anything from it. It's just fun to be on Twitter, so it actually is worth it to follow me on Twitter. So Epic Daniel, which super heavy booster will be the first one to attempt an orbital flight? What do you think? My guess is, wow, booster number 2. Okay. I don't, because I've said it before. The plan is to go the same route with the boosters that they are going with the Starships. And if that means they're starting with static fires and 150-meter hops, it would be really optimistic to say that the second one goes to orbit. It could be, but in my opinion, it would be more like 5, 6, 7, something like that. It's not going to be so hard for them to build the boosters, because they now know how to weld stainless steel and so on and so forth, and they have the technology from the Falcon boosters, which surprisingly is very similar. so they can implement that into the boosters. But still, 2, maybe 4 or something. Can we settle on that? It's really hard to say, though. You could be right. It would be amazing, but my guess would be more like 3, 4, 5, 6 down the line. Maybe 5, 6, something like that. 4 would be really early, in my opinion. We'll have to wait and see. But I think 2 is too early. Good question. All right. My voice is going away a little bit, so I'm going to go downstairs and grab a cup of tea, and I'll be joining you guys again in another 10 minutes break that is probably going to be over in 2 minutes, as always. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching with the WAI family. If you haven't done so yet, like the stream. It really does help us content creators. Subscribe to the stream, become a member, and go onto the Discord right now where there's a watch party going on. We are going for serial number 9, hype all the way. It's absolutely amazing to have you all around, and I'll be back in, like I said, like 5, maybe 10 minutes or so. So stay tuned. I'll see you soon. Welcome back. I mean, I'm back. I got myself a big pot of tea with an awesome... Let's dive right into this awesome coffee. And it's tea, but it'll fit. And for everybody who's just joined, we're watching serial number 9 in the process of getting ready to launch, hopefully. Wind gusts are still at 30 miles per hour, so they went up again. And the pad is not clear yet, but the road is, or should be, closed by now. But it's really, really hard to say if serial number 9 is actually going to fly today. But we're still sitting here waiting, hoping that SpaceX is actually going to launch today. And for everybody who's watched serial number 8 launch together with the WAI family, you know that this can be an 8-hour stream and there's nothing happening. But for the second try, it was actually, there were people leaving because they thought it wouldn't launch anymore. And then it did. So that's prototyping, and it's really, really unpredictable. If you have not... Let's switch to the other one. Another thing, we're restreaming LabPadre here. Lewis has given me permission to do this, and that is absolutely amazing. And if you know Starship, you know LabPadre. There's no way around it, and they are providing a 24/7 live stream from Boca Chica. It's a technical masterpiece to actually be able to do this. Even in a shaky picture right now, because it's really, really windy out there, then the camera post is shaking a little bit. Go there, leave them a like. Write in the comments that you're coming from What About It and that they rock so much. It's absolutely amazing that they are letting us do this. And so I appreciate it very, very much. Lab, Lewis, if somebody from the team is tuned in to here right now, thank you, thank you, thank you. So go there, leave them a like on the stream, and leave their stream open in a second tab so they actually get some view time, because that is really, really important for them to fund their endeavor. And it's absolutely awesome that they're letting us do this. So there you go. That is LabPadre, live from Boca Chica, Texas, and it's amazing. Like I said before, we have high wind gusts here right now, so it's kind of unpredictable if the launch is going to happen today. I showed this earlier. I'm going to show it again. This is windy.com. And they provide a service where you can, the reason why I'm using windy.com all the time is because I'm a pilot, and as a pilot is a really nice gadget here that you can actually change the height that you're looking at for the wind data. And for pilots, that is really important. So that's why I'm using this. And also it has a really nice way of displaying all the data. And as you can see here for today and for tomorrow, it's actually not perfect. It's calming down. It's actually lowered its expectation here for the wind speeds, but it's still not perfect. And that's not going to change in the next days either. So if SpaceX... Give me a second. It's Mike. Careful, the hat may eat you. That is Mike Warhawk. He's on the chat right now. He's moderating, and he's the guy or actually one of the people I went to Boca Chica with in March of last year, and those are precious memories. And that is him standing in front of the shipyard there. That's amazing. It was such a nice trip. Thank you for sending this in. Absolutely amazing. That's actually Jama who sent it in. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much. Like I said, tweet with the hashtag launch Eileen, and it'll be shown up here. It's curated, so don't send in anything nasty. And Mike definitely isn't nasty, even though he looks damn cool. And we'll show it on the stream. That's our little thank you to everybody who's watching, so you can actually participate and everybody can see what you're tweeting. So there you go. Yeah, like I said, the weather in the next few days is not going to be perfect either. So if they don't launch today, it's not going to change much for the next few days. Tomorrow would be perfect, but it's got fog and then heavy cloud coverage in the evening and in the morning. So that's not perfect either. If I switch to clouds here, you can see that it's not perfect at all for Boca Chica. It's right down here is where SpaceX has their actually is right here, but still, it's, as you can see, it's really, really bad for Wednesday. And for Thursday, it's actually okay for Thursday, okay-ish for Thursday, but it's not perfect either because you have cloud coverage. And then on the weather is doing strange things in Boca Chica right now because the Gulf is very warm and the land is very cold, and then you have this condensing moisture in the air, and that produces clouds and lots of fog and so on. 2 or 3 days ago, I posted a picture on Twitter where you couldn't see anything on the LabPadre cams. It was completely covered with fog, and that's what happens here as well. So it's not perfect on any day this week, basically, but we'll have to wait and see. And that's what we're here for. And right now we're here. Yeah, around here. And yeah, we're staying tuned, and we'll see what happens. There's another thing that is really, really interesting, is this page here from Reddit, actually. There are some absolutely awesome people in the SpaceX Reddit subforum that condense down information for all the different launches, and they do that for Starship launches as well. So the link is in the description. Check it out if you want to know anything about tests that have been going on before, and you don't want to dig through 20 What About It episodes, but you just want to have it on the fly. There you go. That is a really, really nice link that I always post under my launches. There's always the link to the Reddit launch campaign thread, because they are actually pretty good. So if you don't know that yet, click the link. There's other links in the description that are really, really nice as well. Okay, so that should get you up to speed on what we're doing here right now. And as again, this is LabPadre footage, so go over there, click that button. See, it's already blue for me. I've already clicked it. Show some love. It's absolutely amazing what Lewis and LabPadre are doing there, and that they're letting us restream this is absolutely amazing. So there you go. What else? Let me see if the other camera, the Launchpad cam, is back up again. It is. So that is the more steady view, and so we're going to stick with that for now. And then as we get closer to a possible launch, SpaceX should be broadcasting their live stream on YouTube. They will always do that for these launches, because that is the perfect publicity material, and it's completely for free, so they always do that, and they actually want to let us see it too. Elon Musk tweeted repeatedly before the serial number 8 stream that we'll see all the pictures that they do, and so that is very much appreciated to SpaceX. And as we get closer to the launch, we hopefully get a link for that, and then when that goes live, we'll switch over to that. That said, let me fill up my cup with tea here, because now it should be ready. There we go. And it's steaming hot, so I can't drink it yet, but I'll try anyway. It's okay. It's okay. I can drink it. And then I'll be reading a few more questions. Wow. That is another really nice picture from November 2019. So that should be Mark 1. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. Thank you for sending this in. Absolutely amazing. If you want your tweet to be shown, #LaunchEileen, put it on Twitter, and we'll pick it up and show it here. All right. There we go. Khaled Ganoum. What are the chances of each part of the flight like apogee? Yeah, we had that on the serial number 8 launches. The further the flight progresses, the less likely it is that it'll hit the next milestone. On the serial number 8 flight, it only had one problem basically, and that was the methane header tank in the middle of the Starship. It's about maybe here, probably. It's inside the two main tanks, and it is supposed to give the Starship fuel for the landing, because it can't tap into the main tanks because the fuel is sloshing around on the bottom here when it falls down like this, so the engines can't access it, and that's why they have the header tanks. And the methane header tank didn't work properly. It had low pressure, and that means the oxygen tank fed too much oxygen into the engines, and that's why they ate themselves up. Basically, the flame gets hotter and hotter the more oxygen you put into the mixture, and that's really bad for the engines. And so that's why it didn't stick the landing. That is changed on serial number 9, so it could, in theory, stick the landing. But there are tons of different systems on a Starship. And even though they might not have failed on the serial number 8 launch, they might fail on serial number 9. That's what testing is about, to find the weakest links that at some point break. And so serial number 9 might just find another... Oh yeah, the wind is going strong. So serial number 9 might just find another weak link. That's the problem. But that's the reason why they test. So it's really hard to say how far serial number 9 will go with this flight. I think reaching apogee is 70-80% because the engines work. They've already demonstrated that, and it's the easiest part because only the engines need to work and the gimbal system, basically. Then comes the flip over, which worked fine last time as well, which should work fine this time. But as you can see, it's lots of speculation there. It's really hard to answer. My biggest question right now is it going to stick the landing? And does SpaceX find any other systems that will malfunction so they can sort that out, redesign the system, and come up with an improved version? Because that's what this is about. Even if serial number 9 sticks the landing, I think they're not going to use it again. They're going to proceed on to serial number 10 to test that, because that's what it's about. Test different versions to find the best solution, basically. So I hope that answered your question. Okay, we have re-odds. How did you get so fluent in English? You rock. Thank you very much, first of all. The reason why I'm so fluent in English is because I have family in the United States. That's why we want to move there. We're right now fundraising here on the stream, and it's amazing how much support we get. Every super chat goes into our fund to move to the United States. And yeah, the reason why my English is so fluent is because I started learning it at a very, very young age. And my American accent is there because I learned it from Americans and not from Oxford English in the German schools. So, oh, my voice is going away. I'm talking too much. Yeah, so that's the reason why my English is so good. Let me do some more super chats here. Robert Berlin, thank you very, very much for the super chat. We have Arnud Hubach. Are the top flaps still tied to the nose cone? There seems to be some wires connected. Yes, they should be still, and that's probably because of the wind. And the last time when serial number 8 launched, they did that fairly early. They removed the flap straps fairly early and I think the reason why they haven't, or they are. It's really hard to tell because on this camera you don't see the bottom flaps completely. And on the other cam, it's shaking so crazy right now that it's really almost impossible to spot. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, they're definitely attached still here. Yeah, my guess would be wind. That they still have them attached because of the wind. They are still waiting for the wind to calm down, and it really doesn't calm down right now, so we'll have to wait and see what happens. But I think that's the reason why they are still attached. They're still working there as well. There's a man lift up here under the bays. It's hard to say. We'll stay tuned, of course, but right now 50-50, maybe less, that they launched today. It's really hard to say, but there's an excavator working over there as well by the orbital launch mount. Fingers crossed. That's all we can do, but if the straps are still attached, it's really hard to say right now. But if they are still attached, the reason might definitely be wind. It's really hard to say, though. It's shaking like crazy. There's lots of wind going there. I'm going to switch back to the launch pad cam here because it provides the much better, more steady picture. I was talking to Lewis about this actually. It's amazing how much work he puts into this. So like I said, if you can, go over there, leave him a like. It's absolutely amazing what Lewis is doing there for the community. If you knew how much work it is to set up these cameras, to maintain these cameras, and to provide live feeds, 24/7 live feeds from Boca Chica, Texas, because that is not in the middle of a city. You don't get good internet over there. You have to have separate power supply for the cameras because there is no plug, and so on and so forth. It's amazing what Lewis is doing there. And yeah, this is just insane that we are getting this. Imagine we had these kinds of feeds from launches from Kennedy Space Center. So Lewis, kudos to you. That is amazing. Absolutely great. From this perspective, we really can't tell though if there's straps. You can't see them up here and you can't see them down here. So if they are still attached, it's probably because of the wind. Hype! Absolutely amazing. Fingers crossed for today for the launch. Hopefully we're going to see it. It's really, really hard. The chat is still racing. Are the moderators fine with the speed of the chat? This is amazing. Everybody, I'm just looking. I haven't looked into the chat for a while now because I'm reading the questions actually from a Trello board where the moderators are copying it out from me because it would be impossible for me to read this. How are you guys doing this? That's amazing. Thank you so much, everybody, for showing up. Notice me. I noticed you, but you were quick. You were gone quick. Yeah, really, really nice. Yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for joining tonight or today or wherever you are. For Australia, it's already morning coffee time right now. And there were people from Australia when I started the stream, 2 in the morning over there. It's really amazing. Oh my God, everybody. Hype! There you go, make it race! Incredible. You guys are incredible. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. It's a blast. You don't know how pumped I was this morning when I got up and I knew that today might be the chance for Starship Serial number 9 to launch. And I knew I would be streaming this. I was pumped already at breakfast. I was sitting there jumping around being like, oh my God, we're going to see a launch again. So this is amazing. Thank you everybody for joining. It's amazing. It's really, really cool. Hands down best channels. Thank you so much guys for joining. Absolutely amazing. Okay, I'll try to continue doing some more super chat readouts here because it's absolutely amazing how much support you're giving for our move to Florida here. And so I'm trying to read as many as I can. Arnold Hubach. Are the top flaps still tied? Okay, we had that. Brian Sinet. Felix, do you think serial number 10 will also use helium, assuming data from serial number 9 is good? Or do you think it will be a few more serial numbers before them moving away from helium? So they'll have, that's a smart question actually. You seem to be into this kind of stuff because they'll have to switch away from helium. Even though they are using that on Falcon 9s just fine and it's a good system, you cannot get helium on Mars. And Elon will try to avoid any kind of substance he needs to power the starships that you cannot produce on Mars. Helium is very rare on Mars. So, and you would have to have a different facility to produce the helium, the little helium you need to pressurize the tanks. It would be a really tough undertaking, and it wouldn't, if you can avoid it, he will. And the original plan is to use autogenous pressurization. That means the engines feed gas from the turbopumps, actually not from the engines. The turbopumps feed gas back into the tanks. So they turn the fuel into gas and then they feed it back through pipes that are on the outside of the Starship right now. These black lines that you can see here, those are in parts at least for autogenous pressurization. So they are to repressurize the tanks. So there's always pressure on the tanks, and so the engines don't suck a vacuum into the tanks while consuming the oxidizer and the propellant. And even for the header tanks, they will want to change that. It's hard to say when they will do that, but they definitely will want to do it. It's a good question. I don't think for serial number 10 though. 15, 16, maybe something like that, because right now that is not too important. Yeah, but it's a good question. It definitely is. I haven't thought about when they are going to do that. I might be researching into that. But right now, it's also about prioritizing. Woot! Thank you for the super chat. Right now, it's also about prioritizing what they fix right now and what they just go with to fix later, because you want to test as much as you can. And they are not going to stop testing just because they haven't found the perfect pressurization system yet. So they'll probably change it as soon as they can, as soon as it's feasible for them to put some research work into it, man hours, and so on and so forth. But I don't think it's going to be serial number 10. Down the line. 15, 16, that would be my guess right now. Good question. Thank you. James in Canada. Hello to Canada. Aero surfaces are still strapped down. Winds are currently too high for man lift operations to untie them. Exactly. Can't launch until that happens. Exactly. That's my thought too. So thank you for spotting it. It was really hard to tell. So if you've yeah, it does look like it. It should be up here. There, that's where the strap should be. And it looks like there is a strap. It's really hard to tell. But yeah, if they are still on, and the reason could very well be that they can't use the man lifts right now to go up because the winds are still strong, 32 miles per hour wind gusts. That is our enemy today. And so let's cross our fingers for the wind to calm down, because if that happens, yeah, we'll get less in the afternoon, exactly. But it's hard to tell when and how much. So that is our main enemy today. Thank you, James. Trade futures. Felix, what kind of visa do you have in order to move to the US? Okay, that is not a spaceship related question. I would love to, as I've worked there before, but not sure what kind of visa I need to apply to. Okay, so we are going for an investor visa. That's what that's called. It's an E2 visa. Don't want to waste too much time here. We are actually going to form a company and employ people in the United States. It's going to be low-paid jobs, but very important ones for us, because that is one of the things you have to do to get one of those visas. It's actually pretty hard to get them. You have to fulfill a lot of requirements. It's not easy to get into the United States. They don't let everybody in, even though public media, traditional media might suggest that, but it's actually pretty hard. It's the E2 visa that we're going for. So every fund that we can get is actually very much appreciated. It's a hard task, but we're dedicated to doing it, and we will. And hopefully 1st of August is the date right now. I can't wait for it. I seriously can't wait for it. Thank you. Okay, Surak of Vulcan, thank you very much for the super chat. Make sure to work on your Florida man mugshot. My Florida man mugshot? What is that? I heard the term Florida man a few times now. Is that something special? Just tell me in the chat. I don't know what a Florida man mugshot is. Thank you. Vladan Dvorak, I even know how to pronounce that. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. Much appreciated. Very much appreciated. Depster, hi Felix, thank you very much for the super chat. Question: why is helium selected to pressurize the tanks for landing burns and not a cheaper, more common gas like argon or even nitrogen? It's because you can pressurize helium higher. Helium is super easy to pressurize, and you can put more pressure into the helium tanks. That is the reason why they're using helium. Tony or at least that's the reason I think it is. I hope it is right. Otherwise, the chat will be racing. But I think the reason is because you can pressurize helium up much higher. Tony McKelly, thank you very much for the super chat. In 2019, I moved my family, 4 kids, 7 to 13, from Texas to MT. What is MT? Montana? Not as big as different country, though. Not easy, but you'll love the adventure. Godspeed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Whatever MT is, I think MT is just Google Florida, man. I will. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be a grand adventure. Yeah, Texas to Montana, I think. It's Montana. Yeah, it's going to be a grand adventure for us and lots of work. Jessica Cora, thank you very much for the super chat. The real question is not how fast you can go, but if Felix can drive stick on in a left-hand driver's seat. Of course I can. I'm really, really good at driving stick, but I have a Tesla where you don't have to shift anyway. And I drive left-hand seat. In Germany is left-hand steering. So yeah, I can. I've driven in the United States many times before. There you go. I can do this. Trust me. Baldo, thank you very, very much for the super chat. It's much appreciated. Anton von Garrel. Since the two of you are moving to the States, will you do any meetups in Germany? Grüße aus Deutschland. Okay, so it's Anton. Yes, we will as soon as we can. I wanted to do meetups in Montana. MT is Montana. I wanted to do meetups in Germany for a long time. I can't right now because of COVID. It's incredible. I just would love to. In the United States, you still can. If you do social distancing and wear face masks and wash your hands, it's rather safe as well, especially if you do it in the outside. If you're not in an enclosed room, it's not... If you keep your distance, everything's fine. Or not everything's fine, but the risk is minimal. And in Germany, it's not allowed right now, so I can. But as soon as we can, we will. And the plan is to do it again before we leave. Yes, because we haven't done a European meetup yet, which is a shame. Okay, thank you, Anton. Vladan Dvorak, go Eileen, greetings from Czech Republic. Thank you very much for the super chat. Go Eileen, hype, hype, hype. Sembelesun Tuli, hi, Semba, Brian from South Africa. I am curious as to when we can expect Starship to take its first flight from a fully stacked and ready super heavy booster. What does the time frame look like? It's a good question. Earliest end of this year, but that would be crazy. More likely first half of 2022. That would be my prediction right now, but it is a prediction. And this is prototyping, so it is really hard to say. But you're on the safe side, I'd say, in 2022. 2021 is going to be hard. Because they will first have to iron out the starships, because it doesn't make any sense to put a starship on a super heavy if you haven't ironed out the starship yet. And then they'll have to iron out the super heavies as well, and they're going to start with 150 meter hops, and so on and so forth. Oh, Sammy! Happy birthday! So this is one of the lucky guys. I'm sorry for breaking this off for a second, but I've answered the question anyway, so thank you. It's a good question. Sammy's birthday is today. That's the guy up there. He's a crazy guy from Australia, and he visited Kennedy Space Center and Brownsville and Boca Chica together with me in March of last year, and I'll never forget the journey. That was absolutely amazing. And so the guy, it's his birthday today, and he's even wearing the WAI staff shirt. That is a little present that we organized, my wife and I organized for the staff, for the people that do the most for the show, as a little Christmas present. And he's wearing that too, and he's watching the stream, and it's absolutely amazing. Let's light this candle. Yeah, absolutely amazing. Sammy, enjoy the day. And if it does really actually launch today, that would be the perfect birthday gift for you. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you very, very much for the tweet, and enjoy the show, Sammy. Thank you for being here today, and I'm already looking forward to meeting you again. Absolutely amazing. Nice. Okay, we had Sembalesu, and everybody say happy birthday to Sammy in the chat, by the way. He earned it. He's a really, really nice guy. Casper de Heatbrink. I know that name as well. You've been here for a while. Are you going to keep your German citizenship, dual citizenship? I will most likely for at least the next 10 years, because it's really hard to get a US citizenship. And I probably will keep it for the rest of my life, because I'm, of course, proud of Germany. I grew up here, and Germany, even though it's such a small country, has made many incredible achievements in the past. Also some really bad things, but there's many countries who've done bad things, and yeah, let's just take out the world wars. That wasn't the nicest thing to do. But I'm proud of Germany, as many Germans are, of course. When we don't have the same relationship to it as the Americans, they basically scream it into your face that they're proud of it, and I get it, and I like it, actually. I'm not one of those who say, they should say that less. I think you should say that more, and I think you should be very proud of your country, and you should hang a flag on your house if you like to. And many Americans do that. You won't find that in Germany anywhere, and but still, I'm very proud of Germany, and I might definitely keep the citizenship. Yeah, it's something I haven't even considered yet. We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be an incredible adventure, and I'm very, very much looking forward to it. The United States is a country that welcomes you with open arms. Every time I did a trip to the US, I met nice people. Every time. And so we're very much looking forward to moving there. Yeah, that's a good one, Anton. SpaceX will probably tear serial number 9 apart to check which parts were inside the limits and which parts need to be more reliable. Exactly, and that's what this is about, to find those sleeping problems, to iron out every little detail. It's going to be a long way, but if there's anybody who can do this, it's the guys who are already doing it. So cheer up for SpaceX. It's amazing what they're doing. Hype. Tyler Walter, hell yeah, Felix! Seeing you do these long haul streams proves with you deserves everything coming to you. Thank you very much. In your own words, you rock. Thank you so much. That is absolutely appreciated. It's a joy to do this with all of you. It's like I said, when I got up this morning, the first thing I checked, of course, I do that every day. I checked the road closures and everything. I was like, yes, it's still in place. It's going to happen today. And then the next thought was that there's going to be an incredible amount of people watching this together with us. And that is an honor, and it's amazing every time. So thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to my blabbering all day long. My voice is better by now, which is good. I had the fear that I wouldn't be able to continue reading stuff from the screen, but right now it's good, and we're continuing. And no matter the rumors, right now SpaceX is still on track on launching serial number 9 today. They are proceeding towards a launch. We have some difficulties because the wind is not favorable right now, and it's even speeding up. God, I'm not supposed to swear here, but gosh, wind, go down. Go away. Thank you very much, Tyler. Forrest Page, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Congrats on coming over. Good luck in Fla. I'm going to be a Floridian, and I like the sound of it. Thank you very, very much. We are so looking forward to this. April, first 2 weeks of April, we're going to do the first trip with the whole family. And that's hopefully, if COVID lets us do it. But that's the plan right now. Troy Mooton. Is the refinery at the gas well site designed to be modular and small to fit on a Starship? Nope. It's traditional equipment. And I'm pretty sure you're never going to see that on a Starship. Not that. The stuff that they are going to move to Mars is also, it'll have to withstand the environment of Mars. And there's high radiation, low temperatures, no atmosphere. It's a different thing. So you have to make a different kind of refinery for Mars. But at some point, and I guess that is the first cargo mission that is going to go to Mars, we will see refineries take off to Mars because they will need that. Wow, that's an awesome monitor setup there. Thank you for if you were wondering why you're seeing tweets up there, I've said it plenty of times now. There's a hashtag up in the corner. If you tweet with that hashtag, your tweet will be shown here on the stream. It's our little thank you to everybody and your chance to participate. So there you go. Thank you very much for sending in the tweets. Can't cope with 11 YouTube streams. Yeah, no wonder. Keep watching. Thank you. Paul D, thank you very much for the super chat. Will you be covering NASA's Perseverance landing live next month? You bet I will. That's something I've been looking forward to for a while now. It's an incredible science mission, even though we have the prospect of SpaceX landing astronauts on Mars. What the science division of NASA is doing with these missions is world class, to say the least. It's absolutely amazing, and of course we're going to watch it. I've had it a couple of times on episodes by now, so if you need the updates, just pick out the episodes where it says Perseverance in the title description. In the title and in the description. I've covered it many times, and I will definitely cover the launch live, the landing live. February 18th, mark it on your calendar. I can't wait for it to happen. Playing Surviving Mars while watching stream. Absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for sending in the stream, the tweet into the stream. Samuel Hancock, thank you very much for the super chat. Elias Hakansson, that sounds Scandinavian. Have you guys considered taking live calls during the live stream? If so, here's me officially getting first in line. We have considered it actually very early on. The problem though is that you can't possibly know how much organization is going on behind the camera to make these live streams happen. We have a huge moderator team. Everybody is doing something. Tweets are curated, so to make sure that there's no nasty stuff showing up, and so on and so forth. People are relaying the questions to me, and so on and so on and so on. And live calls would be another thing on top of that. I have considered it, and I might consider it again, but right now it's on ice. But it's a really nice idea, yeah. There's a reason why we have considered it before. So we'll have to wait and see. Guests is something I've done before, and it's really, really nice to have. And I've already got some people that I would love to have as a guest on the show. Yeah, live calls would be epic, definitely. Thank you. And thank you for being the first in line. Self-loathing, thank you very much for the super chat. Have you been to the Cape before? Yes, I have, and I've enjoyed it incredibly. I've seen CRS-20 live. I've toured Kennedy Space Center for 7 days straight. I mean, look at this. This is the neck chain that you get for when you enter Kennedy Space Center. When you get your pass, I actually got an annual pass because it was cheaper, because we wanted to go for 7 days. So I got an annual pass for that 1 week. And these are all the tickets that we got for all the tours. This is Cape Canaveral Rise to Space. This is Cape Canaveral Explore Tour. This is the early space tour. This is the ticket itself. So we've done it all. It was absolutely amazing. There's a pin here that we got too. For the Cape Canaveral Rise to Space tour, there's a really, really nice pin that they give out when you do the tour, and so on and so forth. So I've seen Kennedy Space Center. Yeah, I've stood on historic grounds where Redstone rockets were launched from, and it's absolutely amazing. Saturn V Center is blowing your mind the first time you get into it. If you haven't been to Kennedy Space Center yet, and there's a possibility you can do it. Right now, the Saturn V Center is closed, so that's a real pity. And they don't do any tours either, because you would be crammed into the bus. But even without that, I would suggest going there. Kennedy Space Center is a monument to what the United States space program achieved in the 50s and 60s. Is absolutely amazing. Hands down. And the Atlantis exhibition is incredible as well. Very well presented as well. If the Americans can do anything right, it's presenting their stuff. They're amazing with that. There's a show surrounding the Atlantis exhibition, and then there's a curtain opening up, and you see the spaceship, the Starship. And not the Starship, the space shuttle, and you're like, oh my god. So this is, if you haven't been to Kennedy Space Center yet, and there's a chance you can do it. You're not going to regret it. So yeah, I've been to the Cape. I've stood at Jetty Park, and I've explored the whole place. It's amazing. Chris Carlisle, thank you very much for the super chat. How will they get the starships and boosters from the factory out to the floating seaports? Great work, Felix. Hype! Launch Eileen. Hype! Exactly. They are going to get them, they are going to drive up the road towards Brownsville on Highway 4, and then they are going to take a right on the road they are building right now. It's connecting Highway 4 to the Port of Brownsville, and then out of Port of Brownsville, they are going to likely ship them out with barges to the sea launch platforms. I've had that all on my episodes. Are you watching them completely? So yeah, that's how they're going to do that. They're building the road right now that is going to connect Highway 4 with the Port of Brownsville. Self-loathing. Thank you very much for the super chat again. Think you could get a drone close to the launch pad. Which launch pad? Boca Chica has drones banned, so it is really hard if it's not owned by SpaceX. And at Kennedy Space Center is government property. You can't do that there, so they won't allow you. That was a really, really nice thing when we still had. Do you guys remember the back in the days when Coco was still producing starships, Mark II, and we had two people actually, and I'm in contact with both of them until today, and I've met one of them, absolutely nice guys in Florida, and they took their drone flights and produced videos for all of us to see of the progress at the Coco site. That was possible because it's just private land. If you stay outside of it and you just circle your drone over the lake that was close by, everything was fine. But at Kennedy Space Center is government property, and Boca Chica has a drone ban, which is understandable. Otherwise, it would be swarming with drones. And you all know that there's somebody who's going to mess it up. There's lots of people who will behave, and then there's the one guy who drives his drone, who flies his drone into the Starship, and you cannot have that. And that's why it's forbidden, actually. So no. Dean Karas, thank you very much for the super chat. What is the countdown timer showing? The countdown timer? I removed the countdown timer hours ago. Is this long? Is this list really so long? Oh my god. Thank you so much for all your support. This is amazing. If I do not manage to read out your super chat, just know that it is so much appreciated. Every super chat is appreciated. It's absolutely amazing. It's going to help us so much to move to Florida. This is incredible. So I removed the countdown timer an hour ago, and it was for the road closures. And the road closures are in effect since for an hour and 9 minutes they've been in effect. That was what the countdown timer was for. Wow. Thank you so much for your super chats. I'm reading as fast as I can. Paul Gracie, thank you very much for the super chat. Chad M, thank you very much for the super chat. Will you be setting up an Amazon wishlist style page for all of us to help get you set up? That's actually a good idea. New toaster on me. I haven't thought about that yet. Could. Yeah, there will be tons and tons of stuff that we'll just have to leave here because either we can't afford to move it to the States or it's just plain incompatible because we have 220 volt outlets here. So all the electronics. Yeah, Amazon wishlist might be a good idea. Thank you very much. Jim Fitzgerald, thank you so much for the generous donation. Starship updates. When are you... Starship updates. There you go. When are you moving to Florida? The plan right now is August 1st. First trip for the whole family. First 2 weeks of April, if doable. And then 1st of August, we'll be turning the key in the new house, which will be incredible. Keith BTV, thank you very much for the super chat. Best of luck in Florida, Felix. Thank you so much. Occupy Mars. There you go. It's amazing what's happening again with serial number 9 here. So much. Thank you so much for joining us. I am pumped. I am hyped. We're going for launch. We're still on track for the launch. Don't listen to the rumors. The wind is high, and unfortunately it's 34 miles per hour. That is our biggest enemy today. But there you go. We can only wait and watch and see and be entertained meanwhile. Hashtag Eileen, launch Eileen, if you want to have your tweet visible like what just appeared. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel. That helps us content creators immensely. I know there's tons of people saying, oh, now he's saying that again. But it is really important for us. We're fighting against the YouTube algorithm, and that is a way for you to show the YouTube algorithm that you like what we're doing. So if you like what we're doing, click it. If you don't like what we're doing, click the thumbs down. It's your right to do so. That's why it's there. I would have the option of not showing it, but I do. So if you like it, click the like button, subscribe to the channel, become a member if you want to get on our Discord, where there's a crazy launch party going on right now, and it's a huge and nice community to be a part of. So that's your perk for that. Even $1 per month gives you access to that, and there's plenty of people in there, even rocket engineers and stuff like that. From the 14-year-old enthusiast to the 75-year-old Apollo veteran, you'll find everything in there. It's amazing. Okay, Keith BTV, thank you very much for your super chat. Michael Hartz, thank you very much for your super chat. Do you know anything about SpaceX teaming up with Rolls-Royce for nuclear Starship? No. Send me a link. I have not heard about that. That would be crazy, and I would be very interested if it really happens. So thank you very, very much for any links you can provide. Send an email in, ask one of the moderators or something. If you know anything about that, I would be really interested. I don't yet, but I can't be informed about everything, even though I try really hard. Jared Elgvin, thank you very much for your donation. Thank you for awesome content. It fills the TMRO void in my YouTube. Yeah, I know. Here is my chip in for the move. As for previous space plane engine question, I think they were referring to Sabre. Synergetic air breathing rocket engine. Yeah, I wanted to do an episode about that before. Actually, Stanley Creative, as he's known on Twitter and on YouTube, awesome 3D artist, actually made an animation for me, and I never used it. So it's a project that is still on the back burner right now, and I hope I can do that in the future. But I haven't researched into the topic yet. I know a few of the basics, but I haven't done the thorough research yet to do the actual episode. So I wouldn't be able to say much about it if that was what the question was about. I still remember the question. But thank you for bringing it up again. Look out for the Sabre engine episode, but not in the first half of 2021, because we're stuffed right now with going to Florida. It's insane. The to-do list is getting longer every day. It frightens me just a slight bit, but we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it anyway. Daily devotion aside question: will you cover Mars landing for Perseverance? Yes, I will. I've already answered that before. February 18th. Mark it on your calendars. I'm definitely going to. Oh God, I'm definitely going to do that. What the? From India. See the cutest future Martian passport holder of planet Mars. That is very, very cute. Thank you for sending it in. Send more baby pictures. I'm a dad of 3 kids, and I know how precious these moments are when you have such a young one. It's amazing. It is so cute. Thank you for sending it in. Pace of Paper, thank you very much for the super chat. Let your ambition carry you. Thank you very much. We're trying to do that. I wish the ambition would carry me a little bit more. Yeah, we're doing our best. Right now the plate is really, really full because we are planning to go to Florida, and we're maintaining the channel at the same time. We're doing crazy 8-hour Starship live streams and trying to build the community. There are so many things to take care of right now, but we're doing it, and I'm still not dead. And there's cars driving down the road. That's the wrong way. We'll have to wait and see. Thank you very much. Tyrandus, thank you very much for the super chat. We know the next step, Felix. Elon Musk will just have to invent local weather modification so he can always have good weather for launches. Lol. Yeah. There's another baby. That would be amazing. But we're a long stretch from that. But if there's anybody who can do it, count on Elon. Is going to the moon. Thank you for sending in these kid pictures. It's absolutely amazing. Last time on serial number 8, we had tons of cats because Cookie, the streaming cat, if you're a long-term viewer of the channel, you know Cookie, and she's normally always around, but right now she isn't. She might be annoyed by something, or she's not here. She was purring into the microphone, and then we had tons of, what is that? We had tons of cat pictures coming, and this time it seems to be the babies exploring. That is a cool picture, though. You have the moon reflection in there. Future scientists at work. First the moon, then to Mars. Exactly. There we go. Thank you very much for the tweets, and thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated. Needlessly Abstract, thank you very much for the super chat. Hello from USA. What kind of tea are you drinking? Oh, it's camellia, because my voice was going away, and I thought it would be a good idea to drink some camellia tea. And it seems to be helping, so that's a good thing, because otherwise I would be stopping the talk. So now, there we go. Camellia is making me go. Triad Man, thank you very much for the super chat. Spend this on the kitties. Needs for the trip to the US. Yeah, thank you. I've been thinking about that. We have 2 cats, and I don't know how they're going to cope with this. They're going to be on an airplane, and then they have to be in quarantine and quarantine. I think it's quarantine. There's the cat picture. There you go. It's going to be tough for them. So thank you. Yeah, I've been thinking about that actually a lot lately, how the cats are going to cope with this. But they are going to enjoy the sunshine in Florida, that's for sure. They find every sunny spot they can lay in, and in Florida you find a lot of sunny spots. Honeylock, thank you for the super chat. We should send you to space with Tim Dodd. I would love to. That would be amazing. Yeah, Tim isn't so much up for launching into space though, so that could be difficult. I had the honor of sharing a beer with him in Florida. It was amazing. 3 hours of talking to Tim. I was still very, very small. The channel was very small back then. And so I had the total fanboy mode going for the first 20 minutes or 30 minutes or so. I was like, oh my God, it's Tim Dodd. I mean, what would you do if you'd meet him? He's an idol for the space community. But then the ice broke and everything was fine. And we had 3 hours of amazing talking about space and future projects and all kinds of stuff. Cosmic Perspective, the two who are running Cosmic Perspective, if you know that, they were there too. Fueling station in Cocoa Beach was a nice bar too. It was a cool evening, and but sending Tim Dodd into space, it's going to be difficult. I'm telling you that, even though he loves talking about it. Watching launch, Eileen with baking some Dinkel Buttermilchbrötchen. Oh, I'm going to miss that kind of stuff. Thank you for sending in the tweet. Okay, Andre Ilianu, thank you very much for the super chat. Right after serial number 8 flew, my finance had a surprise for me. The WAI Starship t-shirt, the WAI Starship t-shirt. Today I'm wearing it for the soft landing. Really enjoy your content. So first of all, grants on your WAI t-shirt. I actually don't earn much with the t-shirts, with the merchandise, because I have the prices set so low that I could earn much more with it. It's more of a service to the community, because I love buying merchandise. Ask Sammy, Stinger NSW, how many times I went into the merch store at Kennedy Space Center. I spent so much money in there. So it's basically a service to the community. I love buying merch myself. And so I want to provide some nice merch for the people who are fans of the channel, because I know how much I like it myself. So that's why I'm doing this cat. The cat baby. That's a good combination of serial number 8 and serial number 9 in one picture. There you go. So that's why I'm providing the merch. So I'm really happy that you're happy with your merch. Wear it with pride. We spend a lot of time on these designs, that's for sure. Chart Loden. Thank you very, very much for your donation. It's absolutely appreciated. Be proud of your country. We might not have the level of space travel that we do without you. And welcome to the US. Thank you. Actually, there's a funny story I can tell about that too. There is the tour guide that I took on, I think it was the tour Rise to Space or Early Space. It could have been Early Space as well. It was to the pads that launched the Redstone rockets. Alan Shepard. Very early time. And the tour guide surprised me, actually, because it's something, I mean, Werner von Braun is mentioned, of course, because he was one of the lead engineers in building the Saturn V, but there's no focus on it. Of course, because it was an American project. It's totally understandable. All the workforce, all the other engineers, there was so much creativity also coming from the US to do this. It wouldn't have been, if Werner von Braun would have been alone, we wouldn't have landed on the moon. So it was the United States, and it's amazing what they did back in the days. It's just hands down amazing. And the tour guide, though, put a lot of emphasis on explaining the V2, explaining the early days of how all this came together. And then I asked him why he did that, because I wasn't used to it. Normally it's just about NASA and not so much about the German part in all of this. Of course, because the V2 was not supposed to get us to the moon. It was supposed to kill people, and that's a sad thing. But he said something that I found very, very true. He said that Werner von Braun and all the other scientists who left with him to the United States were actually very, very happy to do so, because then they could use their invention to do what it was meant to do. Not to send bombs to London, but to actually get people to the moon. Yeah, I'm a bit sentimental about the whole thing, because it shouldn't have gone this way. But the US basically helped these German engineers to do what they were supposed to do. So that is the best thing that could have ever happened to these German engineers. So yeah, there you go. It's an amazing story how all this came together. Definitely. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, come on. Yeah, it's a bad thing. The whole World War II thing is something that's stuck with us Germans, because we are not proud of that. And yeah, there's some good things that came out of it, and that's good. Okay, so Caleb Dutton, thank you very much for the super chat. If scrubbed today, I'll drive down from Dallas, Texas tomorrow. Is there an aerial image or a link showing best location to view the launch? South Padre is what I would go with. Everything else is closed down, so you can't go to the beach to the Boca Chica beach or anything when there's launches going on. Everything is closed down. So the best spot, in my opinion, would be South Padre. Go to South Padre. There already are some viewing galleries out there already from some very smart people who looked into the future. So you might be able to get a spot there. But other than that, just go to the coast at South Padre Island. There you should get a really, really nice view of the Starship launch. And I wish I could be there with you. I'm so looking forward to being in the States. Jacob Kirstein? Oh no, it's dollars, so it's Jacob Kirstein. Love your content, thank you. Day one subscriber over here, thank you very, very much. I went to UCAF College in Orlando, yep, I know it, and worked at SpaceX and NASA. Let me know if you need anything when you're here. Love to show you around. Okay, so there have been a few people who offered that, and actually we could use a lot of help. Talk to the moderators. Talk to Split Second Mom, because she's my wife, and she's organizing a lot of stuff while I am producing episodes. So thank you, darling, for doing this. Talk to her. She when I went down for my last break, 10-minute break, she already said she's making a list of all the people who are willing to help. So there's another testament to Team Space. It's so amazing to be a part of this. It literally is, and every time I'm saying this, I mean it. So thank you everybody for watching with me, with us, for tuning in every Tuesday and Friday. It's amazing. It's been an amazing journey, and Mars is the limit right now. It's amazing what SpaceX is doing, and it's amazing how much help you're offering with our. Actually, it's a really humbling feeling. So thank you very, very much. It's amazing. Thank you, Jacob. Ellie Celia, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Hi Felix, when do you think the Super Heavy will be built and testing will begin? It is being built. We have 2 boosters already being built right now. It's kind of unknown when they will be finished, because it's really hard to say. They haven't really been stacked. A little bit stacking work is done, but not much. So we'll have to wait and see. But they're building 2 of them. On the last episode, if you look back into that, I showed a picture from Mary from NASA Spaceflight. God bless Mary. She's doing an absolutely awesome job for all of us. She took a picture of the top dome. I think it was the forward dome of booster number 2 with a funny structure on top, and I speculated that might be where either the support structure for the Starship that is going to rest on top, or maybe support structure for the fins, because the fins will be mighty and the fins will be heavy and the fins will take a lot of force, especially if they want to land the boosters on the fins. They will have to have some sort of support structure inside. There's another crazy SpaceX idea. It's amazing. And so that might be the support structure that the fins that wasn't on the episode, actually. That's stuff you can find on my Twitter. So follow me on Twitter. It's actually worth it. That's when the booster rests on the fins, the part that's inside the booster will be pressed downwards. So that might be the resting structure. Well, it was hexagonal, so it's hard to tell. Yeah, but there's lots of stuff going on with Super Heavy as well already, and it's going to be amazing. There was a picture of a possible thrust puck as well before. That was episode 140, I think. So many episodes. I normally don't remember which episode was what, because there's so many already. It's crazy. Whew. Okay, yeah, but they are building. They are building 2 of them. The question when they are going to be tested, 2021. It's really, really difficult to say. Maybe the first half of 2021, there's a chance for that. Yeah, there's a good chance actually for that, but it's really, really hard to say. It's at least another 2-3 months, something like that, maybe more, 4 months. Then it's, there's still excavator work there and everything. 34 miles per hour wind gusts. Everybody, it doesn't look too good. It's still very, very windy, but winds calm down in the evening, so we might still be in for something, but prepare for a longer stream here. It's going to be long today, that is for sure. Johannes Paul, thank you very much for your question. Do you know if the Starship, especially the tanks, is double layered on the hull? No, it isn't. Or the external side of the tanks, the outside of the hull at the same time? No. Single layer. It's 4mm steel, cold rolled stainless steel 304L and now 304X, and they are trying to reduce it to if I switch the camera, you can also see. Give me a second. Oh, by the way, every time I do this, I gotta mention this. This is LabPadre 24/7 from Boca Chica, Texas. Louis is a fine guy. I can't say anything else. I've met him in person and we spent the evening, and he's a really, really cool guy, and he allows me to restream this. So go over there, like their stream. This, I haven't liked this one. See, click like the stream, say on the chat that you really appreciate it and that you come from What About It, and it's absolutely amazing what they're doing for us. So please give some love back. It's absolutely amazing and they deserve it. Okay, so NerdleCam, there you go. That is the famous one. It's so amazing what LabPadre is doing for everybody. There's so much work involved in maintaining and providing the picture. It's amazing. And what you see here is test tank serial number 7.2. I'll make a circle appear on it, as you can see here. That is the next test tank. We had serial number 7.1, which was a test tank, and now we have serial number 7.2, and it's right up there for testing. It's ready for testing already. It's strapped down, and testing will commence soon. It's going to be a burst test, so they are going to raise the pressure until it pops, basically, and it's testing 3mm steel. That's the interesting thing about it. The serial number 9 is still using 4mm steel. I'm pretty sure it is. And 7.2 is going to test 3mm steel to see if you can reduce the strengths in the steel even further down. And there's no double hull on Starships. To reduce weight and to make the construction less complex. If they can pull it off, it's going to be good. And there was a really nice Falcon Heavy, but it disappeared too quick. Thank you for sending in the tweet. If you have joined recently, these tweets popping up there, that is a snowy place. Munich, yeah, we have snow here over here as well, like this high right now. It's melting off every second or third day or something, every other day, but it is we have snow over here as well. If you want your tweet to appear up there, tweet with hashtag launch Eileen, which is displayed up there in the corner, and we're going to show your tweet to everybody who's watching. So participate. That is our way of giving a little love back for everybody. And there's a white t-shirt. Nice. And it's a white t-shirt in Boca Chica. I wish I was there. Thanks for sending it in. Amazing. Richard, amazing. Really, really cool. I can't wait to go back to Boca Chica again. It was the journey that we did last time down to Boca Chica after visiting Kennedy Space Center for a solid week was amazing. It's a fantastic place. If you have the chance, trust me, if you have the chance to go to Boca Chica, Texas, do so. Even if there's no launch, it doesn't really matter. I mean, launch is, of course, sweet, but even if there's no launch going on, go check it out. It's amazing what SpaceX is doing there. It's like an ant's nest. You can see stuff moving everywhere, the sounds, the smell, the atmosphere, and then right next to it, that tranquility of the beach and the dunes of Boca Chica. It's a magical place. It really is. If you love rockets and you love nature, it's the place to be. It's amazing. It's really, really amazing. Do the trip down. You can fly into Brownsville very easily from Houston, for example, and that's what I did. And then you can just rent a car and do the half-hour drive down to Boca Chica. It's good. It's really, really good. It's a Starman 2021. Nice. Thank you for sending in the tweet. Nice. Okay. There you go. No double hull. No nothing. No double layered hull. Andrea Chiesa. That's Swiss francs, I think. Awesome transmission. Greetings from Switzerland. There we go. I was right. All right. Thank you for tuning in from Switzerland. Absolutely amazing. Video games, memes, rockets. There you go. That's Team Space. It's absolutely amazing. The community surrounding SpaceX and the whole launch industry is absolutely amazing. It's a blast. Basti Trautner, thank you very, very much for the super chat. Greetings from Freising, Munich. Yep, that's a southern name there. Love your work. Can you help me out with tips for moving to the US? You rock. Twitter, Trautner Basti. So if there's anybody in the chat right now, spam Trautner Basti because he needs tips on how to move to the US. It's a topic that doesn't fit into a tweet, let me tell you that. We've researched for a straight a year, I think. Yeah, a whole year. It's difficult. You have to provide a lot of stuff, and even then, it is not easy to do. It's worth it, though, in my opinion. I like the United States. There's lots of bad talk about the recent presidency and stuff like that, but still, I have not ever in my life been greeted by so many nice people as every time that I went to the United States. And I have family over there, so yeah, I've been there many times, and every time it was a joy. So there you go. That's what I say about the United States. And if you're interested in rockets, it's the place to go. Simple as it is. They are doing it. I mean, look at this. And yeah, but everything else is a really big topic. You have to choose. Well, I would say, if you want to move to Florida, Rustin Hurd. He actually has a YouTube channel. He's an attorney, an immigration attorney. He's a really, really nice guy. I had my first appointment with him now. I found him through YouTube. Obviously, I'm a creator, so I go look on YouTube. And he's a really nice guy, and he you can get your first consultation for free, and he'll answer tons of questions for you. So that is what I would suggest. If you seriously consider moving from Germany or anywhere else to the United States, contact an attorney, because it's not that easy to file for any permanent visas. And if you do a mistake, it'll just be returned to you, and it's tons of work. An attorney might be the right thing to do, and he can answer tons of questions. So that's what I would suggest. That's what we did. So thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Eric Johnson, thank you very much for the super chat. How much of the Starlink constellation will deploy by Starship? A lot. If they are actually going for 40,000 satellites, they won't be able to do that with Falcons, even though they are sending them up like crazy. It's 60 satellites each time, and a Starship will be able to carry at least 360, more like 420, 30, something like that. Optimistic estimates are in the mid 400s per flight 3 times a day. So they will be producing right now they are producing as many satellites as they send up, so they don't have a backlog. They'll have to ramp up their production on satellites, even though they are producing them that crazy fast with Starships. So it'll be the perfect payload to show the world that Starships can do it. It's in-house production. They are cheap to produce for SpaceX because they are mass-produced, and they need to send tons of them up there. So it's the perfect payload for the first flight. So I would be very surprised if SpaceX would, as soon as Starships are orbital and at least somewhat reliable, SpaceX will send all their Starlink satellites up with Starships. That is my bet right now, because it's the perfect payload to show that, because you have to launch, so that at some point the private the customers come in and say, okay, I'm going to book a Starship because this seems to be safe. You have to launch lots of Starships for that, and if you can fill it with your own payload, that's perfect. So that's it's very, very likely that the first Starship missions are going to be packed with Starlinks. Absolutely. Okay. So I'm after this wonderful cat picture there from Chris. Thank you very much for sending it in. Mr. Stauffer is hyped to be watching with Felix. Thank you, Mr. Stauffer, for tuning. Stauffer. Thank you, Mr. Stauffer, for tuning in. Retract your tongue and prepare for a Starship launch. It's still not clear if it's going to happen today. It's 34 miles per hour wind gusts, and it looks pretty windy. The pad is not clear. The excavators over here, as you can see here by the orbital launch mount, they're still working. So the pad is not clear. It's really hard to say, but we'll have to stay tuned and keep watching. That's basically all we can do right now. And that's why we're all assembled here today again. It's absolutely amazing to have the honor again to do this live stream with all of you. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, share the link. It's really important for us content creators. Even if you watch videos from other content creators, if you like it, take the time to push that little button, because it's telling the algorithm that you liked it, and then it can decide to show it to more people. So that is why this is so important to us. So please don't be annoyed if content creators tell you to press the like button on every single video. It is really important for us, and it's a free way. It doesn't cost a penny for you to do this, and you pay back so much love. I mean, sometimes I get 300,000 views on my episodes, and there's 10,000 people or 15,000 people, which is amazing, but it's just a very small percentage, even though there were so many people watching. I would be flipping if 300,000 people would click the like button. I know it myself. You watch the stuff on YouTube, and then you go to the next video, and you forget to press the like button. But it's really important. Do it. I think TJ is watching as well, and he knows this stuff. It is so important for us. So click the like button, subscribe, become a member if you want to join the awesome launch party that is going on the Discord right now. It's a really nice community. Comprised of all sorts of people, from the 14-year-old rocket enthusiast all the way to the 75-year-old Apollo veteran. You'll find everything in there. Even rocket engineers, people who built the Titan IV rockets. It's amazing. It's a really nice community, and I'm on there as well. And for $1 per month, you get access to that Discord. So I'm always trying to give something back. If you support, I'm trying to give something back. So that's the general rule. For example, all the super chats today, if you might have just joined, are going into our fund to move to Florida, because we're actually going to move to Florida. Hopefully August 1st is going to be the first day that we're going to move to Florida. Let's go, launch Eileen. Hype! I'm so happy that you all joined. But it's really hard to say if we're going to see a launch today. Yeah. It's really hard to predict. Right now it's still too windy. Let's check the weather report again, if that has changed at all, but I think it won't. So here we are. It has changed slightly, at least. But it hasn't on LabPadre's cam. So this is local time here, 1700 hours local. And right now we are at 1:40 p.m. So there's still a bit of time. And on the coast, I'm a pilot. I had to learn this kind of stuff. Meteorology is a subject, a class, if you want to become a pilot. At the coast, there is a special phenomenon because wind is always going towards where it's warmer, or in the most cases, it is doing that. And at the coast, you have the sea and the land next to each other. The water of the coast takes longer to heat up, but it can store the warmth for longer. And the land heats up quickly, but it loses it quickly again. The heat is just going away. That's it. So you have big temperature differences in the daytime and at night. And so the winds going from the sea to the land and from the land to the sea are strongest in the morning. Not in the morning. Actually, they are strongest at daytime. Now I'm confused. Why is that wind not going down? Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. So you normally have the strongest winds in the morning and in the evening. And right now, the winds are strongest at daytime, and they're supposed to go down in the evening. So I'm kind of a little bit confused here, but the weather, it has been doing all sorts of strange stuff recently in Boca Chica, and it's really hard to predict. If you look at this here, for example, is fog. We've had that earlier. Let me go to on my Twitter here and show you this real quick. This is SpaceX, and SpaceX hasn't said anything yet. Nope. And if I go here, I've posted a picture of it. It was hilarious. There you go. So that's what Boca Chica, Texas looked like on January 1st. And the pad wasn't clear. That was the joke I made on the tweet. And yeah, that's what the weather has been doing recently. It's crazy. It's going crazy. There's lots of fog, lots of wind, lots of rain, cold temperatures as well, because the temperatures are going down in Boca Chica. The residents, the locals, are freezing because they are not used to these kinds of temperatures right now. So 63 Fahrenheit is really cold for Boca Chica, Texas. And then you have the warm air on the Gulf, and that produces moisture, and then the moisture condenses in the air because of the cold winds from up north, and so on. It's going crazy right now, basically. And so that it's really, really hard to predict what the weather is going to do today or in the next few days. And so we're standing here waiting. Now you can see something that we were trying to spot earlier here, up here. If you see this black stripe here, it's right now, it's there you go, that's better. The camera is shaking crazy, like crazy from the winds. The straps for the fins are still on, and they can't go up right now because the man lift, because they would go up with these man lifts here, and you can't get them up in the strong winds, and so on and so forth. So right now our enemy is the wind. Yeah, and it doesn't get better. So we'll have to wait and see what happens, basically. But we're still watching, and the test window right now is for today, tomorrow, and the next day. Actually, tomorrow and the next day, the window is much bigger than it is today. I think I have the tab open as well. Yeah, there you go. That's actually the website that you can go to if you want to see the current test dates. You don't have to wait for anybody to tweet it or to see it on an episode. It's publicly available at www.cameroncounty.us/SpaceX. And there you can always see the latest test dates. And sometimes it's good to refresh them. And it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So today is Monday, 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. That's a rather short test window. And then tomorrow and the next day it's extended. It's the normal test window, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. And those are the test windows that we saw serial number 8 actually take flight in. And then you see the status, and the closure is scheduled. So it's all good. So if it doesn't take off today, it'll be tomorrow or on Wednesday. But like I said, the weather is a factor. And if you look at that weather, it's really, really bad on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tomorrow might work if that fog clears up, because through fog you cannot launch, and everything else is cloudy on that day. Even though the wind is just fine, the clouds and the fog will be a problem. Then the next day, on Wednesday, you have the clear skies again, but you have the strong winds again as well. So we would need this. We would need the sunshine, and we would need the low wind speeds. That would be perfect. But we are not getting that until not this week. See, that's the problem. Maybe Friday, but we have cloud coverage there as well. Not that severe though. Let's see how much cloud coverage we're getting on Friday. Yeah, it's pretty good. So yeah, the weather is our biggest enemy right now. Otherwise, we would definitely see a launch today. But right now, that makes it rather difficult to say. So that's where we're at right now. And that's what we're dealing with. It's 146 over there right now. So that's about right. And it's the wind. The wind is the problem right now. The wind! Go away, wind. 33 miles per hour. That's what we got, and that's what we got to deal with. And yeah, we'll have to watch. We have to wait and see. This widget here, provided by LabPadre, up here where you see the little circle pop, is actually pretty accurate because it is tapped into a local weather station, and gives a fairly good data on the weather, on the local weather, and you can look at the camera shaking, which doesn't make it better either. Oh, it's the wind. It's hazy too, but that wouldn't be a big problem. but the wind is terrible right now, and it doesn't change, and that's why we're sitting here watching shaky cameras. I'm going to switch back to the Launchpad camera. If you've just joined, I am restreaming LabPadre, and for that they deserve our eternal gratitude. If you can, go over there, press the like buttons here. This little guy here, you see, I've already pressed it. They really deserve it. Give them a subscription. That is abonnieren. In German it means subscribe. So press this button. They really, really deserve it. It's really, really kind of them to allow me to restream their camera, because it's a lot of work to provide us with 24/7 live streams. It's incredible, actually, that they're even able to do this. I've talked to Lewis before, and I actually met him, and I talk a lot with him, and he walked me through what he had to do to get the current NerdleCam set up. Was intense. It had concrete pouring. It had a local power supply that they have to have there because it's somewhere in the dunes, and so on and so forth. So many problems they had to go through. Now they are using artificial intelligence picture stabilizer, and it still in the heavy winds doesn't work. So the camera pole is shaking. But he had to raise the camera up to get a better vantage point, and so on and so forth. And there's the golf cart. Yeah, but so that is incredible. And this one is just right next to the road. Actually, next time I'm in Boca Chica, I'm going to check this camera out. I'm going to stand in front of it waving. That's going to be good. So yeah, that's what we're watching through. And if you can, pay some love back, because it's really, really, they deserve it. Thank you for sending in the tweets. If you don't know the tweets, it's hashtag launch Eileen. It's up in that corner. If you tweet with it, the system will pick it up, and it's curated, so don't send in any nasty stuff. But if it's nice, we'll show it. Good evening from Greece. Watched Tier number 8 flight with you, and I intend to continue the good habits. Thank you very much for sending in the tweet. Very, very nice. Okay, we have another super chat from Zaloak. Thank you for the super chat. 35 miles per hour winds, way too much wind to launch. Exactly, and that's what we've just been talking about. And we'll have to wait. 30 miles per hour right now, but that's the gusts. The sustained wind is lower, of course, but the gusts are the problem. So you can't have higher. I'd say 25, maybe 20 is good, but 30 certainly isn't. So we'll have to wait and see. That's a beautiful picture. Isn't that from, who took this? I know who took this. Cooperheims? Is that the guy who took the picture? Or did you take the picture? Kyle R. Hudson. Did you take this picture? Oh my god, the chat is too fast. I want to read, but I can't. Also posted in the chat. Oh my god, the chat is too fast. Thank you so much for joining. This is incredible. Even though we have these high winds, I tend to forget this, because actually I am watching a calm and steady and nicely prepared Trello board where my moderators are copying out the questions, because I would not possibly be able to read this. Chat is crazy, people. You're crazy. This is amazing. Hope. Exactly. Hope stream. Hope. Come on, wind. Go down. This is not good. Yeah, but we'll... Hope! Hope and hype together. Yeah, it's really about the wind today. Oh my god. And I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry for... Oh, this chat is so fast I can't even read it. Gude aus Frankfurt. Gude zurück. Amazing. Polar vortex. Yeah, the polar vortex didn't pick up at all this year. Hype for hope. Exactly. Oh my god, Anthony. Thank you. Glad to hear you're following your dreams. Hope your move goes smoothly. Yeah, I hope so too. We're preparing as much as we can. Thank you so much for the that is very, very generous. Thank you so much. Very much. We're planning the heck out of it to say the least. Hype from Cologne. Free Kyle. Who's Kyle? Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Like I said a million times by now, the wind is the problem. The wind is the problem right now. Pad is not clear. Man lift can't go up to remove the flap straps. We're stuck in the wind. Hype, hype, hype. Hype train. We even had memes after the serial number 8 launch. We had memes going on the Discord about the hype train. It's amazing. That is a testament to the space community. It's absolutely amazing. It's absolutely amazing that you people are so nice. It's the coolest community I've ever been a part of, and I've been a part of many communities before, but this is just incredible. It's really, really nice. I do not know what's the man lift wind max, but it definitely is below 30 miles per hour. Well, a good wind speed for liftoff for a launch attempt would probably be maybe slightly above 20 miles per hour gusts, but not more than that. It's unknown though, so it's speculation, but that would be my guess. Choo choo hype. All right. Yeah, it's way too much. Exactly. Oh wow, Timo, thank you very much for Timo sent me a PayPal donation. You can also send me a donation through PayPal if you don't care about the funny, colorful messages that pop up in the chat, because obviously YouTube is taking their share of this, and the share is considerable because YouTube wants to be paid as well. So if you want everything of your funding to arrive in our pocket and for us to be able to move to Florida, there's a PayPal me link that the Nightbot is spamming out every time you type ! PayPal. Apparently that is all the work from the moderators. I have nothing to do with this. This is amazing. See, that's why I'm always so happy about my moderators. And if you send money through that PayPal link, I think it's 2% or so that PayPal takes, and YouTube takes more. That is for sure. But I can also understand if you want your super chat messages. Hey, PayPal me, PayPal. Oh my God, PayPal train. There you go. Okay, so, but I can also perfectly understand if you want to send a super chat. Actually, it's a really nice function, and I love it myself. I've sent many super chats myself to Tim Dodd, and to LabPadre always gets a super chat from me because it's absolutely amazing what they're doing there. Vasa, Finland. Very nice. Thank you very much for joining tonight. Max Söderlund. That is definitely a Scandinavian name. PayPal train. You guys rock. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you very much for showing up tonight. And I don't even know, I'm speechless. I am from Germany, yes. I do not have a Cash App, no. Actually, I'm not a big fan of donations, but if YouTube has taught me something, if the space community has taught me something, it's that there are some very supportive people out there. Without the patrons, this wouldn't be possible. Without all the YouTube members, it wouldn't be possible. Without all the help that we're getting from the community, all those people that you see moderating there, that you see. Alex Jobs did the music for the intro and the animation, by the way, as well. That round countdown timer, I didn't do that. I mean, I produced the intro sequence, but all the assets came from other people. So the community is very, very generous, and there's lots of teamwork and help from all over the planet, basically. There are people from... Mikko is from Finland, and then we have people from Australia, we have people from Hungary, we have people from the US, of course, from Germany, from everywhere. It's amazing how much help we are getting with What About It, and without all these people, it wouldn't be possible anyway. So that's Team Space. It's absolutely amazing. All right, guys, I think I'm going to take another short break here because the tea makes me go to the toilet. And I'll leave you with the pictures of LabPadre's wonderful cam. If you haven't been there yet, leave him a like. It's absolutely important for him. And there's another cat tweet. Send in tweets. Keep them coming. Send in questions. If you have questions, since the Starship isn't doing anything, I can answer questions. So send the questions to at @splitsecondmom. She'll relay them to me and become a member, as somebody has just done. It's absolutely amazing. Don't forget to link your profiles. The moderators will be able to tell you how to do that. If you become a patron, you have to link your Discord profile in your Patreon account settings, and if you become a YouTube member, you have to link your Discord profile in your YouTube settings, I think, but the moderators will be able to tell you as well. And then you can join the Discord, and there's a huge launch party going on as always, and the community is really, really nice. It's definitely worth it. I'm there every day. Luna is ready for the launch. Very, very nice pictures. Thank you. I'll be back in, I'd say, probably 10 minutes again to grab a bite and to visit the bathroom, and hopefully the winds are calming down. Right now they're stable at 30 miles per hour. We'll have to wait and see. So thank you for joining. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. We should probably change this to hashtag gone with the wind or something. Hey everybody, I'm back. Thank you for staying with us. To everybody who has just joined, we're trying to watch the serial number 9 launch today, but winds are preventing any activity on the Starship right now. They are playing a drinking game on our Discord, and the rules are every time I say flapstrap, the first person to say it doesn't have to drink, everybody else does. So if I say flapstrap at some point during the stream, do not be irritated. It is me taking part in the awesome drinking game, and I don't have to drink, and that's the coolest thing about it. So we'll keep doing that. That's a good example for what's going on the Discord every time we're having a launch stream, and it's amazing. The community just rocks. Everybody rocks in there. So cheer for the Discord, everybody. It's absolutely amazing. And let's hope and see if Starship serial number 9 actually does take off today. And my wife is bringing me a coffee. Oh, this is good. Thank you. Very, very nice. Nee, lass die ruhig hier drin. Ach so, okay. Streaming Cat has just arrived and will be leaving now because she wants food. And she's gone. All right. And we have some rocket models there. 3D printed rocket models. Preparing for a long launch window. Exactly. So this is prototype testing at its best. It's mostly about waiting. If you haven't done it yet, you're in for a waiting game here. No evacuation today, meaning no Starship serial number 9 flight today. Well, there's even Mary. Come on. So this could be the first news that points towards no launch today, but that would be blamed to the wind, 32 miles per hour. So that could very much be that there is not going to be a launch today. This is the first. It's not official news, but Mary normally is really well informed. So it actually might be that we're not going to see a launch today. Which cup did she give me? Rio de Janeiro. Rio de Janeiro. We're collecting these cups. Oh, and by the way, when I went downstairs and I took a peek into my wife's office where the basically the stream command is handled by her, I saw the list of people who send donations through PayPal. That is absolutely amazing. I don't even know what to say. You people really think you really want me to move to Florida? We got it. Thank you so much for doing this for us. This is going to make it absolutely. It's going to make it much easier. Actually, it's going to make it much easier. So thank you from the whole family. We appreciate it. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you very, very much. Even though nobody has seen your super chats, I'm gonna be thinking about you people tonight when I go to bed at 2 in the morning or something, because we'll keep watching, and it looks more and more unlikely that we're going to see a launch today, to be honest, because the wind is not calming down a lot. Then the launch window extends another 4 hours, but if there hasn't been any evacuation yet, if Mary was correct, and I guess she lives there, it might be that we're not going to see a launch today. But if not, it's going to be, we have another 2 test windows. We have another one for tomorrow and another one for the next day. I'm just going to bring it up real quick here. For everybody who doesn't know this, it is publicly available. You do not have to wait for anybody to tweet the latest test result, the latest closure dates or something, or to wait from, of course, I always, or most of the time, I have it on my episodes, but you don't have to wait for that, because normally it's really hard for me to have the correct test dates on the episode anyway. That's a nice cat. Wow. Hairless cat. That is rare. Has the big 55-inch screen. Yes! Thank you very, very much. Okay, so this is Cameron County US .us/SpaceX, and you can always see the latest closure dates. And as you can see, this is Monday, this is today, and it's 12 p.m. to 6 p.m. And we have another 2 dates here for tomorrow and the next day, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., which is actually an extended and full test window. And thank you so much for these tweets. It's amazing. That's one of the best ideas we've recently had to add to our streams. It's absolutely amazing that you people can actually participate in this and that everybody sees this, and that's absolutely amazing. So keep them coming. If you have just joined, launch Eileen, hashtag launch Eileen is up there in the corner here, up here. If you tweet with that hashtag, it's going to be picked up and we're going to show it on the stream. Nice. Yeah, very nice. Frühförderung. What's the English word for Frühförderung? Early. Yeah. Nachwuchs. I don't know the English word for that. I'll have to work on that. Even though my English is really, really good, sometimes I'm missing the words. Frühförderung, that's a good one. It's probably already racing in the chat and I'm not looking at the chat. There you go. F, no! Yeah, it could definitely be a scrub today. Yes! Oh my god, that stream is going so fast. It's every time I ask myself, thank you, Woody. Thank you, David. It's amazing. Your mom. Thank you, your mom. It's amazing how much support we're getting. Hype. Don't lose the hype train. Here's F and Scrub are fighting against the hype train. Who's going to prevail? That is all what this chat is about right now. Thank you for joining. It's absolutely amazing. Yeah, it could definitely be a scrub. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to try to read more. Oh my goodness. This chat is racing. Okay, I'll try to read out a few more questions because since we are streaming anyway, we're going to make it count. And so Timo sent me a PayPal. Just give me 1 second here. That is my son in the background. He's got some trouble. I'll be right back because family first. So that's 8-year-old son having problems with 3-year-old son. Sometimes that happens, and every parent will be able to relate. But he seems to be calm now. Okay, so what I was saying is Timo sent me a PayPal donation, and he's the guy working, or one of the people actually. Oh, we have grass venting. Does that mean anything? Can't possibly mean anything. Yeah, no launch today. Serial number 9 launch scrubbed due to high winds. FTS flight termination system installed. Next launch opportunity 26th and 27th. So yeah, that just might be the tank farm venting and producing some more normal pressure levels there. Yeah. So this might be a scrub. But anyways, what I was saying is that Timo sent me a PayPal donation and he really, really wants to meet me before I move to Florida. And I get that. come over, visit us, or we'll come to Rheinland-Pfalz. Yeah, Flapstrap. Yeah, okay, I will. I'm really trying. The problem is just that there's now Cookie has arrived. Busy studio as always. I'm trying. It's the problem is COVID. It's we're on lockdown here in Germany and it's all really crazy. We'll sort it out though. We'll sort it out. We'll make it count, definitely. It's really nice of you. Thank you. So let me do at least. Yeah, my wife was just saying that she tried to get the kids to bed. But that is really hard. Volker Bremer. Thank you for the super chat. It's much appreciated. Majin Vegeta, thank you very much for the super chat. I like the poster of Doctor Strange. Space and Time fits well with your theme. It's a shame it's gone. It's not gone. It's not gone. It's just out of view. It's right there on the wall, right next to the. Let me just real quick. There you go. Give me a second. See, there it is. See it on the wall over there? It's still there. I just moved it out of the screen for a funny reason. I could actually put it back into the set again, because this camera that I'm using for streams right now is a Sony Alpha 7 II. It's a good camera. It was my second camera that I actually used for YouTubing, because in the beginning I started with a budget of $150 and it worked. So anyone who wants to start a YouTube channel, do not worry about budget. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. You can start with a very cheap microphone and an even cheaper camera. I got it used and it was all fine. It's all good. Flapstrap. And so this is an Alpha 7 II and it has autofocus, and I'm not the best with cameras. I'm getting better, I promise. And I'm right now using a different camera. It's a Zcam E2 M4, I think. And that's a really good one. It doesn't use autofocus. The problem with the 7 II, if you don't know how to set it up properly, and that's the problem I had, is that it tries to focus on faces. And the Doctor Strange picture was recognized as a face, of course, because it's showing Doctor Strange's head. And that's the problem. And that's why I moved it outside of the out of the set. So that's the story behind that. But I could move it in again, but that makes it so cluttered again. One of the reasons why I changed my set the last time was because I felt it was way too cluttered. There was so much stuff in there, and then I removed a few things. That is the main reason why I removed a few things, and Doctor Strange had to go. I'm sorry. But he's still there. Like I said, he's just outside of the view. Every time you see an episode of me, just remember he's right there. He's just not in the view. Thank you very much for the super chat. That's that. Grüße aus Schwerin. Thank you very much, Steffen. Schön abgeschlossen. Thank you so much for the super chat. Absolutely amazing. Or is it even a super chat? I think those are donations from PayPal now. That is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. Thank you. Ian Sear, great work. Keep this coverage going, and your English is so improved. Thank you. Yeah, I'm working on it. My English was always better than the average German's English, but since I started the YouTube channel, of course, it ramped up even further. If you watch episodes from the dark age, as I call it, when I started the channel, you'll see that it has improved quite a bit. Yeah, it's just because the community is completely in English, and I keep it that way on purpose. There's always a few people who want to talk German with me, and we do. If there's nobody else in the voice channels except for Germans, there's a very nice Starman helmet. I would love to have one, by the way. Thank you very much for sending it in. What was I saying? So we do sometimes speak German in there, but it's only when there's only Germans, and there's not that many Germans in there, so it's rare. And so all the time, I speak more English now than I speak German, to be honest. And so that's not going to be that big of a difference. What's he trying to show? That's not going to be that much of a difference when we move to Florida, actually. That's it's a good practice, that's for sure. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. It's right in the dunes, and you can walk in the dunes over there, and it's amazing. And it's tranquility right next to Mars rocket action. It's amazing. It's an amazing place. If you can move to Florida, if you can go visit Boca Chica. It's an amazing place, definitely. So thank you, Ian. Absolutely amazing. Anthony Losego, trying this out. Thank you so much for the donation. It's absolutely amazing. Dennis Preston, right up there. Thank you for supporting our move to Florida. This is amazing. TQL, can you repeat that word? Could not quite understand the word. Which word? Flapstrap? I don't know which word you mean. Bratwurst. How about that one? David Ashwood, thank you very much for the soup. I think that's a super chat. I want to see the power behind the channel, you and the kids. That is actually completely right. You can see my wife. She's done some episodes on YouTube. You have to go into there's a playlist, a separate playlist for the content that she has made on the What About It channel. She has stopped because of obvious reasons. We're right now in the midst of, that is the recondenser, by the way. That is a really nice piece of hardware. She is in the midst of managing everything. It's crazy. And if I didn't have my wife, and I'm not afraid to say it, I would be drowning. And so thank you, honey. You're the greatest. And the reason why she's not producing any content right now and might not be for the foreseeable future, flapstraps. There you go, flapstraps. Love it. Really nice. That's one of the things I always regret when I'm streaming, is I can't be on the Discord at the same time because they're having a good time there right now. Okay, so she's managing everything, and that's why she's not producing any content right now. But you can see her on my YouTube, on our YouTube channel. You can see her. She's produced at least 3 or 4 episodes, and it's actually very good. And I loved what she did, and it's a pity that she's not doing it anymore. But I will not be the one to force her, because that's the wrong way to approach this kind of stuff. It's creative work, and it has to come from yourself. So, and she's got her hands full. We have got 3 kids. And so much stuff to do right now. And that's a really cute little doggy. And it's holding something. It's a dead puma. No, it's a dead leopard. Monty has brought you a toy to help launch happen. Yeah, Monty, good luck next time. Thank you very much for bringing the toy. But we're probably going to see the launch tomorrow or the next day. I'll be streaming again, of course, and I'm definitely going to stream for a while here as well. Because how many people are watching right now? Probably a lot of people have already left. There's still, what? 9,500 people are still watching, even though we're having a scrub. There's another testament for what SpaceX is doing there. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. Thank you for having the honor with me to watch serial number 9 launch. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. It's probably not going to happen today, but that's prototype testing at its best. We've had 2 streams for serial number 8 anyway, and we've been going for, how long have we been going now? We started this at 4 my time. 5.5 hours already. It's amazing. Thank you everybody for joining in. That is absolutely cool. Okay, I'll try to read out a few more of those super chats. David Ashwood, that is the guy who wants to see the mom and the kids. And the kids you were able to see on my Twitter, I think, before. I've posted pictures where you could see my kids on Twitter. So like I said, that is not decoration. It actually makes sense to follow me on Twitter because I do all sorts of stuff there that you never see on my episodes, so it's worth it. I actually take pride in my Twitter community. It's a really nice place, and it's an awesome community. And the 3D artists on Twitter are absolutely going insane. It's amazing what they put out. So it's definitely always worth it if you're a SpaceX Starship fan. It's worth it to be on Twitter. There's lots of stuff there that you don't see anywhere else, and my account is very active there, and it's always me posting, so there's no company behind it managing my tweets or something. I don't have that, and I don't intend to have that, so whatever I write there is coming directly from me, mostly when I'm laying in bed already or something like that. But yeah, it's definitely worth it. It's a really nice community over there as well. So David, thank you very much. That is a really nice one. Another 2 boxes. Thank you so much. Absolutely amazing. Lamboij. Johann Lamboij. Thank you very, very much. 2 boxes packed. Thank you. Woody, oh my goodness. Woody 404, thank you very, very much for the super chat. I think they should still fly in these winds so they can test how sturdy the vehicle really is and if it withstands it. That's what I said. Absolutely. Second try went through. Thank you. That's what I said. I think the same, and I think it would be typical for SpaceX. But if it's too crazy, and right now the winds are calming down a little bit, it's 28 miles per hour wind gusts, but it's still, it seems to be outside the envelope. That's the problem. At 32, 33, 34, we've seen all of it in LabPadre's widget this afternoon, and that's too much. It can't take that. But it's typical for SpaceX. They've done that with Falcon 9 before. CRS-20, I saw it live, and we thought it would be a scrub. We were standing at Port Canaveral, ready to board the ship because we took Starfleet tours. I can recommend those when you are watching a launch at Kennedy Space Center. It's absolutely awesome to watch it from a boat, especially when it's a launch, return to launch site, because then you can get that really nice view on the landing pad. And we did that at night, and we were standing there at the dock, and the palm trees were bending. Not the leaves, but the stems were bending. And we said, we're going to read a tweet from SpaceX, and it's going to be a scrub, and tomorrow we're leaving for Boca Chica. And we were not amused, to say the least, because that was my first rocket launch live, and I wanted to see it so bad. And then we boarded the boat, and while on the boat going out to the ocean, Elon Musk tweeted again, I think it was while we were already on the boat, he tweeted that they are going to proceed with the launch tonight, even though the winds are very, very strong, because they wanted to test the envelope, what is possible with a Falcon 9 booster. So that is typical for SpaceX, but today I think it was just too much. That is a very cute puppy. Rocky is waiting for launch. Rocky can sleep a little longer, I guess, and then be rested for tomorrow. Yeah, but it is typical for SpaceX. So I have the same idea, but it might have just been too much today. And it's a prototype. You never know what to expect with a prototype, so you don't want to risk everything. Robert Pelhan, thank you so much for the donation. It's absolutely appreciated. It's another 4 boxes. Thank you. Daniel Vasquez, thank you for the super chat. Hey Felix, are you keeping tabs on NASA WB-57? I am not. I know what it is, but I can't possibly keep tabs on everything. So there are a few things that I don't keep close attention to, that sometimes just pop up in my Twitter feed, and that's basically it. For me, the focus right now is Perseverance, Starship, Rocket Lab, because I love me some Rocket Lab. I think what they're doing is absolutely awesome. I did an interview with Peter Beck before. It's even though it's half a year or I think almost a year old by now, it's still worth watching the interview that you can find on my channel. It's in the interview playlist. Or in the in-depth playlist, I think it's called. It's absolutely amazing what Peter Beck has to say, and he's a very, very smart guy with his electron rockets, and he's planning great things. A science mission to Venus to analyze, to research into the atmosphere, if there could be life possible in the atmosphere of Venus. I mean, come on. If you have something like that on your job description, you know what you're doing. So he's an awesome guy, and Rocket Lab is absolutely amazing. There are a few other projects that I'm closely watching. SLS, because I'm looking forward to that first launch, to the Artemis 1 launch, because that's going to be awesome. I don't have too much faith in the project because of obvious reasons. It's over budget and delayed and so on and so forth. But still, in my opinion, it's a step in the right direction, no matter what, because if it's research, and it's researching at least definitely on the part of the capsule, because that is a new construction, completely new construction. Even though it's an old concept, it's a new construction, and it involves a lot of younger talents as well that get their first bite at how it is to design a spaceship and so on and so forth. So in that regard, it definitely is a good thing. But yeah, it's hard to tell what comes of Artemis, especially with all those switching presidents and so on and so forth. Every 4 years, you have a different direction. It's difficult terrain. Jim Bridenstine did a good job, in my opinion, but that's another political topic, and I'm not too big on political topics on a space-related channel. Thank you for the tweet. Oh, it's gone too soon, but I saw it. Thank you very much. If you want your tweet to be shown, even though we're probably not gonna see a launch today, it's 100% by now that we're not gonna see a launch. BC Canada, yep. British Columbia, that's what it stands for. It looks the same over here. Same trees, same hills, and same snow. There you go. It's really cold in Germany as well. I'm going to love Florida. I've never been a winter person. I'm always, you have a crowd of people, like 10 people standing outside in the winter. If you're from a place where it gets really cold, everybody has their hoodies on and the gloves and everything, and everybody's standing there just normal because they are not freezing. And then there's this one guy in the middle being completely packed up with everything, a scarf, everything, and he's still shaking. That is me every winter. So I'm gonna love Florida. That is for sure. I like what it looks like, the snow, but I don't want to touch it. It's always been like that. Even as a kid, I did some sled riding. What's that called in English? Sleds, when kids go out with a sled and ride down the hill. Sled riding, probably. I did some of that, of course, because it's with friends and it's fun and so on. But after an hour or so, I was always the guy being like, oh God, it's so cold. Can we please go home again? So I've always been like that. And so I'm definitely going to enjoy Florida. That is for sure. That is an epic 7.5 there. I have the same model and I don't have the lighting kit and I don't have the upper stage built yet. It's the last 4 bags or so that I'm missing. I don't have that much time, but it's almost done. And I'll definitely, if I can, I'll put it on the set. But I don't have the lighting kit. That was an awesome one. Absolutely amazing. Love your videos, and I look forward to them. And it's gone. I'm sorry, but I saw half of it. Thank you very much. Okay, that is Daniel. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. David Ashwood. I know the kids are going down for the night, but you are the star. Yeah, she really, and that was meant for you, honey. That was meant for you. She's amazing. She's really amazing, and I'm really, really happy to be together with her. Actually, on January 16th, we had our 11th. So we've been together for a long time, and I'm enjoying every minute. And without her, all this wouldn't have been possible. Mark Muller, my wife asks if you can shout, "It's amazing!" So I hope she heard that. I think it was loud enough. Thank you very much. The Saboteur 99, thank you very much for the super chat. How long until launch? Enjoy the stream, dude. How long until launch? Probably likely 24 hours, as it looks like right now. We're going to try again tomorrow. So there's definitely not going to be an episode tomorrow because I've been streaming, obviously. I would have normally, on a normal day at What About It, today I would have been writing script, recording, researching, all that kind of stuff. And that didn't happen. So there's not going to be an episode tomorrow. Please do not cry. But we're going to have some absolutely awesome launch streams, and I'm definitely, if SpaceX doesn't cancel the date tomorrow, I'll be streaming again. So already mark it in your calendar tomorrow and the next day. If there's no launch tomorrow or the next day as well, we'll be streaming and watching it together. And yeah, so that's that. It's going to be at least 24 hours in my opinion. Daniel Vasquez, I meant NASA plane as an indicator for flight. Oh, that's what you... Okay, yeah, no. I haven't, but my moderators do, and they didn't give me any information. Normally, they do. The WB-57, exactly. Yeah, of course. I'm stupid. Last time they even had one that couldn't take off. Because it had problems with the... What did it have problems with? I remember it. The pilots tweeted even, the NASA plane pilots tweeted it. And yeah. And you have a lot of starfighters. Some from the community are right now in Boca Chica. And one of them sent us pictures and a video actually of starfighters, NASA starfighters flying over the beach. That is absolutely amazing as well. I saw one, I caught one when I was in Florida. They fly at Kennedy Space Center as well, at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, as it is called now. And I saw one in the air. The first time I ever saw one. It's amazing. Yeah, but yeah, the plane tracking is another thing that normally the moderators are taking over for me, because I couldn't possibly. And there's a banana for scale. My first tweet. Hope I'm doing this right. You're doing this perfectly. Thank you very much for sending it in. Absolutely awesome. Yeah, so the plane tracking is normally taken care of by the moderators, and there wasn't anything. Yeah. So probably it's not going to be a launch today. And there's streaming cat has just arrived here. You can see her tail tip. January 16th, 11th, awesome. What is that supposed to tell me? It's a super chat. Thank you very, very much. But there's no name next to it, and it says January 16th, 11th, awesome. Oh, my wife. But that didn't come from my wife. Who did this come from? Flapstraps. Yeah, that was our 11th. We're together for 11 years now, and we have married. We got married 2 years after we got together, so really, really quick. And we have 3 kids now, and I won't want to miss my family. They are the centerpiece of what you see on the channel, even though you only see me in front of the camera most of the time. My wife is a centerpiece. She's doing this absolutely awesome, and she when I started flying, she started flying. When I did my YouTube channel, she immediately pitched in. So she's so supportive. I love you, seriously. Without her, I couldn't do this. Yeah. I wish we still had that attention on the pad. 30 minutes remain until hands off Starship serial number 9. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be tomorrow. This is not going to be today. It really, really does definitely look like there's not going to be any action today anymore. LabPadre and the team, you rock so much. They've done an absolutely amazing job providing the feed for us again and enabling me to restream it. That is absolutely amazing, and it's a really, really nice thing, and I very, very much appreciate it. This is LabPadre's content that I am restreaming. If you haven't done so yet, head on over there, push that little like button. If you haven't done so yet, push the subscribe button. This is just German. Normally it says subscribe, or in your language the equivalent. Do it. They deserve the love, and it's absolutely amazing what they're doing. Yeah, it's getting calmer now. Somebody on the LabPadre chat even says it. Yeah, but it was too late. Probably was too late. 2:40. Yeah, another 2 hours and 20 minutes left in the test window. So, or actually, yeah. Wind, gone. Hashtag gone with the wind. There you go. Hey Eileen, did you hear what happened to Penguin? It's a video. I can't click it. Penguin launched. Serial number 8 did a fine job. Even though it sacrificed itself, it did a fine job. David Ashwood, thank you very much. Quick by German standards. What's that supposed to mean? Flapstrap. Okay, so I think I can wrap this up for today. There's still tweets coming in, but there are no... Are there? Do you have any more questions maybe that I could answer? Tag Split Second Mom. How long until launch? Enjoy the stream, dude. Yeah, that we've seen that already. Oh, it's the chat is going so fast that it's still ramping up to me. It's amazing how fast the stream is going. It's not up to date for me basically because it's going so fast. 24-hour live stream. Yes. Nope, I'm not gonna do a 24-hour stream. Yeah. Hype. Tomorrow is our next chance. Absolutely. There we go, it's picking up now. Yeah, the launch is cancelled, Marco. It's just too high winds, and that didn't make any sense to risk it all, basically. It doesn't start. It starts tomorrow or the next day. The next test dates are tomorrow and then the day after. And they are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. as you can see on the official page, where Cameron County always shows us the latest test dates that SpaceX has announced. And the next dates are Tuesday, January 6th, 26th, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. and Wednesday, January 27th, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. So that's when we're going to gather again to see if the Starship takes flight now. Yeah. It was 2 high winds and it was to be expected, but you never give up as a Starship fan and you always tune in to see TFR has been cancelled. That is a rumor. Okay, yeah, but that's it. That's basically it. It's not going to launch today. There we go. The occupier. Why do you keep saying slap straps? Slap straps. Flap straps. I'm saying flap straps. It's because of a drinking game on the Discord that's going on right now. It's the crazy What About It community. You have to cope with it when you're watching our streams. They are on the Discord right now, and they every time I say flap straps, the quickest person to say flap straps doesn't need to drink. Everybody else does. That's the game. That's my wife told me to do this, and of course I am, and I'm missing out on it, and it's terrible. But that's the way it is. The streamer never is on the Discord, and it's always a party there. It's absolutely amazing. Kisses and love from France. Thank you very, very much. GMG Records, thank you. Khaled Ganum, could you Felix do flyover like RGV when you move to the US? Mauricio from RGV Aerial has already invited me, and since I'm a pilot, I'm definitely gonna join him on his flyovers whenever I'm in Boca Chica and he has a spot in his plane. I'm definitely gonna be sitting in it. That's for sure, absolutely. He's already invited me. Yeah, TFR cancelled. Somebody's saying it again. This is really irritating. But it is not confirmed. There's no TFR cancels. Is there? Another space nut is already complaining. Yep, there you go. You got to be quicker. You just got to be quicker. That's the whole secret. Who's the quickest? Yep, that's how it is. Thank you, David. Thank you very, very much for the super chat. She probably is. Yeah. TFR, temporary flight restriction. Those are given out so that the airspace is changed and that there's no airplanes entering the airspace while the Starship is testing. It's confirmed. Today TFR is removed. Yeah. It's a scrub. Thank you very much. That's how it is. That's what happens when the wind kicks in. And now it's calming down. How the irony, you know? But look at see the bird? Did you see the bird on the camera? It was able to stand still in the air because the wind is so strong, and that's the problem. Yeah. It's a scrub, everybody. If you haven't heard it yet, it's a scrub for today. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow and the next day to see if SpaceX can do it. We can look into the weather report again for those who haven't seen it yet. This is the weather report from windy.com. I use this because I'm a pilot and I'm just used to it, so get used to it. There are lots of people who say that the windy.com weather report wouldn't be that reliable, but I actually have to disagree. I like it. So this is tomorrow. At 1700 hours, we're having fog, and so if there's fog tomorrow, half an hour before my stream starts, and it hasn't cleared up at all, that's a good indicator actually that there's not going to be a launch tomorrow. I'll be streaming maybe an hour or two, but to me it looks like there's not going to be a launch tomorrow because it doesn't clear up. They're not going to launch. They can't launch in fog. I mean, they could, but they would be crazy. And then on Wednesday, we have the same problem again with the wind. In the afternoon, as you can see here, wind gusts 34, 32, 28 in the evening then, but then that's where the window already closes. So Wednesday isn't perfect either. Wednesday has the same problem as today had. Tomorrow the wind would be perfect, but then in the morning you have rain, and in the afternoon you have fog, which is terrible. And then on Wednesday we have high winds. So Thursday would be better. Friday would be, in the morning would be good. Then in the afternoon we have more clouds. We have a lot more clouds in the afternoon, so that could be bad for then. The weather is doing crazy things right now. As I showed you before, here is a picture from me from 3 days ago on the LabPadre cam, and that shows normally it shows a clear view to the Starship, and that's what it looked like. And if it does look like that tomorrow, we're not gonna have a launch. So we'll have to wait and see what the Boca Chica weather gods give us tomorrow. But that's the weather is going crazy right now. You have the warm winds from the Gulf coming in because the water is warm and it heats up the air, and you have the cold weather from the north pushing in, and it meets at the coast, and that's why these crazy weather phenomenons like that, it didn't clear up the whole day. Basically, it stayed like that the whole day. That was amazing. So there we go. No launch today. 28 miles per hour. Yeah, it's still too high even now. What can you say? All right, I think I'm going to wrap this up after 6 hours of streaming. Thank you so much for joining us. Subscribe to the channel, click the like button, become a member if you want to join the party on the Discord, because that's what I'm going to join now to actually see what the people are up to on the Discord. Flapstrap, and that's a nice happy birthday, Sammy. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, Sammy is the guy I travel to Boca Chica with and to Kennedy Space Center. He's from Australia and it's his birthday today. So type happy birthday, Sammy, if you want to wish him a good day, a happy day. It would have been awesome to have a launch on your birthday, Sammy, but the weather gods didn't want that to happen, and we'll have to see until tomorrow and the next day. Like I said, if the fog is too crazy, we'll have to see. Oh yeah, and Jamie Lawson, thank you for the super chat. RGV in-flight live stream will be difficult to do. I was actually suggesting it to Mauricio, and he always does a little bit of live streaming while the plane takes off. I think he does it on Instagram. Yeah, there you go. The weather station is going crazy. But it's really hard to get a reception up there. So live streaming is even on the ground in Boca Chica. I've done some live streaming there. If you have seen, Tim Dodd was there live streaming recently from the ground, driving around with the car, and then unfortunately, my moderators are sending me signals, but I don't know why. Eileen, you go girl. There you go. Nice tweet. That's the reason why we call her Eileen, because she shifted over in the high bay and actually touched the wall, and that's why we call her Eileen. There she is. She's waiting for another day. Yeah. All right, like I said, I'm going to wrap this up now because I've been talking for 6 hours straight, and I'm going to join the Discord. So if you're already a member, see you there, and if not, I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support we got today. With that, our move to Florida will be much easier. It's incredible. Thank you so much, everybody. It's actually really amazing. Yeah. Enjoy the show. I'm going to leave the stream on for a while, as I always do. And save the tweets for tomorrow, maybe. Mary is tweeting again. No evacuation. Yeah, exactly. There you go. Thank you, Mary. I'll leave the stream going for a while. This time I'll leave the camera going for a while as well. So you can chat a little bit more and have a little fun watching LabPadre go crazy with his camera. They're watching everything right now, as it seems. And we'll see each other again tomorrow. I'll announce a new stream as soon as I know a precise time when it would be smartest to go online, to go live with the stream. And until then, thank you so much for joining tonight, and have a great evening. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
We're go for launch. Let's light this candle.
Ignition sequence start.
My name is Felix and I am your host for today's episode of What About It? So let's dive right into the exciting news topics.
Let's dive right in. Let's dive right in. Right in. Starship updates. Right in. Let's dive. Right in. Right in. Let's dive. Right in. You rock.
What about it? Go for launch.
We're go for launch. Looks like it's handled.
Ignition sequence start.
My name is Felix and I am your host for today's episode of What About